Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Book 2, Matching's Easy at War. Chapter the 1st, Onlookers. 1. On that eventful night of the first shots and the first deaths, Mr. Britling did not sleep until daylight had come. He sat writing at this pamphlet of his, which was to hail the last explosion and the ending of war. For a couple of hours he wrote with energy, and then his energy flagged. There came intervals when he sat still and did not write. He yawned and yawned again and rubbed his eyes. The day had come, and the birds were noisy when he undressed slowly, dropping his clothes anyhow upon the floor, and got into bed. He woke to find his morning tea beside him, and the housemaid going out of the room. He knew that something stupendous had happened to the world, but for a few moments he could not remember what it was. Then he remembered that France was invaded by Germany, and Germany by Russia, and that almost certainly England was going to war. It seemed a harsh and terrible fact in the morning light, a demand for stresses, a certainty of destruction. It appeared now robbed of all the dark and dignified beauty of the night. He remembered just the same feeling of unpleasant, anxious expectation as he now felt when the Boer War had begun 15 years ago, before the first news came. The first news of the Boer War had been the wrecking of a British armoured train near Kimberley. What similar story might not the overdue paper tell when presently it came? Suppose, for instance, that some important division of our fleet had been surprised and overwhelmed. Suppose the Germans were already crumpling up the French armies between Verdun and Belfort very swiftly and dreadfully. Suppose, after all, that the cabinet was hesitating, and that there would be no war for some weeks, but only a wrangle about Belgian neutrality, while the Germans smashed France. Or, on the other hand, there might be some amazing prompt success on our part. Our army and navy people were narrow, but in their narrow way he believed they were extraordinarily good. What would the Irish do? His thoughts were no more than a thorny jungle of unanswerable questions through which he struggled in unprogressive circles. He got out of bed and dressed in a slow, distraught manner. When he reached his braces, he discontinued dressing for a time. He opened the atlas at northern France and stood musing over the Belgian border. Then he turned to Whitaker's Almanac to browse upon the statistics of the great European armies. He was roused from this by the breakfast gong. At breakfast there was no talk of anything but war. Hugh was as excited as a cat in thundery weather, and the small boys wanted information about flags. The Russian and the Serbian flag were in dispute, and the flag page of Webster's dictionary had to be consulted. Newspapers and letters were both abnormally late, and Mr. Britling, tiring of supplying trivial information to his offspring, smoked cigarettes in the garden. He had an idea of intercepting the postman. His eyes and ears informed him of the approach of Mrs. Faber's automobile. It was an old, resolute-looking machine painted red, and driven by a trusted gardener. There was no mistaking it. Mrs. Faber was in it, and she stopped it outside the gate and made signals. Mrs. Britling, attracted by the catastrophic sounds of Mrs. Faber's vehicle, came out by the front door, and she and her husband both converged upon the caller. 2. "I won't come in," cried Mrs. Faber, "but I thought I'd tell you. I've been getting food." Food? Provisions. There's going to be a run on provisions. Look at my flitch of bacon. But Faber says we have to lay in what we can. This war is going to stop everything. We can't tell what will happen. I've got the children to consider, so here I am. I was at Hickson's before 9. The little lady was very flushed and bright-eyed. Her fair hair was disordered, her hat a trifle askew. She had an air of enjoying unwanted excitements. "All the gold's been hoarded, too," she said, with a crow of delight in her voice. "Faber says that probably our checks won't be worth that in a few days. He rushed off to London to get gold at his clubs, while he can. I had to insist on Hickson taking a check. 'Never,' I said, 'will I deal with you again, never unless you do.' Even then he looked at me almost as if he thought he wouldn't." "It's famine," she said, turning to Mr. Britling. "I've laid hands on all I can. I've got the children to consider." "But why is it famine?" asked Mr. Britling. "Oh, it is," she said. "But why?" "Faber understands," she said. "Of course it's famine." "And would you believe me," she went on, going back to Mrs. Britling, "that man Hickson stood behind his counter, where I've dealt with him for years, and refused absolutely to let me have more than a dozen tins of sardines. Refused, point blank. I was there before 9, and even then Hickson's shop was crowded, my dear." "What have you got?" asked Mr. Britling, with an inquiring movement towards the automobile. She had got quite a lot. She had 2 sides of bacon, a case of sugar, bags of rice, eggs, a lot of flour. "What are all these little packets?" asked Mr. Britling. Mrs. Faber looked slightly abashed. "Cerebos salt," she said. "One gets carried away a little. I just got hold of it and carried it out to the car. I thought we might have to salt things later." "And the jars are pickles?" said Mr. Britling. "Yes, but look at all my flour. That's what will go first." The lady was a little flurried by Mr. Britling's too detailed examination of her haul. "What good is blacking?" he asked. She would not hear him. She felt he was trying to spoil her morning. She declared she must get on back to her home. "Don't say I didn't warn you," she said. "I've got no end of things to do. There's peas. I want to show cook how to bottle our peas. For this year, it's lucky we've got no end of peas. I came by here just for the sake of telling you." And with that she presently departed, obviously ruffled by Mrs. Britling's lethargy and Mr. Britling's skepticism. Mr. Britling watched her go off with a slowly rising indignation. "And that," he said, "is how England is going to war. Scrambling for food at the very beginning." "I suppose she is anxious for the children," said Mrs. Britling. "Blacking." "After all," said Mr. Britling, "if other people are doing that sort of thing. That's the idea of all panics. We've got not to do it. The country hasn't even declared war yet. Hello, here we are. Better late than never." The head of the postman, bearing newspapers and letters, appeared gliding along the top of the hedge as he cycled down the road towards the Dower House corner. 3. England was not yet at war, but all the stars were marching to that end. It was as if an event so vast must needs take its time to happen. No doubt was left upon Mr. Britling's mind, though a whole-page advertisement in the Daily News, in enormous type and of mysterious origin, implored Great Britain not to play into the hands of Russia, Russia the terrible, that bugbear of the sentimental radicals. The news was wide and sweeping, and rather inaccurate. The Germans were said to be in Belgium and Holland, and they had seized English ships in the Kiel Canal. A moratorium had been proclaimed, and the reports of a food panic showed Mrs. Faber to be merely one example of a large class of excitable people. Mr. Britling found the food panic disconcerting. It did not harmonize with his leading motif of the free people of the world rising against the intolerable burthen of militarism. It spoiled his picture. Mrs. Britling shared the paper with Mr. Britling. They stood by the bed of begonias near the cedar tree and read, and the air was full of the cheerful activities of the lawn-mower that was being drawn by a carefully booted horse across the hockey field. Presently Hugh came flitting out of the house to hear what had happened. "One can't work somehow, with all these big things going on," he apologized. He secured the Daily News, while his father and mother read the Times. The voices of the younger boys came from the shade of the trees. They had brought all their toy soldiers out of doors, and were making entrenched camps in the garden. "The financial situation is an extraordinary one," said Mr. Britling, concentrating his attention. "All sorts of staggering things may happen. In a social and economic system that has grown just anyhow, never been planned, in a world full of Mrs. Fabers." "Moratorium," said Hugh over his Daily News, "in relation to debts and so on. Modern side you sent me to, Daddy. I live at hand-to-mouth in etymology. Morse and crematorium. Do we burn our bills instead of paying them?" "Moratorium," reflected Mr. Britling. "Moratorium. What nonsense you talk. It's something that delays, of course. Nothing to do with death. Just a temporary stoppage of payments. Of course there's bound to be a tremendous change in values." 4. There's bound to be a tremendous change in values. On that text, Mr. Britling's mind enlarged very rapidly. It produced a wonderful crop of possibilities before he got back to his study. He sat down to his desk, but he did not immediately take up his work. He had discovered something so revolutionary in his personal affairs that even the war issue remained for a time in suspense. Tucked away in the back of Mr. Britling's consciousness was something that had not always been there, something warm and comforting that made life and his general thoughts about life much easier and pleasanter than they would otherwise have been. The sense of a neatly arranged investment list, a shrewdly and geographically distributed system of holdings in national loans, municipal investments, railway debentures, that had amounted altogether to rather over £25,000, his and Mrs. Britling's, a joint accumulation. This was, so to speak, his economic viscera. It sustained him, and kept him going and comfortable. When all was well, he did not feel its existence. He had merely a pleasant sense of general well-being. When here or there a security got a little disarranged, he felt a vague discomfort. Now he became aware of grave disorders. It was as if he discovered he had been accidentally eating toadstools, and didn't quite know whether they weren't a highly poisonous sort. But an analogy may be carried too far. At any rate, when Mr. Britling got back to his writing desk, he was much too disturbed to resume, and now war ends. There's bound to be a tremendous change in values. He had never felt quite so sure as most people about the stability of the modern financial system. He did not, he felt, understand the working of this moratorium, or the peculiar advantage of prolonging the bank holidays. It meant, he supposed, a stoppage of payment all round, and a cutting off of the supply of ready money. And Hickson the grocer, according to Mrs. Faber, was already looking askance at checks. Even if the bank did reopen, Mr. Britling was aware that his current balance was low, At the utmost, it amounted to 20 or 30 pounds. He had been expecting checks from his English and American publishers, and the usual Times check. Suppose these payments were intercepted? All these people might, so far as he could understand, stop payment under this moratorium. That hadn't at first occurred to him. But, of course, quite probably they might refuse to pay his account when it fell due. And suppose the Times felt his particular vein of thoughtfulness unnecessary in these stirring days. And then, if the bank really did lock up his deposit account and his securities became unsaleable. Mr. Britling felt like an oyster that is invited to leave its shell. He sat back from his desk, contemplating these things. His imagination made a weak attempt to picture a world in which credit has vanished and money is of doubtful value. He supposed a large number of people would just go on buying and selling at or near the old prices by force of habit. His mind and conscience made a valiant attempt to pick up "and now war ends" and go on with it. But before 5 minutes were out, he was back at the thoughts of food panic and bankruptcy. 5. The conflict of interests at Mr. Britling's desk became unendurable. He felt he must settle the personal question first. He wandered out upon the lawn and smoked cigarettes. His first conception of a great convergent movement of the nations to make a world peace and an end to militant Germany was being obscured by the second, entirely incompatible, vision of a world confused and disorganized. Mrs. Fabers in great multitudes, hoarding provisions, riotous crowds attacking shops, moratorium, shut banks, and waiting queues. Was it possible for the whole system to break down through a shock to its confidence? Without any sense of incongruity, the dignified pacification of the planet had given place in his mind to these more intimate possibilities. He heard a rustle behind him and turned to face his wife. "Do you think," she asked, "that there is any chance of a shortage of food?" "If all the Mrs. Fabers in the world run and grab, then everyone must grab. I haven't much in the way of stores in the house." Said Mr. Britling, and reflected. "I don't think we must buy stores now." "But if we are short?" "It's the chances of war," said Mr. Britling. He reflected. "Those who join a panic make a panic. After all, there is just as much food in the world as there was last month, and short of burning it, the only way of getting rid of it is to eat it. And the harvests are good. Why begin a scramble at a groaning board?" "But people are scrambling. It would be awkward, with the children and everything, if we ran short." "We shan't. And anyhow, you mustn't begin hoarding, even if it means hardship." "Yes, but you won't like it if suddenly there's no sugar for your tea." Mr. Britling ignored this personal application. What is far more serious than a food shortage is the possibility of a money panic. He paced the lawn with her and talked. He said that even now very few people realized the flimsiness of the credit system by which the modern world was sustained. It was a huge growth of confidence, due very largely to the uninquiring indolence of everybody. It was sound so long as mankind did, on the whole, believe in it. Give only a sufficient loss of faith, and it might suffer any sort of collapse. It might vanish altogether, as the credit system vanished at the breaking up of Italy by the Goths, and leave us nothing but tangible things, real property, possession 9 points of the law, and that sort of thing. Did she remember that last novel of Gissing's? Veronilda, it was called. It was a picture of the world when there was no wealth at all, except what one could carry hidden or guarded about with one. That sort of thing came to the Roman Empire slowly, in the course of lifetimes. But nowadays we lived in a rapider world, with flimsier institutions. Nobody knew the strength or the weakness of credit. Nobody knew whether even the present shock might not send it smashing down. And then all the little life we had lived so far would roll away. Mrs. Britling, he noted, glanced ever and again at her sunlit house. There were new sunblinds, and she had been happy in her choice of a color, and listened with a skeptical expression to this disquisition. "A few days ago," said Mr. Britling, trying to make things concrete for her, "you and I together were worth £25,000. Now we don't know what we are worth, whether we have lost 1,000 or 10,000. He examined his sovereign purse and announced he had £6. "What have you?" She had about £18 in the house. "We may have to get along with that for an indefinite time." "But the bank will open again presently," she said, "and people about here trust us. Suppose they don't?" She did not trouble about the hypothesis. "And our investments will recover. They always do recover." "Everything may recover," he admitted, "but also nothing may recover. All this life of ours, which has seemed so settled and secure, isn't secure. I have felt that we were fixed here and rooted for all our lives. Suppose presently things sweep us out of it. It's a possibility we may have to face. I feel this morning as if 2 enormous gates had opened in our lives, like the gates that give upon an arena, gates giving on a darkness, through which anything might come, even death. Suppose suddenly we were to see one of those great zeppelins in the air, or hear the thunder of guns away towards the coast. And if a messenger came upon a bicycle, telling us to leave everything and go inland. I see no reason why one should go out to meet things like that. But there is no reason why one should not envisage them. The curious thing," said Mr. Britling, pursuing his examination of the matter, "is that, looking at these things as one does now, as things quite possible, they are not nearly so terrifying and devastating to the mind as they would have seemed last week. I believe I should load you all into Gladys and start off westward with a kind of exhilaration." She looked at him as if she would speak, and said nothing. She suspected him of hating his home and affecting to care for it out of politeness to her. "Perhaps mankind tries too much to settle down. Perhaps these stirrings up have to occur to save us from our disposition to stuffy comfort. There's the magic call of the unknown experience, of dangers and hardships. One wants to go, but unless some push comes, one does not go. There is a spell that keeps one to the lair and the old familiar ways. Now I am afraid, and at the same time I feel that the spell is broken. The magic prison is suddenly all doors. You may call this ruin, bankruptcy, invasion, flight. They are doors out of habit and routine. I have been doing nothing for so long except idle things and discursive things." "I thought you managed to be happy here. You have done a lot of work." "Writing is recording, not living. But now I feel suddenly that we are living intensely. It is as if the whole quality of life was changing. There are such times. There are times when the spirit of life changes altogether. The old world knew that better than we do. It made a distinction between weekdays and Sabbaths, and between feasts and fasts, and days of devotion. That is just what has happened now. Weekday rules must be put aside. 3 days ago, competition was fair. It was fair and tolerable to get the best food one could and hold on to one's own. But that isn't right now. War makes a Sabbath, and we shut the shops. The banks are shut, and the world still feels as though Sunday was keeping on." He saw his own way clear. "The scale has altered. It does not matter now in the least if we are ruined. It does not matter in the least if we have to live upon potatoes and run into debt for our rent. These are now the most incidental of things. A week ago they would have been of the first importance. Here we are, face to face with the greatest catastrophe and the greatest opportunity in history. We have to plunge through catastrophe to opportunity. There is nothing to be done now in the whole world except to get the best out of this tremendous fusing up of all the settled things of life. He had got what he wanted. He left her standing upon the lawn and hurried back to his desk. 6. When Mr. Britling, after a strenuous morning among high ideals, descended for lunch, he found Mr. Lawrence Carmine had come over to join him at that meal. Mr. Carmine was standing in the hall, with his legs very wide apart, reading the Times for the 4th time. "I can do no work," he said, turning round. "I can't fix my mind. I suppose we are going to war. I'd got so used to the war with Germany that I never imagined it would happen. Gods, what a bore it will be! And Maxey and all those scaremongers cock-a-hoop and I told you so. Damn these Germans!" He looked despondent and worried. He followed Mr. Britling towards the dining room, with his hands deep in his pockets. "It's going to be a tremendous thing," he said, after he had greeted Mrs. Britling and Hugh and Aunt Wilshire and Teddy, and seated himself at Mr. Britling's hospitable board. "It's going to upset everything. We don't begin to imagine all the mischief it is going to do." Mr. Britling was full of the heady draught of liberal optimism he had been brewing upstairs. "I am not sorry I have lived to see this war," he said. "It may be a tremendous catastrophe in one sense, but in another it is a huge step forward in human life. It is the end of 40 years of evil suspense. It is crisis and solution." "I wish I could see it like that," said Mr. Carmine. "It is like a thaw. Everything has been in a frozen confusion since that Jew-German Treaty of Berlin, and since 1871. "Why not since Schleswig-Holstein?" said Mr. Carmine. "Why not? Or since the Treaty of Vienna." "Or since— one might go back." "To the Roman Empire," said Hugh. "To the first conquest of all," said Teddy. "I couldn't work this morning," said Hugh. "I have been reading in the encyclopedia about races and religions in the Balkans. It's very mixed." "So long as it could only be dealt with piecemeal," said Mr. Britling. "And that is just where the tremendous opportunity of this war comes in. Now everything becomes fluid. We can redraw the map of the world. A week ago we were all quarreling bitterly about things too little for human impatience. Now suddenly we face an epoch. This is an epoch. The world is plastic for men to do what they will with it. This is the end and the beginning of an age. This is something far greater than the French Revolution or the Reformation, and we live in it." He paused impressively. "I wonder what will happen to Albania," said Hugh, but his comment was disregarded. "War makes men bitter and narrow," said Mr. Carmine. "War narrowly conceived," said Mr. Britling. "But this is an indignant and a generous war." They speculated about the possible intervention of the United States. Mr. Britling thought that the attack on Belgium demanded the intervention of every civilized power, that all the best instincts of America would be for intervention. "The more," he said, "the quicker." "It would be strange if the last power left out to mediate were to be China," said Mr. Carmine. "The one people in the world who really believe in peace. I wish I had your confidence, Britling." For a time they contemplated a sort of grand inquest on Germany and militarism, presided over by the wisdom of the East. Militarism was, as it were, to be buried as a suicide at 4 crossroads, with a stake through its body to prevent any untimely resuscitation. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 7 to 13 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Mr. Britling was in a phase of imaginative release. Such a release was one of the first effects of the war upon many educated minds. Things that had seemed solid forever were visibly in flux. Things that had seemed stone were alive. Every boundary, every government was seen for the provisional thing it was. He talked of his World Congress meeting year by year, until it ceased to be a speculation and became a mere intelligent anticipation. He talked of the manifest necessity of a Supreme Court for the world. He beheld that vision at The Hague, but Mr. Carmine preferred Delhi or Samarkand or Alexandria or Nanking. "Let us get away from the delusion of Europe anyhow," said Mr. Carmine. As Mr. Britling had sat at his desk that morning and surveyed the stupendous vistas of possibility that war was opening, the catastrophe had taken on a more and more beneficial quality. "I suppose that it is only through such crises as these that the world can reconstruct itself," he said. And on the whole, that afternoon he was disposed to hope that the great military machine would not smash itself too easily. "We want the nations to feel the need of one another," he said. "Too brief a campaign might lead to a squabble for plunder. The Englishman has to learn his dependence on the Irishman. The Russian has to be taught the value of education and the friendship of the Pole. Europe will now have to look to Asia and recognize that Indians and Chinamen are also white. But these lessons require time and stresses if they are to be learnt properly." They discussed the possible duration of the war. Mr. Carmine thought it would be a long struggle. Mr. Britling thought that the Russians would be in Berlin by the next May. He was afraid they might get there before the end of the year. He thought that the Germans would beat out their strength upon the French and Belgian lines, and never be free to turn upon the Russian at all. He was sure they had underrated the strength and energy of the French and of ourselves. "The Russians, meanwhile," he said, "will come on, slowly, steadily, inevitably." 8. That day of vast anticipations drew out into the afternoon. It was a day obsessed. It was the precursor of a relentless series of doomed and fettered days. There was a sense of enormous occurrences going on just out of sound and sight, behind the mask of Essex peacefulness. From this there was no escape. It made all other interests fitful. Games of badminton were begun and abruptly truncated by the arrival of the evening papers. Conversations started upon any topic whatever returned to the war by the third and fourth remark. After lunch, Mr. Britling and Mr. Carmine went on talking. Nothing else was possible. They repeated things they had already said. They went into things more thoroughly. They sat still for a time, and then suddenly broke out with some new consideration. It had been their custom to play scat with Herr Heinrich, who had shown them the game very explicitly and thoroughly. But there was no longer any Herr Heinrich, and somehow German games were already out of fashion. The two philosophers admitted that they had already considered scat to be complicated without subtlety, and that its chief delight for them had been the pink earnestness of Herr Heinrich, his inability to grasp their complete but tacit comprehension of its innocent strategy, and his invariable ill success to bring off the coups that flashed before his imagination. He would survey the destructive counterstroke with unconcealed surprise. He would verify his first impression by craning towards it and adjusting his glasses on his nose. He had a characteristic way of doing this, with one stiff finger on either side of his sturdy nose. "It is very fortunate for you that you have played that card," he would say, growing pinker and pinker with hasty cerebration. "Or else, yes," a glance at his own cards, "it would have been altogether bad for you. I had taken only a very small risk. Now I must—" He would reconsider his hand. "So," he would say, dashing down a card. Well, he had gone, and Scat had gone. A countless multitude of such links were snapping that day between hundreds of thousands of English and German homes. 9. The imminence of war produced a peculiar exaltation in Aunt Wilshire. She developed a point of view that was entirely her own. It was Mr. Britling's habit, a habit he had set himself to acquire after much irritating experience, to disregard Aunt Wilshire. She was not, strictly speaking, his aunt. She was one of those distant cousins we find already woven into our lives when we attain to years of responsibility. She had been a presence in his father's household when Mr. Britling was a boy. Then she had been called Jane, or Cousin Jane, or Your Cousin Wilshire. It had been a kindly freak of Mr. Britling's to promote her to auntie rank. She eked out a small inheritance by staying with relatives. Mr. Britling's earlier memories presented her as a slender young woman of 30, with a nose upon which small boys were forbidden to comment. Yet she commented upon it herself, and called his attention to its marked resemblance to that of the great Duke of Wellington. "He was, I am told," said Cousin Wilshire to the attentive youth, "a great friend of your great-grandmother's. At any rate, they were contemporaries. Since then, this nose has been in the family. He would have been the last to draw a veil over it, but other times, other manners. Publish, he said, and be damned." She had a knack of exasperating Mr. Britling's father, a knack which, to a less marked degree, she also possessed in relation to the son. But Mr. Britling senior never acquired the art of disregarding her. Her method, if one may call the natural expression of a personality a method, was an invincibly superior knowledge, a firm and ill-concealed belief that all statements made in her hearing were wrong, and most of them absurd, and a manner calm, assured, restrained. She may have been born with it. It is on record that at the age of 10 she was pronounced a singularly trying child. She may have been born with the air of thinking the doctor a muff and knowing how to manage all this business better. Mr. Britling had known her only in her ripeness. As a boy he had enjoyed her confidences about other people and the general neglect of her advice. He grew up rather to like her. Most people rather liked her, and to attach a certain importance to her unattainable approval. She was sometimes kind, she was frequently absurd. With very little children, she was quite wise and jolly. So she circulated about a number of houses, which at any rate always welcomed her coming. In the opening days of each visit, she performed marvels of tact, and set a watch upon her lips. Then the demons of controversy and dignity would get the better of her. She would begin to correct, quietly but firmly. She would begin to disapprove of the tone and quality of her treatment. It was quite common for her visit to terminate in speechless rage both on the side of host and of visitor. The remarkable thing was that the speechless rage never endured. Though she could exasperate, she could never offend. Always after an interval during which she was never mentioned, people began to wonder how Cousin Jane was getting on. A tentative correspondence would begin, leading slowly up to a fresh invitation. She spent more time in Mr. Britling's house than in any other. There was a legend that she had drawn out his mind, and that she had stood up for him against his father. She had certainly contradicted quite a number of those unfavorable comments that fathers are wont to make about their sons, though certainly she contradicted everything. And Mr. Britling hated to think of her knocking about alone in boarding-houses and hydropathic establishments, with only the most casual chances for contradiction. Moreover, he liked to see her casting her eye over the morning paper. She did it with a manner as though she thought the terrestrial globe a great fool and quite beyond the reach of advice, and as though she understood and was rather amused at the way in which the newspaper people tried to keep back the real facts of the case from her. And now she was scornfully entertained at the behavior of everybody in the war crisis. She confided various secrets of state to the elder of the younger Britlings, preferably when his father was within earshot. "None of these things they are saying about the war," she said, "really matter in the slightest degree. It is all about a spoiled carpet and nothing else in the world. A madman and a spoiled carpet. If people had paid the slightest attention to common sense, none of this war would have happened. The thing was perfectly well known. He was a delicate child, difficult to rear and given to screaming fits. Consequently, he was never crossed, allowed to do everything. Nobody but his grandmother had the slightest influence with him. And she prevented him spoiling this carpet as completely as he wished to do. The story is perfectly well known. It was at Windsor, at the age of 8. After that, he had but one thought: war with England." "Everybody seemed surprised," she said suddenly at tea to Mr. Carmine. "I, at least, am not surprised. I am only surprised it did not come sooner. If anyone had asked me, I could have told them 3 years, 5 years ago." The day was one of flying rumors. Germany was said to have declared war on Italy, and to have invaded Holland as well as Belgium. "They'll declare war against the moon next," said Aunt Wilshire. "And send a lot of Zeppelins," said the smallest boy. "Herr Heinrich told us they can fly thousands of miles." "He will go on declaring war until there is nothing left to declare war against. That is exactly what he has always done. Once started, he cannot desist. Often he has had to be removed from the dinner table for fear of injury. Now it is ultimatums." She was much pleased by a headline in the Daily Express that streamed right across the page. "The Mad Dog of Europe." Nothing else, she said, had come so near her feelings about the war. "Mark my words," said Aunt Wilshire in her most impressive tones. "He is insane. It will be proved to be so. He will end his days in an asylum, as a lunatic. I have felt it myself for years, and said so in private, knowing what I did. To such friends as I could trust not to misunderstand me. Now at least I can speak out." "With his moustaches turned up!" exclaimed Aunt Wilshire after an interval of accumulation. "They say he has completely lost the use of the joint in his left arm. He carries it stiff like a Punch and Judy. And he wants to conquer Europe. While his grandmother lived, there was someone to keep him in order. He stood in awe of her. He hated her, but he did not dare defy her. Even his uncle had some influence. Now nothing restrains him." "A double-headed mad dog," said Aunt Wilshire. "Him and his eagles. A man like that ought never to have been allowed to make a war, not even a little war. If he had been put under restraint when I said so, none of these things would have happened. But, of course, I am nobody. It was not considered worth attending to." 10. One remarkable aspect of the English attitude towards the war was the disposition to treat it as a monstrous joke. It is a disposition traceable in a vast proportion of the British literature of the time. In spite of violence, cruelty, injustice, and the vast destruction and still vaster dangers of the struggles, that disposition held. The English mind refused flatly to see anything magnificent or terrible in the German attack, or to regard the German emperor or the crown prince as anything more than figures of fun. From first to last, their conception of the enemy was an overstrenuous, foolish man, red with effort, with protruding eyes and a forced frightfulness of demeanor. That he might be tremendously lethal did not in the least obscure the fact that he was essentially ridiculous. And if, as the war went on, the joke grew grimmer, still it remained a joke. The German might make a desert of the world. That could not alter the British conviction that he was making a fool of himself. And this disposition kept coming to the surface throughout the afternoon, now in a casual allusion, now in some deliberate jest. The small boys had discovered the goose step, and it filled their little souls with amazement and delight. That human beings should consent to those ridiculous paces seemed to them almost incredibly funny. They tried it themselves, and then set out upon a goose-step propaganda. Letty and Cissy had come up to the Dower House for tea and news, and they were enrolled with Teddy and Hugh. The 6 of them, chuckling and swaying, marched in vast scissor strides across the lawn. "Left!" cried Hugh. "Left!" "Toes out more," said Mr. Lawrence Carmine. "Keep stiffer," said the youngest Britling. "Watch the Zeppelins and look proud," said Hugh, "with the chest out. Zo!" Mrs. Britling was so much amused that she went in for her camera and took a snapshot of the detachment. It was a very successful snapshot, and a year later Mr. Britling was to find a print of it among his papers, and recall the sunshine and the merriment. 11. That night brought the British declaration of war against Germany. To nearly every Englishman that came as a matter of course, and it is one of the most wonderful facts in history that the Germans were surprised by it. When Mr. Britling, as a sample Englishman, had said that there would never be war between Germany and England, he had always meant that it was inconceivable to him that Germany should ever attack Belgium or France. If Germany had been content to fight a merely defensive war upon her western frontier and let Belgium alone, there would scarcely have been such a thing as a war party in Great Britain. But the attack upon Belgium, the westward thrust, made the whole nation flame unanimously into war. It settled a question that was in open debate up to the very outbreak of the conflict. Up to the last, the English had cherished the idea that in Germany, just as in England, the mass of people were kindly, pacific, and detached. That had been the English mistake. Germany was really and truly what Germany had been professing to be for 40 years, a war state. With a sigh, and a long-forgotten thrill, England roused herself to fight. Even now she still roused herself sluggishly. It was going to be an immense thing, but just how immense it was going to be, no one in England had yet imagined. Countless men that day, whom fate had marked for death and wounds, stared open-mouthed at the news, and smiled with the excitement of the headlines, not dreaming that any of these things would come within 300 miles of them. What was war to Matching's Easy? To all the Matching's Easies, great and small, that make up England. The last home that was ever burnt by an enemy within 100 miles of Matching's Easy was burnt by the Danes rather more than 1,000 years ago. And the last trace of those particular Danes in England were certain horny scraps of indurated skin under the heads of the nails in the door of St. Clement Danes in London. Now again, England was to fight in a war which was to light fires in England and bring death to English people on English soil. There were inconceivable ideas in August 1914. Such things must happen before they can be comprehended as possible. 12. This story is essentially the history of the opening and of the realization of the Great War, as it happened to one small group of people in Essex, and more particularly as it happened to one human brain. It came at first to all these people in a spectacular manner, as a thing happening dramatically and internationally, as a show, as something in the newspapers, something in the character of an historical epoch rather than a personal experience. Only by slow degrees did it and its consequences invade the common texture of English life. If this story could be represented by sketches or pictures, the central figure would be Mr. Britling, now sitting at his desk by day or by night, and writing, first at his tract, and now War Ends, and then at other things, now walking about his garden, or in Clavering's Park, or going to and fro in London, in his club reading the ticker, or in his hall reading the newspaper, with ideas and impressions continually clustering, expanding, developing more and more abundantly in his mind, arranging themselves, reacting upon one another, building themselves into generalizations and conclusions. All Mr. Britling's mental existence was soon threaded on the war. His more or less weekly Times leader became dissertations upon the German point of view. His reviews of books and literary supplement articles were all oriented more and more exactly to that one supreme fact. It was rare that he really seemed to be seeing the war. Few people saw it. For most of the world, it came as an illimitable multitude of incoherent, loud, and confusing impressions. But all the time, he was at least doing his utmost to see the war, to simplify it and extract the essence of it, until it could be apprehended as something epic and explicable, as a stateable issue. Most typical picture of all would be Mr. Britling riding in a little circle of orange lamplight, with the blinds of his room open for the sake of the moonlight, but the window shut to keep out the moths that beat against it. Outside would be the moon and the high summer sky, and the old church tower dim above the black trees half a mile away, with its clock, which Mr. Britling heard at night but never noted by day, beating its way round the slow semicircle of the nocturnal hours. He had always hated conflict and destruction, and felt that war between civilized states was the quintessential expression of human failure. It was a stupidity that stopped progress and all the free variation of humanity. 1,000 times he had declared it impossible. But even now, with his country fighting, he was still far from realizing that this was a thing that could possibly touch him more than intellectually. He did not really believe, with his eyes and fingertips and backbone, that murder, destruction, and agony on a scale monstrous beyond precedent was going on in the same world as that which slumbered outside the black ivy and silver shining windowsill that framed his peaceful view. War had not been a reality of the daily life of England for more than 1,000 years. The mental habit of the nation for 50 generations was against its emotional recognition. The English were the spoiled children of peace. They had never been wholly at war for 300 years, and for over 800 years they had not fought for life against a foreign power. Spain and France had threatened in turn, but never even crossed the seas. It is true that England had had her civil dissensions, and had made wars and conquests in every part of the globe, and established an immense empire. But that last, as Mr. Britling had told Mr. Durrock, was an excursion. She had just sent out younger sons and surplus people, emigrants and expeditionary forces. Her own soil had never seen any successful foreign invasion. Her homeland, the bulk of her households, her general life, had gone on untouched by these things. 19 people out of 20, the middle class and most of the lower class, knew no more of the empire than they did of the Argentine Republic or the Italian Renaissance. It did not concern them. War that calls upon every man and threatens every life in the land, war of the whole national being, was a thing altogether outside English experience and the scope of the British imagination. It was still incredible. It was still outside the range of Mr. Britling's thoughts, all through the tremendous onrush and check of the German attack in the West that opened the Great War. Through those 2 months, he was, as it were, a more and more excited spectator at a show like a baseball match, a spectator with money on the event rather than a really participating citizen of a nation thoroughly at war. 13. After the jolt of the food panic and a brief financial scare, the vast inertia of everyday life in England asserted itself. When the public went to the banks for the new paper money, the banks tendered gold, apologetically. The supply of the new notes was very insufficient, and there was plenty of gold. After the first impression that a universal catastrophe had happened, there was an effect as if nothing had happened. Shops reopened after the bank holiday in a tentative spirit that speedily became assurance. People went about their business again, and the war, so far as the mass of British folk were concerned, was for some weeks a fever of the mind and intelligence rather than a physical and personal actuality. There was a keen demand for news, and for a time there was very little news. The press did its best to cope with this immense occasion. Led by the Daily Express, all the halfpenny newspapers adopted a new and more resonant sort of headline, the streamer, a band of emphatic type that ran clean across the page and announced victories or disconcerting happenings. They did this every day, whether there was a great battle or the loss of a trawler to announce, and the public mind speedily adapted itself to the new pitch. There was no invitation from the government and no organization for any general participation in war. People talked unrestrictedly. Everyone seemed to be talking. They waved flags and displayed much vague willingness to do something. Any opportunity of service was taken very eagerly. Lord Kitchener was understood to have demanded 500,000 men. The War Office arrangements for recruiting, arrangements conceived on a scale altogether too small, were speedily overwhelmed by a rush of willing young men. The flow had to be checked by raising the physical standard far above the national average, and recruiting died down to manageable proportions. There was a quite genuine belief that the war might easily be too exclusively considered, that for the great mass of people it was a disturbing and distracting rather than a vital interest. The phrase "business as usual" ran about the world, and the papers abounded in articles in which going on as though there was no war at all was demonstrated to be the truest form of patriotism. "Leave things to Kitchener" was another watchword with a strong appeal to the national quality. "Business as usual during alterations to the map of Europe" was the advertisement of one cheerful barber, widely quoted. Hugh was at home all through August. He had thrown up his rooms in London with his artistic ambitions, and his father was making all the necessary arrangements for him to follow Cardinal to Cambridge. Meanwhile, Hugh was taking up his scientific work where he had laid it down. He gave a reluctant couple of hours in the afternoon to the mysteries of Little-Go Greek, and for the rest of his time he was either working at mathematics and mathematical physics or experimenting in a little upstairs room that had been carved out of the general space of the barn. It was only at the very end of August that it dawned upon him or Mr. Britling that the war might have more than a spectacular and sympathetic appeal for him. Hitherto, contemporary history had happened without his personal intervention. He did not see why it should not continue to happen with the same detachment. The last elections, and a general election is really the only point at which the life of the reasonable Englishman becomes in any way public, had happened 4 years ago, when he was 13. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 7 to 13. Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 14 to 18 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 14. For a time it was believed in Malignity that the German armies had been defeated and very largely destroyed at Liège. It was a mistake not confined to Malignity. The first raiding attack was certainly repulsed with heavy losses, and so were the more systematic assaults on August the 6th and 7th. After that, the news from Liège became uncertain, but it was believed in England that some or all of the forts were still holding out, right up to the German entry into Brussels. Meanwhile, the French were pushing into their lost provinces, occupying Altkirch, Mulhausen, and Saarburg. The Russians were invading Bukovina and East Prussia. The Goeben, the Breslau, and the Panther had been sunk by the newspapers in an imaginary battle in the Mediterranean, and Togoland was captured by the French and British. Neither the force nor the magnitude of the German attack through Belgium was appreciated by the general mind, and it was possible for Mr. Britling to reiterate his fear that the war would be over too soon, long before the full measure of its possible benefits could be secured. But these apprehensions were unfounded. The lessons the war had in store for Mr. Britling were far more drastic than anything he was yet able to imagine, even in his most exalted moods. He resisted the intimations of the fall of Brussels and the appearance of the Germans at Dinant. The first real check to his excessive anticipations of victory for the Allies came with the sudden reappearance of Mr. Durek in a state of astonishment and dismay at Malignity. He wired from the Strand office, "Coming to tell you about things," and arrived on the heels of his telegram. He professed to be calling upon Mr. and Mrs. Britling, and to a certain extent he was. But he had a quick eye for the door or windows. His glance roved irrelevantly as he talked. A faint expectation of Sissy came in with him and hovered about him as the scent of violets follows the flower. He was, however, able to say quite a number of things before Mr. Britling's natural tendency to do the telling asserted itself. "My word," said Mr. Durek, "but this is some war! It is going on regardless of every decent consideration. As an American citizen, I naturally expected to be treated with some respect, war or no war. That expectation has not been realized. Europe is dislocated. You have no idea here yet how completely Europe is dislocated. I came to Europe in a perfectly friendly spirit, and I must say I am surprised. Practically, I have been thrown out, neck and crop. All my luggage is lost, away at some one-horse junction near the Dutch frontier that I can't even learn the name of. There's joy in some German home, I guess, over my shirts. They were real good shirts. This tweed suit I have is all the wardrobe I've got in the world. All my money. Good American notes. Well, they laughed at them. And when I produced English gold, they suspected me of being English and put me under arrest. I can assure you that the English are most unpopular in Germany at the present time. Thoroughly unpopular. Considering that they are getting exactly what they were asking for, these Germans are really remarkably annoyed. Well, I had to get the American consul to advance me money, and I've done more waiting about and irregular fasting and traveling on an empty stomach and viewing the world, so far as it was permitted, from railway sidings, for usually they made us pull the blinds down when anything important was on the track, than any cow that ever came to Chicago. I was handed as freight, low-grade freight. It doesn't bear recalling. Mr. Durrock assumed as grave and gloomy an expression as the facial habits of years would permit. I tell you, I never knew there was such a thing as war until this happened to me. In America, we don't know there is such a thing. It's like pestilence and famine, something in the storybooks. We've forgotten it for anything real. There's just a few grandfathers go around talking about it. Judge Holmes and sage old fellows like him. Otherwise, it's just a game the kids play at. And then suddenly, here's everybody running about in the streets, hating and threatening. And nice old gentlemen with white mustaches and fathers of families, scheming and planning to burn houses, and kill and hurt and terrify. And nice young women, too, looking for an Englishman to spit at. I tell you, I've been within range, and very uncomfortable several times. And what one can't believe is that they are really doing these things. There's a little village called Visay near the Dutch frontier. Some old chap got fooling there with a fowling piece. And they've wiped it out. Shot the people by the dozen. Put them out in rows 3 deep and shot them and burnt the place. Short of scalping, Red Indians couldn't have done worse. Respectable German soldiers. No one in England really seems to have any suspicion what is going on in Belgium. You hear stories. People tell them in Holland. It takes your breath away. They have set out just to cow those Belgians. They have started in to be deliberately frightful. You do not begin to understand. Well, outrages. The sort of outrages Americans have never heard of. That one doesn't speak of. Well, rape. They have been raping women for disciplinary purposes on tables in the marketplace of Liège. Yes, sir, it's a fact. I was told it by a man who had just come out of Belgium. Knew the people, knew the place, knew everything. People over here do not seem to realize that those women are the same sort of women that you might find in Chester or Yarmouth, or in Matching's Easy for the matter of that. They still seem to think that continental women are a different sort of women, more amenable to that sort of treatment. They seem to think there is some special providential law against such things happening to English people. And it's within 200 miles of you, even now. And as far as I can see, there's precious little to prevent it coming nearer. Mr. Britling thought there were a few little obstacles. I've seen the new British Army drilling in London, Mr. Britling. I don't know if you have. I saw a whole battalion, and they hadn't got half a dozen uniforms and not a single rifle to the whole battalion. You don't begin to realize in England what you are up against. You have no idea what it means to be in a country where everybody, the women, the elderly people, the steady middle-aged men, are taking war as seriously as business. They haven't the slightest compunction. I don't know what Germany was like before the war. I had hardly gotten out of my train before the war began. But Germany today is one big armed camp. It's all crawling with soldiers. And every soldier has his uniform and his boots and his arms and his kit. And they're as sure of winning as if they had got London now. They mean to get London. They're cocksure they are going to walk through Belgium, cocksure they will get to Paris by Sedan Day, and then they are going to destroy your fleet with zeppelins and submarines and make a dash across the channel. They say it's England they are after in this invasion of Belgium. They'll just down France by the way. They say they've got guns to bombard Dover from Calais. They make a boast of it. They know for certain you can't arm your troops. They know you can't turn out 10,000 rifles a week. They come and talk to anyone in the trains and explain just how your defeat is going to be managed. It's just as though they were talking of rounding up cattle. Mr. Britling said they would soon be disillusioned. Mr. Durrock, with the confidence of his authentic observations, remarked after a perceptible interval, "I wonder how." He reverted to the fact that had most struck upon his imagination. Grown-up people, ordinary, intelligent, experienced people, taking war seriously, talking of punishing England. It's a revelation, a sort of solemn enthusiasm, high and low. And the trainloads of men, and the trainloads of guns. Liège, said Mr. Britling. Liège was just a scratch on the paint, said Mr. Durrock. A few thousand dead, a few score thousand dead, doesn't matter. Not a red cent to them. There's a man arrived at the Cecil who saw them marching into Brussels. He sat at table with me at lunch yesterday. All day it went on, a vast unending river of men in grey. Endless wagons, endless guns, the whole manhood of a nation, and all its stuff, marching. I thought war, said Mr. Durrock, was a thing when most people stood about and did the shouting, and a sort of special team did the fighting. Well, Germany isn't fighting like that. I confess it, I'm scared. It's the very biggest thing on record. It's the very limit in wars. I dreamt last night of a grey flood washing everything in front of it. You and me, and Miss Corner. Curious thing, isn't it, that she came into it. We're scrambling up a hill, higher and higher, with that flood pouring after us. Sort of splashing into a foam of faces and helmets and bayonets, and clutching hands, and red stuff. Well, Mr. Britling, I admit I'm a little bit overwrought about it, but I can assure you, you don't begin to realize in England what it is you've butted against. 15. Sissy did not come up to the Dower House that afternoon, and so Mr. Durrock, after some vague and transparent excuses, made his way to the cottage. Here his report became even more impressive. Teddy sat on the writing desk beside the typewriter and swung his legs slowly. Letty brooded in the armchair. Sissy presided over certain limited crawling operations of the young heir. They could have the equal of the whole British army killed 3 times over, and scarcely know it had happened. They're all in it. It's a whole country in arms. Teddy nodded thoughtfully. There's our fleet, said Letty. Well, that won't save Paris, will it? Mr. Durrock didn't, he declared, want to make disagreeable talk, but this was a thing people in England had to face. He felt like one of them himself, naturally. He'd sort of hurried home to them. It was just like hurrying home, to tell them of the tremendous thing that was going to hit them. He felt like a man in front of a flood, a great grey flood. He couldn't hide what he had been thinking. Where's our army? Asked Letty suddenly. Lost somewhere in France, said Teddy, like a needle in a bottle of hay. What I keep on worrying at is this, Mr. Durrock resumed. Suppose they did come. Suppose somehow they scrambled over 60 or 70,000 men, perhaps. Every man would turn out and take a shot at them, said Letty. But there's no rifles. There's shotguns. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, said Mr. Durrock. They'd massacre. You may be the bravest people on earth, said Mr. Durrock, but if you haven't got arms and the other chaps have, you're just as if you were sheep. He became gloomily pensive. He roused himself to describe his experiences at some length, and the extraordinary disturbance of his mind. He related more particularly his attempts to see the sights of Cologne during the stir of mobilization. After a time, his narrative flow lost force, and there was a general feeling that he ought to be left alone with Sissy. Teddy had a letter that must be posted. Letty took the infant to crawl on the mossy stones under the pear tree. Mr. Durrock leant against the window-sill, and became silent for some moments after the door had closed on Letty. "As for you, Sissy," he began at last, "I'm anxious. I'm real anxious. I wish you'd let me throw the mantle of Old Glory over you." He looked at her earnestly. "Old Glory?" asked Sissy. "Well, the Stars and Stripes. I want you to be able to claim American citizenship, in certain eventualities. It wouldn't be so very difficult. All the world over, Sissy, Americans are respected. Nobody dares touch an American citizen. We are an inviolate people." He paused. "But how?" asked Sissy. "It would be perfectly easy, perfectly." "How?" "Just marry an American citizen," said Mr. Durrock, with his face beaming with ingenuous self-approval. "Then you'd be safe, and I'd not have to worry." "Because we're in for a stiff war," cried Sissy. And Mr. Durrock perceived he had blundered. "Because we may be invaded," she said, and Mr. Durrock's sense of error deepened. "I vow," she began. "No!" cried Mr. Durrock, and held out a hand. There was a moment of crisis. "Never will I desert my country while she is at war," said Sissy, reducing her first fierce intention, and adding as though she regretted her concession, "anyhow." "Then it's up to me to end the war, Sissy," said Mr. Durrock, trying to get her back to a less spirited attitude. But Sissy wasn't to be got back so easily. The war was already beckoning to them in the cottage, and drawing them down from the auditorium into the arena. "This is the rightest war in history," she said. "If I was an American, I should be sorry to be one now, and to have to stand out of it. I wish I was a man now, so that I could do something for all the decency and civilization the Germans have outraged. I can't understand how any man can be content to keep out of this and watch Belgium being destroyed. It is like looking on at a murder. It is like watching a dog killing a kitten." Mr. Durrock's expression was that of a man who was suddenly shown strange lights upon the world. 16. Mr. Britling found Mr. Durrock's talk very indigestible. He was parting very reluctantly from his dream of a disastrous collapse of German imperialism, of a tremendous decisive demonstration of the inherent unsoundness of militarist monarchy, to be followed by a world conference of chastened but hopeful nations, and the millennium. He tried now to think that Mr. Durrock had observed badly and misconceived what he saw. An American, unused to any sort of military occurrences, might easily mistake tens of thousands for millions, and the excitement of a few commercial travelers for the enthusiasm of a united people. But the newspapers now, with a kindred reluctance, were beginning to qualify, bit by bit, their first representation of the German attack through Belgium as a vast and already partly thwarted parade of incompetence. The Germans, he gathered, were being continually beaten in Belgium, but just as continually they advanced. Each fresh newspaper name he looked up on the map marked an oncoming tide. Alost, Charleroi. Farther east the French were retreating from the Salle Pass. Surely the British, who had now been in France for a fortnight, would presently be manifest, stemming the onrush. Somewhere perhaps in Brabant or East Flanders. It gave Mr. Britling an unpleasant night to hear at Clavering's that the French were very ill-equipped, had no good modern guns, either at Lille or Maubeuge, were short of boots and equipment generally, and rather depressed already at the trend of things. Mr. Britling dismissed this as pessimistic talk, and built his hopes on the still invisible British Army hovering somewhere. He would sit over the map of Belgium, choosing where he would prefer to have the British hover. Namur fell. The place names continued to shift southward and westward. The British Army, or a part of it, came to light abruptly at Mons. It had been fighting for 38 hours and defeating enormously superior forces of the enemy. That was reassuring, until a day or so later the Cambrai-Le line made Mr. Britling realize that the victorious British had recoiled 25 miles. And then came the Sunday of the Times telegram, which spoke of a retreating and a broken army. Mr. Britling did not see this, but Mr. Manning brought over the report of it in a state of profound consternation. Things, he said, seemed to be about as bad as they could be. The English were retreating towards the coast, and in much disorder. They were in the air, and already separated from the trench. They had narrowly escaped a Sedan under the fortifications of Maubeuge. Mr. Britling was stunned. He went to his study and stared helplessly at maps. It was as if David had flung his pebble and missed. But in the afternoon, Mr. Manning telephoned to comfort his friend. A reassuring despatch from General French had been published, and all was well, practically, and the British had been splendid. They had been fighting continuously for several days round and about Mons. They had been attacked at odds of 6-1, and they had repulsed and inflicted enormous losses on the enemy. They had established an incontestable personal superiority over the Germans. The Germans had been mown down in heaps. The British had charged through their cavalry like charging through paper. So, at last, and very gloriously for the British and German had met in battle. After the hard fighting of the 26th about Landrecies, the British had been comparatively unmolested. Reinforcements covering double the losses had joined them, and the German advance was definitely checked. Mr. Britling's mind swung back to elation. He took down the entire despatch from Mr. Manning's dictation, and ran out with it into the garden, where Mrs. Britling, with an unwonted expression of anxiety, was presiding over the teas of the usual casual Sunday gathering. The despatch was read aloud twice over. After that there was hockey and high spirits, and then Mr. Britling went up to his study to answer a letter from Mrs. Harrowdean, the first letter that had come from her since their breach at the outbreak of the war, and which he was now in a better mood to answer than he had been hitherto. She had written ignoring his silence and absence, or rather treating it as if it were an incident of no particular importance. Apparently she had not called upon the patient and devoted Oliver as she had threatened. At any rate, there were no signs of Oliver in her communication. But she reproached Mr. Britling for deserting her, and she clamored for his presence and for kind and strengthening words. She was, she said, scared by this war. She was only a little thing, and it was all too dreadful, and there was not a soul in the world to hold her hand, at least no one who understood in the slightest degree how she felt. But why was not Oliver holding her hand? She was like a child left alone in the dark. It was perfectly horrible the way that people were being kept in the dark. The stories one heard, often from quite trustworthy sources, were enough to depress and terrify anyone. Battleship after battleship had been sunk by German torpedoes, a thing kept secret from us for no earthly reason, and Prince Louis of Battenberg had been discovered to be a spy and had been sent to the Tower. Haldane, too, was a spy. Our army in France had been practically sold by the French. Almost all the French generals were in German pay. The censorship and the press were keeping all this back. But what good was it to keep it back? It was folly not to trust people. But it was all too dreadful for a poor little soul whose only desire was to live happily. Why didn't he come along to her and make her feel she had protecting arms round her? She couldn't think in the daytime. She couldn't sleep at night. Then she broke away into the praises of serenity. Never had she thought so much of his beautiful, silent places as she did now. How she longed to take refuge in some such dreamland from violence and treachery and foolish rumors. She was weary of every reality. She wanted to fly away into some secret hiding place and cultivate her simple garden there, as Voltaire had done. Sometimes at night she was afraid to undress. She imagined the sound of guns. She imagined landings and frightful scouts, in masks, rushing inland on motor bicycles. It was an ill-timed letter. The nonsense about Prince Louis of Battenberg and Lord Haldane and the torpedoed battleships annoyed him extravagantly. He had just sufficient disposition to believe such tales as to find their importunity exasperating. The idea of going over to Pycraft's to spend his days in comforting a timid little dear obsessed by such fears attracted him not at all. He had already heard enough adverse rumors at Clavering's to make him thoroughly uncomfortable. He had been doubting whether, after all, his examination of war was really much less of a futility than "and now war ends." His mind was full of a sense of incomplete statements and unsubstantial arguments. He was, indeed, in a state of extreme intellectual worry. He was, moreover, extraordinarily out of love with Mrs. Harrowdean. Never had any affection in the whole history of Mr. Britling's heart collapsed so swiftly and completely. He was left incredulous of ever having cared for her at all. Probably he hadn't. Probably the whole business had been deliberate illusion from first to last. The dear little thing business, he felt, was all very well as a game of petting, but times were serious now, and a woman of her intelligence should do something better than wallow in fears and elaborate a winsome feebleness. A very unnecessary and tiresome feebleness. He came almost to the pitch of writing that to her. The despatch from General French put him into a kindlier frame of mind. He wrote instead, briefly but affectionately, as a gentleman should. "How could you doubt our fleet or our army?" was the gist of his letter. He ignored completely every suggestion of a visit to Pycraft's that her letter had conveyed. He pretended that it had contained nothing of the sort. And with that she passed out of his mind again, under the stress of more commanding interests. Mr. Britling's mood of relief did not last through the week. The defeated Germans continued to advance. Through a week of deepening disillusionment, the main tide of battle rolled back steadily towards Paris. Lille was lost without a struggle. It was lost with mysterious ease. The next name to startle Mr. Britling, as he sat with newspaper and atlas following these great events, was Compiègne. Here! Manifestly, the British were still in retreat. Then the Germans were in possession of Laon and Rheims and still pressing south. Maubeuge, surrounded and cut off for some days, had apparently fallen. It was on Sunday, September the 6th, that the final capitulation of Mr. Britling's facile optimism occurred. He stood in the sunshine, reading the Observer, which the gardener's boy had just brought from the May-tree. He had spread it open on a garden table under the blue cedar, and father and son were both reading it, each as much as the other would let him. There was fresh news from France, a story of further German advances. Fighting at Senlis. But that is quite close to Paris. And the appearance of German forces at Nogent-sur-Seine. Sur Seine? Cried Mr. Britling. But where can that be? South of the Marne? Or below Paris, perhaps? It was not marked upon the observer's map, and Hugh ran into the house for the atlas. When he returned, Mr. Manning was with his father, and they both looked grave. Hugh opened the map of northern France. "Here it is," he said. Mr. Britling considered the position. "Manning says they are at Rouen," he told Hugh. "Our base is to be moved round to La Rochelle." He paused before the last distasteful conclusion. "Practically," he admitted, taking his dose, "they have got Paris. It is almost surrounded now." He sat down to the map. Mr. Manning and Hugh stood regarding him. He made a last effort to imagine some tremendous strategic reversal, some stone from an unexpected sling that should fell this Goliath in the midst of his triumph. "Russia," he said, without any genuine hope. 17. And then it was that Mr. Britling accepted the truth. "One talks," he said, "and then weeks and months later one learns the meaning of the things one has been saying. I was saying a month ago that this is the biggest thing that has happened in history. I said that this was the supreme call upon the will and resources of England. I said there was not a life in all our empire that would not be vitally changed by this war. I said all these things. They came through my mouth. I suppose there was a sort of thought behind them. Only at this moment do I understand what it is that I said. Now, let me say it over, as if I had never said it before. This is the biggest thing in history. That we are all called upon to do our utmost to resist this tremendous attack upon the peace and freedom of the world. Well, doing our utmost does not mean standing about in pleasant gardens waiting for the newspaper. It means the abandonment of ease and security. How lazy we English are nowadays! How readily we grasp the comforting delusion that excuses us from exertion. For the last 3 weeks I have been deliberately believing that a little British army, they say it is scarcely 100,000 men, would somehow break this rush of millions. But it has been driven back, as anyone not in love with easy dreams might have known it would be driven back. Here, and then here, and then here. It has been fighting night and day. It has made the most splendid fight, and the most ineffectual fight. You see the vast swing of the German flail through Belgium. And meanwhile, we have been standing about talking of the use we would make of our victory. We have been asleep," he said. "This country has been asleep." "At the back of our minds," he went on bitterly, "I suppose we thought the French would do the heavy work on land, while we stood by at sea. So far as we thought at all. We're so temperate-minded. We're so full of qualifications and discretions, and so leisurely. Well, France is down. We've got to fight for France now over the ruins of Paris. Because you and I, Manning, didn't grasp the scale of it. Because we indulged in generalizations when we ought to have been drilling and working. Because we've been doing business as usual, and all the rest of that sort of thing, while Western civilization has been in its death agony. If this is to be another 71, on a larger scale, and against not merely France but all Europe, if Prussianism is to walk roughshod over civilization, if France is to be crushed and Belgium murdered, then life is not worth having. Compared with such an issue as that, no other issue, no other interest matters. Yet what are we doing to decide it, you and I? How can it end in anything but a German triumph, if you and I, by the million, stand by?" He paused despairfully and stared at the map. "What ought we to be doing?" asked Mr. Manning. "Every man ought to be in training," said Mr. Britling. "Everyone ought to be participating, in some way. At any rate, we ought not to be taking our ease at Matching's Easy any more. 18. "It interrupts everything," said Hugh suddenly. "These Prussians are the biggest nuisance the world has ever seen." He considered. "It's like everyone having to run out because the house catches fire. But of course we have to beat them. It has to be done, and everyone has to take a share. Then we can get on with our work again." Mr. Britling turned his eyes to his eldest son with a startled expression. He had been speaking generally. For the moment he had forgotten Hugh. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 2nd. Taking Part. 1. There were now two chief things in the mind of Mr. Britling. One was a large and valiant thing, a thing of heroic and processional quality. The idea of taking up one's share in the great conflict, of leaving the dower house and its circle of habits and activities, and going out. From that point, he wasn't quite sure where he was to go, nor exactly what he meant to do. His imagination inclined to the figure of a volunteer in an improvised uniform, inflicting great damage upon a raiding invader from behind a hedge. The uniform, one presumes, would have been something in the vein of the costume in which he met Mr. Durrock, with a brassard. Or he thought of himself as working at a telephone or in an office, engaged upon any useful quasi-administrative work that called for intelligence rather than training. Still, of course, with a brassard. A month ago he would have had doubts about the meaning of brassard. Now it seemed to be the very keyword for national organization. He had started for London by the early train on Monday morning, with the intention of immediate enrollment in any such service that offered, of getting, in fact, into his brassard at once. The morning papers he bought at the station dashed his conviction of the inevitable fall of Paris into hopeful doubts, but did not shake his resolution. The effect of rout and pursuit and retreat and retreat and retreat had disappeared from the news. The German right was being counterattacked, and seemed in danger of getting pinched between Paris and Verdun, with the British on its flank. This relieved his mind, but it did nothing to modify his new realization of the tremendous gravity of the war. Even if the enemy were held and repulsed a little, there was still work for every man in the task of forcing them back upon their own country. This war was an immense thing. It would touch everybody. That meant that every man must give himself. That he had to give himself. He must let nothing stand between him and that clear understanding. It was utterly shameful now to hold back and not to do one's utmost for civilization, for England, for all the ease and safety one had been given, against these drilled, commanded, obsessed millions. Mr. Britling was a flame of exalted voluntarism, of patriotic devotion that day. But behind all this bravery was the other thing, the second thing in the mind of Mr. Britling, a fear. He was prepared now to spread himself like some valiant turkey gobbler, every feather at its utmost, against the aggressor. He was prepared to go out and flourish bayonets, march and dig to the limit of his power, shoot, die in a ditch if needful, rather than permit German militarism to dominate the world. He had no fear for himself. He was prepared to perish upon the battlefield, or cut a valiant figure in the military hospital. But what he perceived very clearly, and did his utmost not to perceive, was this qualifying and discouraging fact, that the war monster was not nearly so disposed to meet him as he was to meet the war, and that his eyes were fixed on something beside and behind him, that it was already only too evidently stretching out a long and shadowy arm past him, towards Teddy and towards Hugh. The young are the food of war. Teddy wasn't Mr. Britling's business anyhow. Teddy must do as he thought proper. Mr. Britling would not even advise upon that, and as for Hugh, Mr. Britling did his best to brazen it out. "My eldest boy is barely 17, he said. "He's keen to go, and I'd be sorry if he wasn't. He'll get into some cadet corps, of course. He's already done something of that kind at school, or they'll take him into the territorials. But before he's 19, everything will be over, one way or another. I'm afraid, poor chap, he'll feel sold." And having thrust Hugh safely into the background of his mind as juvenile, doing a juvenile share, no sort of man yet, Mr. Britling could give a free rein to his generous imaginations of a national uprising. From the idea of a universal participation in the struggle, he passed by an easy transition to an anticipation of all Britain armed and gravely embattled, across gulfs of obstinate reality. He himself was prepared to say, and accordingly he felt that the great mass of the British must be prepared to say to the government, "Here we are at your disposal. This is not a diplomatist's war, nor a war office war. This is a war of the whole people. We are willing and ready to lay aside our usual occupations and offer our property and ourselves. Whim and individual action are for peace times. Take us and use us as you think fit. Take all we possess." When he thought of the government in this way, he forgot the governing class he knew. The slack-trousered Rayburn, the prim, attentive Filbert, Lady Frensham at the top of her voice, stern, preposterous Carson, boozy Bandershoot and artful Taper, wily Asquith, the eloquent yet unsubstantial George, and the immobile Grey, vanished out of his mind. All those representative exponents of the way things are done in Great Britain faded in the glow of his imaginative effort. He forgot the dreary debates, the floundering newspapers, the bluffs, the intrigues, the sly bargains of the week-end party, the schoolboy honor of grown men, the universal weak dishonesty in thinking. He thought simply of a simplified and ideal government that governed. He thought vaguely of something behind and beyond them, England, the ruling genius of the land, something with a dignified assurance and a stable will. He imagined this shadowy ruler miraculously provided with schemes and statistics against the supreme occasion, which had for so many years been the most conspicuous probability before the country. His mind leaping forwards to the conception of a great nation reluctantly turning its vast resources to the prosecution of a righteous defensive war, filled in the obvious corollaries of plan and calculation. He thought that somewhere, up there must be people who could count, and who had counted everything that we might need for such a struggle, and organizers who had schemed and estimated down to practicable and manageable details. Such lapses from knowledge to faith are perhaps necessary that human heroism may be possible. His conception of his own share in the great national uprising was a very modest one. He was a writer, a footnote to reality. He had no trick of command over men. His role was observation rather than organization, and he saw himself only as an insignificant individual, dropping from his individuality into his place in a great machine, taking a rifle in a trench, guarding a bridge, filling a cartridge, just with a brassard or something like that on, until the great task was done. Sunday night was full of imaginations of order, of the countryside standing up to its task, of roads cleared and resources marshaled, of the petty interests of the private life altogether set aside. And mingling with that, it was still possible for Mr. Britling, he was still young enough, to produce such dreams of personal service, of sudden emergencies swiftly and bravely met, of conspicuous daring and exceptional rewards, such dreams as hover in the brains of every imaginative recruit. The detailed story of Mr. Britling's 2-day search for some easy and convenient ladder into the surface of his threatened country would be a voluminous one. It would begin with the figure of a neatly brushed patriot, with an intent expression upon his intelligent face, seated in the Londonward train, reading the war news, the first comforting war news for many days, and trying not to look as though his life was torn up by the roots and all his being aflame with devotion. And it would conclude after 48 hours of fuss, inquiry, talk, waiting, telephoning, with the same gentleman, a little fagged, and with a kind of weary apathy in his eyes, returning by the short-cut from the station across Clavering's Park to resume his connection with his abandoned roots. The essential process of the interval had been the correction of Mr. Britling's temporary delusion that the government of the British Empire is either intelligent, instructed, or wise. The great business-as-usual phase was already passing away, and London was in the full tide of recruiting enthusiasm. That tide was breaking against the most miserable arrangements for enlistment it is possible to imagine. Overtaxed and not very competent officers, whose one idea of being very efficient was to refuse civilian help and be very, very slow and circumspect, and very dignified and overbearing, sat in dirty little rooms and snarled at this unheard-of England that pressed at door and window for enrollment. Outside every recruiting office, crowds of men and youths waited, leaning against walls, sitting upon the pavements, waiting for long hours, waiting to the end of the day and returning next morning, without shelter, without food, many sick with hunger. Men who had hurried up from the country, men who had thrown up jobs of every kind, clerks, shopmen, anxious only to serve England and teach those damned Germans a lesson. Between them and this object they had discovered a perplexing barrier, an inattention. As Mr. Britling made his way to St. Martin's Church and across Trafalgar Square, and marked the weary accumulation of this magnificently patriotic stuff, he had his first inkling of the imaginative insufficiency of the War Office that had been so suddenly called upon to organize victory. He was to be more fully informed when he reached his club. His impression of the streets through which he passed was an impression of great unrest. There were noticeably fewer omnibuses and less road traffic generally, but there was a quite unusual number of drifting pedestrians. The current on the pavements was irritatingly sluggish. There were more people standing about, and fewer going upon their business. This was particularly the case with the women he saw. Many of them seemed to have drifted in from the suburbs and outskirts of London in a state of vague expectation, unable to stay in their homes. Everywhere there were the flags of the Allies. In shop windows, over doors, on the bonnets of automobiles, on people's breasts, and there was a great quantity of recruiting posters on the hoardings and in windows. "Your king and country need you," was the chief text, and they still called for 100,000 men, although the demand of Lord Kitchener had risen to 500,000. There were also placards calling for men on nearly all the taxicabs. The big windows of the offices of the Norddeutscher Lloyd in Cockspur Street were boarded up and plastered thickly with recruiting appeals. At his club, Mr. Britling found much talk and belligerent stir. In the hall, Wilkins, the author, was displaying a dummy rifle of bent iron rod to several interested members. It was to be used for drilling until rifles could be got, and it could be made for 18 pence. This was the first intimation Mr. Britling got that the want of foresight of the War Office only began with its unpreparedness for recruits. Men were talking very freely in the club. One of the temporary effects of the war in its earlier stages was to produce a partial thaw in the constitutional British shyness, and men who had glowered at Mr. Britling over their lunches and had been glowered at by Mr. Britling in silence for years now started conversations with him. "What is a man of my sort to do?" asked a clean-shaven barrister. "Exactly what I have been asking," said Mr. Britling. "They are fixing the upward age for recruits at 30. It's absurdly low. A man well over 40 like myself is quite fit to line a trench or guard a bridge. I'm not so bad a shot." "We've been discussing home defense volunteers," said the barrister. "Anyhow, we ought to be drilling. But the War Office sets its face as sternly against our doing anything of the sort as though we were going to join the Germans. It's absurd. Even if we older men aren't fit to go abroad, we could at least release troops who could." "If you had the rifles," said a sharp-featured man in grey to the right of Mr. Britling. "I suppose they are to be got," said Mr. Britling. The sharp-featured man indicated by appropriate facial action and head-shaking that this was by no means the case. "Every dead man, many wounded, most prisoners," he said, "mean each one a rifle lost. We have lost 25,000 rifles alone since the war began. Quite apart from arming new troops, we have to replace those rifles with the drafts we send out. Do you know what is the maximum weekly output of rifles at the present time in this country?" Mr. Britling did not know. 9,000. Mr. Britling suddenly understood the significance of Wilkins and his dummy gun. The sharp-featured man added, with an air of concluding the matter, "It's the barrels are the trouble. Complicated machinery. We haven't got it, and we can't make it in a hurry. And there you are." The sharp-featured man had a way of speaking, almost as if he was throwing bombs. He threw one now. "Zinc," he said. "We're not short of zinc," said the lawyer. The sharp-featured man nodded, and then became explicit. Zinc was necessary for cartridges. It had to be refined zinc, and very pure, or the shooting went wrong. Well, we had let the refining business drift away from England to Belgium and Germany. There were just 1 or 2 British firms still left. Unless we bucked up tremendously, we should get caught short of cartridges. At any rate, of cartridges so made as to ensure good shooting. "And there you are," said the sharp-featured man. But the sharp-featured man did not at that time represent any considerable section of public thought. "I suppose, after all, we can get rifles from America," said the lawyer, "and as for zinc, if the shortage is known, the shortage will be provided for." The prevailing topic in the smoking-room upstairs was the inability of the War Office to deal with the flood of recruits that was pouring in, and its hostility to any such volunteering as Mr. Britling had in mind. Quite a number of members wanted to volunteer. There was much talk of their fitness. "I'm 54, said one, "and I could do my 25 miles in marching kit far better than half those boys of 19. Another was 38. "I must hold the business together," he said, "but why anyhow shouldn't I learn to shoot and use a bayonet?" The personal pique of the rejected lent force to their criticisms of the recruiting and general organization. "The War Office has one incurable system," said a big mine owner. "During peacetime it runs all its home administration, with men who will certainly be wanted at the front directly there is a war. Directly war comes, therefore, there is a shift all round, and a new untried man, usually a dugout in an advanced state of decay, is stuck into the job. Chaos follows automatically. The War Office always has done this, and so far as one can see, it always will. It seems incapable of realizing that another man will be wanted until the first is taken away. Its imagination doesn't even run to that. Mr. Britling found a kindred spirit in Wilkins. Wilkins was expounding his tremendous scheme for universal volunteering. Everybody was to be accepted. Everybody was to be assigned and registered and badged. "A brassard," said Mr. Britling. "It doesn't matter whether we really produce a fighting force or not," said Wilkins. "Everybody now is enthusiastic and serious. Everybody is willing to put on some kind of uniform and submit to some sort of orders. And the thing to do is to catch them in the willing stage. Now is the time to get the country lined up and organized, ready to meet the internal stresses that are bound to come later. But there's no disposition whatever to welcome this universal offering. It's just as though this war was a treat to which only the very select friends of the War Office were to be admitted. And I don't admit that the National Volunteers would be ineffective, even from a military point of view. There are plenty of fit men of our age, and men of proper age who are better employed at home. Armament workers, for example, and there are all the boys under the age. They may not be under the age before things are over." He was even prepared to plan uniforms. "A brassard," repeated Mr. Britling, "and perhaps colored strips on the reverse of a coat." "Colors for the counties," said Wilkins, "and if there isn't colored cloth to be got, there's red flannel. Anything is better than leaving the mass of people to mob about." A momentary vision danced before Mr. Britling's eyes of red flannel petticoats being torn up in a rapid improvisation of soldiers to resist a sudden invasion. Passing washerwomen suddenly requisitioned. But one must not let oneself be laughed out of good intentions because of ridiculous accessories. The idea, at any rate, was the sound one. The vision of what ought to be done shone brightly while Mr. Britling and Mr. Wilkins maintained it, but presently, under discouraging reminders that there were no rifles, no instructors, and, above all, the open hostility of the established authorities, it faded again. Afterwards, in other conversations, Mr. Britling reverted to more modest ambitions. "Is there no clerical work, no minor administrative work a man might be used for?" he asked. "Any old dugout," said the man with the thin face. "Any old doddering Colonel Newcomb is preferred to you in that matter." Mr. Britling emerged from his club about 3:30, with his mind rather dishevelled, and with his private determination to do something promptly for his country's needs, blended by a perplexing how. His search for doors and ways, where no doors and ways existed, went on with a gathering sense of futility. He had a ridiculous sense of pique at being left out, like a child shut out from a room in which a vitally interesting game is being played. "After all, it is our war," he said. He caught the phrase as it dropped from his lips, with a feeling that it said more than he intended. He turned it over and examined it, and the more he did so, the more he was convinced of its truth and soundness. 2. By night there was a new strangeness about London. The authorities were trying to suppress the more brilliant illumination of the chief thoroughfares on account of the possibility of an air raid. Shopkeepers were being compelled to pull down their blinds, and many of the big standard lights were unlit. Mr. Britling thought these precautions were very fussy and unnecessary, and likely to lead to accidents amidst the traffic. But it gave a Rembrandt-esque quality to the London scene, turned it into mysterious arrangements of brown shadows and cones and bars of light. At first many people were recalcitrant, and here and there a restaurant or a draper's window still blazed out and broke the gloom. There were also a number of insubordinate automobiles with big headlights. But the police were being unusually firm. "It will all glitter again in a little time," he told himself. He heard an old lady who was projecting from an offending automobile at Piccadilly Circus, in hot dispute with the police officer. "Zeppelins, indeed," she said. "What nonsense! As if they would dare to come here! Who would let them, I should like to know?" Probably a friend of Lady Frenshem's, he thought. Still, the idea of Zeppelins over London did seem rather ridiculous to Mr. Britling. He would not have liked to have been caught talking of it himself. There never had been Zeppelins over London. They were gas bags. 3. On Wednesday morning, Mr. Britling returned to the Dower House, and he was still a civilian unassigned. In the hall he found a tall figure in khaki standing and reading the Times that usually lay upon the hall table. The figure turned at Mr. Britling's entry, and revealed the aquiline features of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. It was as if his friend had stolen a march on him. But Mr. Carmine's face showed nothing of the excitement and patriotic satisfaction that would have seemed natural to Mr. Britling. He was white and jaded, as if he had not slept for many nights. "You see," he explained almost apologetically of the 3 stars upon his sleeve, "I used to be a captain of volunteers." He had been put in charge of a volunteer force, which had been re-embodied and entrusted with the care of the bridges, gasworks, factories, and railway tunnels, and with a number of other minor but necessary duties round about Easinghampton. "I've just got to shut up my house," said Captain Carmine, "and go into lodgings. I confess I hate it. But anyhow it can't last 6 months. But it's beastly. Ugh!" He seemed disposed to expand that "ugh," and then thought better of it. And presently Mr. Britling took control of the conversation. His 2 days in London had filled him with matter, and he was glad to have something more than Hugh and Teddy and Mrs. Britling to talk it upon. What was happening now in Great Britain, he declared, was adjustment. It was an attempt on the part of a great unorganized nation, an attempt, instinctive at present rather than intelligent, to readjust its government, and particularly its military organization, to the new scale of warfare that Germany had imposed upon the world. For 2 strenuous decades, the British Navy had been growing enormously under the pressure of German naval preparations, but the British military establishment had experienced no corresponding expansion. It was true, there had been a futile, rather foolishly conducted agitation for universal military service, but there had been no accumulation of material, no preparation of armament-making machinery, no planning and no foundations for any sort of organization that would have facilitated the rapid expansion of the fighting forces of a country in a time of crisis. Such an idea was absolutely antagonistic to the mental habits of the British military caste. The German method of incorporating all the strength and resources of the country into one national fighting machine was quite strange to the British military mind. Still, even after a month of war had become the comprehensive business of the German nation. To the British, it was an incidental adventure. In Germany, the nation was militarized. In England, the army was specialized. The nation, for nearly every practical purpose, got along without it. Just as political life had also become specialized. Now suddenly we wanted a government to speak for everyone, and an army of the whole people. How were we to find it? Mr. Britling dwelt upon this idea of the specialized character of the British Army and Navy and government. It seemed to him to be the clue to everything that was jarring in the London spectacle. The army had been a thing aloof, for a special end. It had developed all the characteristics of a caste. It had very high standards along the lines of its specialization, but it was inadaptable and conservative. Its exclusiveness was not so much a deliberate culture as a consequence of its detached function. It touched the ordinary social body chiefly through three other specialized bodies: the court, the church, and the stage. Apart from that, it saw the great unofficial civilian world as something vague, something unsympathetic, something possibly antagonistic, which it comforted itself by snubbing when it dared and tricking when it could, something that projected members of Parliament towards it and was stingy about money. Directly one grasped how apart the army lived from the ordinary life of the community, from industrialism or from economic necessities, directly one understood that the great mass of Englishmen were simply outsiders to the War Office mind, just as they were outsiders to the political clique. One began to realize the complete unfitness of either government or War Office for the conduct of so great a national effort as was now needed. These people, up there, did not know anything of the broad mass of English life at all. They did not know how or where things were made. When they wanted things, they just went to a shop somewhere and got them. This was the necessary psychology of a small army under a clique government. Nothing else was to be expected. But now, somehow, the nation had to take hold of the government that it had neglected so long. "You see," said Mr. Britling, repeating a phrase that was becoming more and more essential to his thoughts, "this is our war." "Of course," said Mr. Britling, "these things are not going to be done without a conflict. We aren't going to take hold of our country, which we have neglected so long, without a lot of internal friction. But in England we can make these readjustments without revolution. It is our strength. At present England is confused, but it's a healthy confusion. It's a stir. We have more things to defeat than just Germany. These hosts of recruits, weary, uncared for, besieging the recruiting stations. It's symbolical. Our tremendous reserves of will and manhood. Our almost incredible insufficiency of direction. Those people up there have no idea of the will that surges up in England. They are timid little maneuvering people, afraid of property, afraid of newspapers, afraid of trade unions. They aren't leading us against the Germans, they are just being shoved against the Germans by necessity." From this, Mr. Britling broke away into a fresh addition to his already large collection of contrasts between England and Germany. Germany was a nation which had been swallowed up and incorporated by an army and an administration. The Prussian military system had assimilated to itself the whole German life. It was a state in a state of repletion, a state that had swallowed all its people. Britain was not a state. It was an unincorporated people. The British Army, the British War Office, and the British administration had assimilated nothing. They were little old partial things. The British nation lay outside them, beyond their understanding and tradition. A formless new thing, but a great thing. And now this British nation, this real nation, the outsiders, had to take up arms. Suddenly, all the underlying ideas of that outer, greater English life beyond politics, beyond the services, were challenged, its tolerant good humor, its freedom, and its irresponsibility. It was not simply English life that was threatened. It was all the latitudes of democracy. It was every liberal idea and every liberty. It was civilization in danger. The uncharted liberal system had been taken by the throat. It had to make good or perish. "I went up to London expecting to be told what to do. There is no one to tell anyone what to do. Much less is there anyone to compel us what to do. There's a War Office like a college during a riot, with its doors and windows barred. There's a government like a cockle-boat in an Atlantic gale. One feels the thing ought to have come upon us like the sound of a trumpet. Instead, until now, it has been like a great noise that we just listened to in the next house. And now slowly the nation awakes. London is just like a dazed sleeper, waking up out of a deep sleep to fire and danger, tumult and cries for help near at hand. The streets give you exactly that effect. People are looking about and listening. One feels that at any moment, in a pause, in a silence, there may come, from far away, over the houses, faint and little, the boom of guns or the small outcries of little French or Belgian villages in agony. Such was the gist of Mr. Britling's discourse. He did most of the table talk and all that mattered. Teddy was an assenting voice. Hugh was silent and apparently a little inattentive. Mrs. Britling was thinking of the courses and the servants and the boys, and giving her husband only half an ear. Captain Carmine said little, and seemed to be troubled by some disagreeable preoccupation. Now and then he would endorse or supplement the things Mr. Britling was saying. Thrice he remarked, "People still do not begin to understand." End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 4. It was only when they sat together in the barn court, out of the way of Mrs. Britling and the children, that Captain Carmine was able to explain his listless bearing and jaded appearance. He was suffering from a bad nervous shock. He had hardly taken over his command before one of his men had been killed, and killed in a manner that had left a scar upon his mind. The man had been guarding a tunnel, and he had been knocked down by one train when crossing the line behind another. So it was that the bomb of Sarajevo killed its first victim in Essex. Captain Carmine had found the body. He had found the body in a cloudy moonlight. He had almost fallen over it, and his sensations and emotions had been eminently disagreeable. He had had to drag the body, it was very dreadfully mangled, off the permanent way. The damaged, almost severed head had twisted about very horribly in the uncertain light, and afterwards he had found his sleeves saturated with blood. He had not noted this at the time, and when he had discovered it, he had been sick. He had thought the whole thing more horrible and hateful than any nightmare, but he had succeeded in behaving with a sufficient practicality to set an example to his men. Since this had happened, he had not had an hour of dreamless sleep. "One doesn't expect to be called upon like that," said Captain Carmine, "suddenly here in England, when one is smoking after supper." Mr. Britling listened to this experience with distressed brows. All his talking and thinking became to him like the open page of a monthly magazine. Across it, this bloody smear, this thing of red and black, was dragged. 5. The smear was still bright red in Mr. Britling's thoughts when Teddy came to him. "I must go," said Teddy. "I can't stop here any longer." "Go where?" "Into Khaki. I've been thinking of it ever since the war began. Do you remember what you said when we were bullying off at hockey on Bank Holiday, the day before war was declared?" Mr. Britling had forgotten completely. He made an effort. "What did I say?" "You said, 'What the devil are we doing at this hockey? We ought to be drilling or shooting against those confounded Germans.' I've never forgotten it. I ought to have done it before. I've been a scoutmaster. In a little while they will want officers. In London, I'm told, there are a lot of officers' training corps putting men through the work as quickly as possible. If I could go—" "What does Letty think?" said Mr. Britling after a pause. This was right, of course, the only right thing, and yet he was surprised. "She says if you'd let her try to do my work for a time—" "She wants you to go?" "Of course she does," said Teddy. "She wouldn't like me to be a shirker, but I can't unless you help." "I'm quite ready to do that," said Mr. Britling, "but somehow I didn't think it of you. I hadn't somehow thought of you." "What did you think of me?" asked Teddy. "It's bringing the war home to us. Of course you ought to go, if you want to go." He reflected. It was odd to find Teddy in this mood, strung up and serious and businesslike. He felt that in the past he had done Teddy injustice. This young man wasn't as trivial as he had thought him. They fell to discussing ways and means. There might have to be a loan for Teddy's outfit if he did presently secure a commission, and there were one or two other little matters. Mr. Britling dismissed a ridiculous fancy that he was paying to send Teddy away to something that neither that young man nor Letty understood properly. The next day, Teddy vanished Londonward on his bicycle. He was going to lodge in London in order to be near his training. He was zealous. Never before had Teddy been zealous. Mrs. Teddy came to the Dower House for the correspondence, trying not to look self-conscious and important. 2 Mondays later, a very bright-eyed, excited little boy came running to Mr. Britling, who was smoking after lunch in the rose garden. "Daddy!" squealed the little boy. "Teddy, in khaki!" The other junior Britling danced in front of the hero, who was walking beside Mrs. Britling and trying not to be too aggressively a soldierly figure. He looked a very man in khaki, and more of a boy than ever. Mrs. Teddy came behind, quietly elated. Mr. Britling had a recurrence of that same disagreeable fancy that these young people didn't know exactly what they were going into. He wished he was in khaki himself. Then he fancied this compunction wouldn't trouble him quite so much. The afternoon with them deepened his conviction that they really didn't in the slightest degree understand. Life had been so good to them hitherto that even the idea of Teddy's going off to the war seemed a sort of fun to them. It was just a thing he was doing, a serious, seriously amusing, and very creditable thing. It involved his dressing up in these unusual clothes and receiving salutes in the street. They discussed every possible aspect of his military outlook, with the zest of children who recount the merits of a new game. They were putting Teddy through his stages at a tremendous pace. In quite a little time he thought he would be given the chance of a commission. "They want subalterns badly. Already they've taken nearly a third of our people," he said, and added with the wistfulness of one who glances at inaccessible delights, "1 or 2 may get out to the front quite soon." He spoke as a young actor might speak of a star part, and with a touch of the quality of one who longs to travel in strange lands. One must be patient. Things come at last. "If I'm killed, she gets £80 a year," Teddy explained, among many other particulars. He smiled, the smile of a confident immortal at this amusing idea. "He's my little annuity," said Letty, also smiling, "dead or alive." "We'll miss Teddy in all sorts of ways," said Mr. Britling. "It's only for the duration of the war," said Teddy, "and Letty's very intelligent. I've done my best to chasten the evil in her." "If you think you're going to get back your job after the war," said Letty, "you're very much mistaken. I'm going to raise the standard." "You?" said Teddy, regarding her coldly, and proceeding ostentatiously to talk of other things. 6. "Hugh's going to be in khaki, too," the elder junior told Teddy. "He's too young to go out in Kitchener's army, but he's joined the Territorials. He went off on Thursday. I wish Gilbert and me was older." Mr. Britling had known his son's purpose since the evening of Teddy's announcement. Hugh had come to his father's study as he was sitting musing at his writing desk over the important question whether he should continue his examination of war uninterruptedly, or whether he should not put that on one side for a time, and set himself to state as clearly as possible the not too generally recognized misfit between the will and strength of Britain on the one hand, and her administrative and military organization on the other. He felt that an enormous amount of human enthusiasm and energy was being refused and wasted. That if things went on as they were going, there would continue to be a quite disastrous shortage of gear, and that some broadening change was needed immediately if the swift exemplary victory over Germany that his soul demanded was to be ensured. Suppose he were to write some noisy articles at once, an article, for instance, to be called "The War of the Mechanics," or "The War of Gear," and another on "Without civil strength there is no victory." If he wrote such things, would they be noted, or would they just vanish indistinguishably into the general mental tumult? Would they be audible and helpful shouts, or just waste of shouting? That, at least, was what he supposed himself to be thinking. It was, at any rate, the main current of his thinking. But all the same, just outside the circle of his attention, a number of other things were dimly apprehended, bobbing up and down in the flood, and ready at the slightest chance to swirl into the center of his thoughts. There was, for instance, Captain Carmine in the moonlight, lugging up a railway embankment, something horrible, something loose and wet and warm that had very recently been a man. There was Teddy, serious and patriotic, filling a feudal penman with incredulous respect. There was the thin-faced man at the club, and a curious satisfaction he had betrayed in the public disarrangement. And there was Hugh. Particularly there was Hugh, silent but watchful. The boy never babbled. He had his mother's gift of deep, dark silences, out of which she was wont to flash, a black princess waving a sword. He wandered for a little while among memories. But Hugh didn't come out like that, though it always seemed possible he might. Perhaps he didn't come out because he was a son. Revelation to his father wasn't his business. What was he thinking of it all? What was he going to do? Mr. Britling was acutely anxious that his son should volunteer. He was almost certain that he would volunteer, but there was just a little shadow of doubt whether some extraordinary subtlety of mind mightn't have carried the boy into a pacifist attitude. No, that was impossible. In the face of Belgium. But as greatly, and far more deeply in the warm flesh of his being, did Mr. Britling desire that no harm, no evil should happen to Hugh. The door opened, and Hugh came in. Mr. Britling glanced over his shoulder with an affectation of indifference. "Hello," he said. "What do you want?" Hugh walked awkwardly to the hearthrug. "Oh," he said in an offhand tone, "I suppose I've got to go soldiering for a bit. I just thought I'd rather like to go off with a man I know tomorrow." Mr. Britling's manner remained casual. "It's the only thing to do now, I'm afraid," he said. He turned in his chair and regarded his son. "What do you mean to do? OTC?" "I don't think I should make much of an officer. I hate giving orders to other people. We thought we'd just go together into the Essex regiment as privates." There was a little pause. Both father and son had rehearsed this scene in their minds several times, and now they found that they had no use for a number of sentences that had been most effective in these rehearsals. Mr. Britling scratched his cheek with the end of his pen. "I'm glad you want to go, Hugh," he said. "I don't want to go," said Hugh, with his hands deep in his pockets. "I want to go and work with Cardinal. But this job has to be done by everyone. Haven't you been saying as much all day? It's like turning out to chase a burglar or suppress a mad dog. It's like necessary sanitation." "You aren't attracted by soldiering?" "Not a bit. I won't pretend it, Daddy. I think the whole business is a bore. Germany seems to me now just like some heavy, horrible, dirty mass that has fallen across Belgium and France. We've got to shove the stuff back again, that's all." He volunteered some further remarks to his father's silence. "You know, I can't get up a bit of tootle about this business," he said. "I think killing people or getting killed is a thoroughly nasty habit. I expect my share will be just drilling and fatigue duties and route marches and loafing here in England." "You can't possibly go out for 2 years," said Mr. Britling, as if he regretted it. A slight hesitation appeared in Hugh's eyes. "I suppose not," he said. "Things ought to be over by then, anyhow," Mr. Britling added, betraying his real feelings. "So it's really just helping at the furthest end of the shove," Hugh endorsed, but still with that touch of reservation in his manner. The pause had the effect of closing the theoretical side of the question. "Where do you propose to enlist?" said Mr. Britling, coming down to practical details. 7. The Battle of the Marne passed into the Battle of the Aisne, and then the long lines of the struggle streamed northwestward until the British were back in Belgium, failing to clutch Menin, and then defending Ypres. The elation of September followed the bedazzlement and dismay of August into the chapter of forgotten moods. And Mr. Britling's sense of the magnitude, the weight and duration of this war beyond all wars increased steadily. The feel of it was less and less a feeling of crisis, and more a feeling of new conditions. It wasn't, as it had seemed at first, the end of one human phase and the beginning of another. It was in itself a phase. It was a new way of living. And still he could find no real point of contact for himself with it all, except the point of his pen. Only at his writing desk, and more particularly at night, were the great presences of the conflict his. Yet he was always desiring some more personal and physical participation. Hugh came along one day in October in an ill-fitting uniform, looking already coarser in fibre, and with a nose scorched red by the autumnal sun. He said the life was rough, but it made him feel extraordinarily well. Perhaps man was made to toil until he dropped asleep from exhaustion, to fast for 10 or 12 hours, and then eat like a wolf. He was acquiring a taste for Woodbine cigarettes, and a heady variety of mineral waters called Monsters. He feared promotion. He felt he could never take the high line with other human beings demanded of a corporal. He was still trying to read a little chemistry and crystallography, but it didn't go with the life. In the scanty leisure of a recruit in training, it was more agreeable to lie about and write doggerel verses and draw caricatures of the men in one's platoon. Invited to choose what he liked by his family, he demanded a large tuck-box such as he used to have at school, only much larger, and a big tin of insect powder. It must be able to kill ticks. When he had gone, the craving for a personal share in the nation's physical exertions became overpowering in Mr. Britling. He wanted, he felt, to get his skin into it. He had decided that the volunteer movement was a hopeless one. The War Office, after a stout resistance to any volunteer movement at all, decided to recognize it in such a manner as to make it ridiculous. The volunteers were to have no officers and no uniforms that could be remotely mistaken for those of the regulars, so that in the event of an invasion, the Germans would be able to tell what they had to deal with miles away. Wilkins found his conception of a whole nation, all enrolled, all listed and badged according to capacity, his dream of everyone falling into place in one great voluntary national effort, treated as the childish dreaming of that most ignorant of all human types, a novelist. Punch was delicately funny about him. He was represented as wearing a preposterous cocked hat of his own designing cocked hats for everyone. Wilkins was told to shut up in a multitude of anonymous letters, and publicly and privately to leave things to Kitchener. To bellow in loud, clear tones, leave things to Kitchener, and to depart for the theatre or the river or an automobile tour, was felt very generally at that time to be the proper conduct for a patriot. There was a very general persuasion that to become a volunteer when one ought to be just modestly doing nothing at all was in some obscure way a form of disloyalty. So Mr. Britling was out of conceit with volunteering, and instead he went and was duly sworn and entrusted with the badge of a special constable. The duties of a special constable were chiefly not to understand what was going on in the military sphere, and to do what he was told in the way of watching and warding conceivably vulnerable points. He had also to be available in the event of civil disorder. Mr. Britling was provided with a truncheon, and sent out to guard various culverts, bridges, and fords in the hilly country to the northwestward of Matching-Zizi. It was never very clear to him what he would do if he found a motor car full of armed enemies engaged in undermining a culvert or treacherously deepening some strategic ford. He supposed he would either engage them in conversation or hit them with his truncheon, or perhaps do both things simultaneously. But as he really did not believe for a moment that any human being was likely to tamper with the telegraphs, telephones, ways, and appliances committed to his care, his uncertainty did not trouble him very much. He prowled the lonely lanes and paths in the darkness, and became better acquainted with a multitude of intriguing little cries and noises that came from the hedges and coverts at night. One night he rescued a young leveret from a stoat, who seemed more than half inclined to give him battle for its prey, until he cowed and defeated it with the glare of his electric torch. As he prowled the countryside under the great hemisphere of Essex sky, or leant against fences, or sat drowsily upon gates, or sheltered from wind and rain under ricks or sheds, he had much time for meditation, and his thoughts went down and down below his first surface impressions of the war. He thought no longer of the rights and wrongs of this particular conflict, but of the underlying forces in mankind that made war possible. He planned no more ingenious treaties and conventions between the nations, and instead he faced the deeper riddles of essential evil and of conceivable changes in the heart of man. And the rain assailed him, and thorns tore him, and the soaked soft meadows bogged and betrayed his wandering feet, and the little underworld of the hedges and ditches hissed and squealed in the darkness, and pursued and fled, and devoured or were slain. And one night in April he was perplexed by a commotion among the pheasants, and a barking of distant dogs, and then, to his great astonishment, he heard noises like a distant firework display, and saw something like a phantom yellowish fountain pen in the sky, far away to the east, lit intermittently by a quivering searchlight, and going very swiftly. And after he had rubbed his eyes and looked again, he realized that he was looking at a Zeppelin flying Londonward over Essex. And all that night was wonder. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7. Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 8. While Mr. Britling was trying to find his duty in the routine of a special constable, Mrs. Britling set to work with great energy to attend various classes and qualify herself for Red Cross work. And early in October came the great drive of the Germans toward Antwerp and the sea, the great drive that was apparently designed to reach Calais, and which swept before it multitudes of Flemish refugees. There was an exodus of all classes from Antwerp into Holland and England, and then a huge process of depopulation in Flanders and the Pas de Calais. This flood came to the eastern and southern parts of England, and particularly to London, and there hastily improvised organizations distributed it to a number of local committees, each of which took a share of the refugees, hired and furnished unoccupied houses for the use of the penniless, and assisted those who had means into comfortable quarters. The Matching's Easy Committee found itself with accommodation for 60 people, and with a miscellaneous bag of 30 individuals entrusted to its care, who had been part of the load of a little pirate steamboat from Ostend. There were 2 Flemish peasant families, and the rest were more or less middle-class refugees from Antwerp. They were brought from the station to the tithe barn at Claverings, and there distributed, under the personal supervision of Lady Homerton and her agent, among those who were prepared for their entertainment. There was something like competition among the would-be hosts. Everybody was glad of the chance of doing something, and anxious to show these Belgians what England thought of their plucky little country. Mr. Britling was proud to lead off a Mr. Vonderpont, a neat little bearded man in a black tailcoat, a black bowler hat, and a knitted muffler, with a large rucksack and a conspicuously foreign-looking bicycle, to the hospitalities of Dower House. Mr. Vonderpont had escaped from Antwerp at the 11th hour. He had caught a severe cold, and, it would seem, lost his wife and family in the process. He had much to tell Mr. Britling, and in his zeal to tell it, he did not at once discover that, though Mr. Britling knew French quite well, he did not know it very rapidly. The dinner that night at the Dower House marked a distinct fresh step in the approach of the Great War to the old habits and securities of Matching's Easy. The war had indeed filled everyone's mind to the exclusion of all other topics since its very beginning. It had carried off Herr Heinrich to Germany, Teddy to London, and Hugh to Colchester. It had put a special brassard round Mr. Britling's arm, and carried him out into the night, given Mrs. Britling several certificates, and interrupted the frequent visits and gossip of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. But so far it had not established a direct contact between the life of Matching's Easy and the grim business of shot, shell, and bayonet at the front. But now here was the Dower House accomplishing wonderful idioms in Anglo-French, and an animated guest telling them, sometimes one understood clearly, and sometimes the meaning was clouded, of men blown to pieces under his eyes, of fragments of human beings lying about in the streets. There was trouble over the expression omoplate d'une femme, until one of the youngsters got the dictionary and found out it was the shoulder blade of a woman. Of pools of blood everywhere, and of flight in the darkness. Mr. Vonderpont had been in charge of the dynamos at the Antwerp power station. He had been keeping the electrified wires in the entanglements alive, and he had stuck to his post until the German high explosives had shattered his wires and rendered his dynamos useless. He gave vivid little pictures of the noises of the bombardment, of the dead lying casually in the open spaces, of the failure of the German guns to hit the bridge of boats across which the bulk of the defenders and refugees escaped. He produced a little tourist's map of the city of Antwerp, and dotted at it with a pencil case. What do you call? Shells, fell so, and so, and so. Across here he had fled on his bicana, and along here and here. He had carried off his rifle, and hid it with the rifles of various other Belgians, between floor and ceiling of a house in Zeebrugge. He had found the pirate steamer in the harbor, its captain resolved to extract the uttermost fare out of every refugee he took to London. When they were all aboard and started, they found there was no food except the hard ration biscuits of some Belgian soldiers. They had portioned this out like shipwrecked people on a raft. The mare had been calme, thank heaven. All night they had been pumping. He had helped with the pumps. But Mr. Vonderpont hoped still to get a reckoning with the captain of that ship. Mr. Vonderpont had had shots at various Zeppelins. When the Zeppelins came to Antwerp, everybody turned out on the roofs and shot at them. He was contemptuous of Zeppelins. He made derisive gestures to express his opinion of them. They could do nothing unless they came low, and if they came low you could hit them. One which ventured down had been riddled. It had had to drop all its bombs. Luckily they fell in an open field, in order to make its lame escape. It was all nonsense to say, as the English papers did, that they took part in the final bombardment. Not a Zeppelin. So he talked, and the Britling family listened, and understood as much as they could, and replied and questioned in Anglo-French. Here was a man who but a few days ago had been steering his bicycle in the streets of Antwerp to avoid shell craters, pools of blood, and the torn-off arms and shoulder blades of women. He had seen houses flaring, set afire by incendiary bombs, and once at a corner he had been knocked off his bicycle by the poof of a bursting shell. Not only were these things in the same world with us, they were sitting at our table. He told one grim story of an invalid woman unable to move, lying in bed in her appartement, and of how her husband went out on the balcony to look at the Zeppelin. There was a great noise of shooting. Ever and again he would put his head back into the room and tell her things, and then after a time he was silent and looked in no more. She called to him and called again. Becoming frightened, she raised herself by a great effort and peered through the glass. At first she was too puzzled to understand what had happened. He was hanging over the front of the balcony, with his head twisted oddly. Twisted and shattered. He had been killed by shrapnel, fired from the outer fortifications. These are the things that happen in histories and stories. They do not happen at Matching Zizi. Mr. Vonderpont did not seem to be angry with the Germans, but he manifestly regarded them as people to be killed. He denounced nothing that they had done. He related. They were just an evil accident that had happened to Belgium and mankind. They had to be destroyed. He gave Mr. Britling an extraordinary persuasion that knives were being sharpened in every cellar in Brussels and Antwerp against the day of inevitable retreat, of a resolution to exterminate the invader that was far too deep to be vindictive. And the man was most amazingly unconquered. Mr. Britling perceived the label on his habitual dinner wine with a slight embarrassment. "Do you care," he asked, "to drink a German wine? This is Bernkasteller, from the Moselle." Mr. Vonderpont reflected. "But it is a good wine," he said. "After the peace it will be Belgian. Yes, if we are to be safe in the future from such a war as this, we must have our boundaries right up to the Rhine." So he sat and talked, flushed and, as it were, elated by the vividness of all that he had undergone. He had no trace of tragic quality, no hint of subjugation. but for his costume and his trimmed beard and his language, he might have been a Dubliner or a Cockney. He was astonishingly cut off from all his belongings. His house in Antwerp was abandoned to the invader, valuables and cherished objects very skilfully buried in the garden. He had no change of clothing except what the rucksack held. His only footwear were the boots he came in. He could not get on any of the slippers in the house, they were all too small for him, until suddenly Mrs. Britling bethought herself of Herr Heinrich's pair, still left unpacked upstairs. She produced them, and they fitted exactly. It seemed only poetical justice, a foretaste of national compensations, to annex them to Belgium forthwith. Also, it became manifest that Mr. Vonderpont was cut off from all his family, and suddenly he became briskly critical of the English way of doing things. His wife and child had preceded him to England, crossing by Ostend and Folkestone a fortnight ago. Her parents had come in August. Both groups had been seized upon by improvised British organizations, and very thoroughly and completely lost. He had written to the Belgian embassy, and they had referred him to a committee in London, and the committee had begun its services by discovering a Madame Vonderpont hitherto unknown to him at Camberwell, and displaying a certain suspicion and hostility when he said she would not do. There had been some futile telegrams. "What," asked Mr. Vonderpont, "ought one to do?" Mr. Britling temporized by saying he would make inquiries, and put Mr. Vonderpont off for 2 days. Then he decided to go up to London with him and make inquiries on the spot. Mr. Vonderpont did not discover his family, but Mr. Britling discovered the profound truth of a comment of Herr Heinrich's, which he had hitherto considered utterly trivial, but which had nevertheless stuck in his memory. "The English," Herr Heinrich had said, "do not understand indexing. It is the root of all good organization." Finally, Mr. Vonderpont adopted the irregular course of asking every Belgian he met if they had seen anyone from his district in Antwerp, if they had heard of the name of Vonderpont, if they had encountered so-and-so or so-and-so. And by obstinacy and good fortune, he really got on to the track of Madame Vonderpont. She had been carried off into Kent, and a day later the Dower House was the scene of a happy reunion. Madame was a slender lady, dressed well and plainly, with a Belgian common sense and a Catholic reserve, and André was like a child of wax, delicate and charming and unsubstantial. It seemed incredible that he could ever grow into anything so buoyant and incessant as his father. The Britling boys had to be warned not to damage him. A sitting room was handed over to the Belgians for their private use, and for a time the two families settled into the Dower House side by side. Anglo-French became the table language of the household. It hampered Mr. Britling very considerably, and both families set themselves to much unrecorded observation, much unspoken mutual criticism, and the exercise of great patience. It was tiresome for the English to be tied to a language that crippled all spontaneous talk. These linguistic gymnastics were fun to begin with, but soon they became very troublesome. And the Belgians suspected sensibilities in their hosts, and a vast unwritten code of etiquette that did not exist. At first they were always waiting, as it were, to be invited or told or included. They seemed always deferentially backing out from intrusions. Moreover, they would not at first reveal what food they liked or what they didn't like, or whether they wanted more or less. But these difficulties were soon smoothed away. They anglicized quickly and cleverly. André grew bold and cheerful, and lost his first distrust of his rather older English playmates. Every day at lunch he produced a new, carefully prepared piece of English, though for some time he retained a marked preference for "Good morning, sir," and "Thank you very much," over all other locutions, and fell back upon them on all possible and many impossible occasions. And he could do some sleight-of-hand tricks with remarkable skill and humour, and fold paper with quite astonishing results. Meanwhile, Mr. Vonderpont sought temporary employment in England, went for long rides upon his bicycle, exchanged views with Mr. Britling upon a variety of subjects, and became a wonderful player of hockey. He played hockey with an extraordinary zest and nimbleness. Always he played in the tailcoat, and the knitted muffler was never relinquished. He treated the game entirely as an occasion for quick tricks and personal agility. He bounded about the field like a kitten, he pirouetted suddenly, he leapt into the air and came down in new directions. His fresh-colored face was alive with delight. The coat-tails and the muffler trailed and swished about breathlessly behind his agility. He never passed to other players. He never realized his appointed place in the game. He sought simply to make himself a leaping screen about the ball as he drove it towards the goal. But André he would not permit to play at all. And Madame played like a lady, like a Madonna, like a saint carrying the instrument of her martyrdom. The game and its enthusiasms flowed round her and receded from her. She remained quite valiant, but tolerant, restrained, doing her best to do the extraordinary things required of her, but essentially a being of passive dignities, living chiefly for them. Letty, careering by her, keen and swift, was like a creature of a different species. Mr. Britling celebrated abundantly about these contrasts. "What has been blown in among us by these German shells," he said, "is essentially a Catholic family, blown clean out of its setting, we who are really Neo-Europeans. At first you imagine there is nothing separating us but language. Presently you find that language is the least of our separations. These people are people living upon fundamentally different ideas from ours, ideas far more definite and complete than ours. You imagine that home in Antwerp as something much more rounded off, much more closed in, a cell, a real social unit, a different thing altogether from this place of meeting. Our boys play cheerfully with all comers. Little André hasn't learned to play with any outside children at all. We must seem incredibly open to these Vonderponts. A house without sides. Last Sunday I could not find out the names of the two girls who came on bicycles and played so well. They came with Kitty Westrup, and Vonderpont wanted to know how they were related to us, or how was it they came. Look at Madame. She's built on a fundamentally different plan from any of our womenkind here. Tennis, the bicycle, co-education, the two-step, the higher education of women. Say these things over to yourself and think of her. It's like talking of a nun in riding breeches. She's a specialized woman, specializing in womanhood. Her sphere is the home. Soft, trailing, draping skirts, slow movements, a veiled face. For no oriental veil could be more effectual than her beautiful Catholic quiet. Catholicism invented the invisible purdah. She is far more akin to that sweet little Indian lady with the wonderful robes whom Carmine brought over with her tall husband last summer than she is to Letty or Sissy. She, too, undertook to play hockey, and played it very much as Madame Vonderpont played it. "The more I see of our hockey," said Mr. Britling, "the more wonderful it seems to me as a touchstone of character and culture and breeding." Mr. Manning, to whom he was delivering this discourse, switched him on to a new track by asking what he meant by Neo-European. "It's a bad phrase," said Mr. Britling. "I'll withdraw it. Let me try and state exactly what I have in mind. I mean something that is coming up in America and here and the Scandinavian countries and Russia, a new culture, an escape from the Levantine religion and the Catholic culture that came to us from the Mediterranean, Let me drop Neo-European. Let me say Northern. We are Northerners. The key, the heart, the nucleus and essence of every culture is its conception of the relations of men and women. And this new culture tends to diminish the specialization of women as women, to let them out from the cell of the home into common citizenship with men. It's a new culture, still in process of development, which will make men more social and cooperative, and women bolder, swifter, more responsible and less cloistered. It minimizes instead of exaggerating the importance of sex. And, said Mr. Britling, in very much the tones in which a preacher might say, sixthly, it is just all this northern tendency that this world struggle is going to release. This war is pounding through Europe, smashing up homes, dispersing and mixing homes, setting Madame Vonderpond playing hockey, and André climbing trees with my young ruffians. It is killing young men by the millions, altering the proportions of the sexes for a generation, bringing women into business and office and industry, destroying the accumulated wealth that kept so many of them in refined idleness, flooding the world with strange doubts and novel ideas. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 9 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 9. But the conflict of manners and customs that followed the invasion of the English villages by French and Belgian refugees did not always present the immigrants as Catholics and the hosts as Neo-European. In the case of Mr. Dimple, it was the other way round. He met Mr. Britling in Clavering's Park and told him his troubles. "Of course," he said, "we have to do our utmost for brave little Belgium. I would be the last to complain of any little inconvenience one may experience in doing that. Still, I must confess, I think you and dear Mrs. Britling are fortunate, exceptionally fortunate, in the Belgians you have got. My guests, it's unfortunate. The man is some sort of journalist, and quite, much too much, an atheist. An open, positive one. Not simply honest doubt. I'm quite prepared for honest doubt nowadays. You and I have no quarrel over that. But he is aggressive. He makes remarks about miracles, quite derogatory remarks, and not always in French. Sometimes he almost speaks English, and in front of my sister. And he goes out, he says, looking for a café. He never finds a café, but he certainly finds every public house within a radius of miles. And he comes back smelling dreadfully of beer. When I drop a little hint, he blames the beer. He says it is not good beer. Our good Essex beer. He doesn't understand any of our simple ways. He's sophisticated. The girls about here wear Belgian flags, and air their little bits of French. And he takes it as an encouragement. Only yesterday there was a scene. It seems he tried to kiss the Hickson girl at the inn, Maudie. And his wife, a great big slow woman. In every way she is ample. It's dreadful even to seem to criticize, but I do so wish she would not see fit to sit down and nourish her baby in my poor old bachelor drawing-room, often at the most unseasonable times, and so lavishly. Mr. Britling attempted consolations. "But anyhow," said Mr. Dimple, "I'm better off than poor dear Mrs. Bin. She secured 2 milliners. She insisted upon them. And their clothes were certainly beautifully made. Even my poor old unworldly eye could tell that. And she thought 2 milliners would be so useful with a large family like hers. They certainly said they were milliners. But it seems, I don't know what we shall do about them. My dear Mr. Britling, those young women are anything but milliners, anything but milliners." A faint gleam of amusement was only too perceptible through the good man's horror. "Sirens, my dear Mr. Britling, sirens, by profession." 10. October passed into November, and day by day Mr. Britling was forced to apprehend new aspects of the war, to think and rethink the war, to have his first conclusions checked and tested, twisted askew, replaced. His thoughts went far and wide and deeper, until all his earlier writing seemed painfully shallow to him, seemed a mere automatic response of obvious comments to the stimulus of the war's surprise. As his ideas became subtler and profounder, they became more difficult to express. He talked less. He became abstracted and irritable at table. To two people in particular, Mr. Britling found his real ideas inexpressible: to Mr. Durek and to Mr. Vonderpont. Each of these gentlemen brought with him the implication or the intimation of a critical attitude towards England. It was all very well for Mr. Britling himself to be critical of England. That is an Englishman's privilege. To hear Mr. Vonderpont questioning British efficiency, or to suspect Mr. Durek of high, thin American superiorities to war, was almost worse than to hear Mrs. Harrodine saying hostile things about Edith. It roused an even acuter protective emotion. In the case of Mr. Vonderpont, matters were complicated by the difficulty of the language, which made anything but the crudest statements subject to incalculable misconception. Mr. Vonderpont had not the extreme tactfulness of his so typically Catholic wife. He made it only too plain that he thought the British postal and telegraph service slow and slack, and the management of the Great Eastern branch lines wasteful and inefficient. He said the workmen in the fields, and the workmen he saw upon some cottages near the junction, worked slowlier and with less interest than he had ever seen any workman display in all his life before. He marveled that Mr. Britling lit his house with acetylene and not electric light. He thought fresh eggs were insanely dear, and his opinion of Matching's easy pig-keeping was uncomplimentary. The roads, he said, were not a means of getting from place to place. They were a dédale. He drew derisive maps with his finger on the tablecloth of the lane system about the Dower House. He was astonished that there was no café in Matching's Easy. He declared that the public house, to which he went with considerable expectation, was no public house at all. It was just a sly place for drinking beer. All these were things Mr. Britling might have remarked himself. From a Belgian refugee, he found them intolerable. He set himself to explain to Mr. Vonderpont, firstly, that these things did not matter in the slightest degree. The national attention, the national interest, ran in other directions. And secondly, that they were, as a matter of fact and on the whole, merits slightly disguised. He produced a pleasant theory that England is really not the Englishman's field. It is his breeding place, his resting place, a place not for efficiency but good humor. If Mr. Vonderpont were to make inquiries, he would find there was scarcely a home in Matching's Easy that had not sent some energetic representative out of England to become one of the English of the world. England was the last place in which English energy was spent. These hedges, these dilatory roads, were full of associations. There was a road that turned aside near Market Saffron to avoid Turk's Wood. It had been called Turk's Wood first in the 14th century, after a man of that name. He quoted Chesterton's happy verses to justify these winding lanes. The road turned first towards the left, where Perkins' quarry made the cleft. The path turned next towards the right, because the mastiff used to bite. And again. And I should say they wound about to find the town of Roundabout. the merry town of Roundabout that makes the world go round. If our easy-going ways hampered a hard efficiency, they did at least develop humor and humanity. Our diplomacy, at any rate, had not failed us. He did not believe a word of this stuff. His deep, irrational love for England made him say these things. For years he had been getting himself into hot water because he had been writing and hinting just such criticisms as Mr. Vonderpont expressed so bluntly. But he wasn't going to accept foreign help in dissecting his mother. And another curious effect that Mr. Vonderpont had upon Mr. Britling was to produce an obstinate confidence about the war and the nearness of the German collapse. He would promise Mr. Vonderpont that he should be back in Antwerp before May, that the Germans would be over the Rhine by July. He knew perfectly well that his ignorance of all the military conditions was unqualified, but still he could not restrain himself from this kind of thing so soon as he began to speak entente cordiale, Anglo-French, that is to say. Something in his relationship to Mr. Vonderpont obliged him to be acutely and absurdly the protecting British. At times he felt like a conscious bankrupt talking off the hour of disclosure. But indeed, all that Mr. Britling was trying to say against the difficulties of a strange language and an alien temperament was that the honor of England would never be cleared until Belgium was restored and avenged. While Mr. Britling was patrolling unimportant roads and entertaining Mr. Vonderpont with discourses upon the nearness of victory and the subtle estimableness of all that was indolent, wasteful, and evasive in English life, the war was passing from its first swift phases into a slower, grimmer struggle. The German retreat ended at the Aisne, and the long outflanking maneuvers of both hosts towards the Channel began. The English attempts to assist Belgium in October came too late for the preservation of Antwerp, and after a long and complicated struggle in Flanders, the British failed to outflank the German right, lost Ghent, Menin, and the Belgian coast, but held Ypres and beat back every attempt of the enemy to reach Dunkirk and Calais. Meanwhile, the smaller German colonies and islands were falling to the navy. The Australian battleship Sydney smashed the Emden at Coco Island, and the British naval disaster of Coronel was wiped out by the Battle of the Falklands. The Russians were victorious upon their left and took Lemberg, and after some vicissitudes of fortune, advanced to Przemyśl, occupying the larger part of Galicia. But the disaster of Tannenberg had broken their progress in East Prussia, and the Germans were pressing towards Warsaw. Turkey had joined the war and suffered enormous losses in the Caucasus. The Dardanelles had been shelled for the first time, and the British were at Basra on the Euphrates. 11. The Christmas of 1914 found England, whose landscape had hitherto been almost as peaceful and soldierless as Massachusetts, already far gone along the path of transformation into a country full of soldiers and munition makers and military supplies. The soldiers came first, on the well-known and greatly admired British principle of first catch your hare and then build your kitchen. Always before, Christmas had been a time of much gaiety and dressing up and prancing and two-stepping at the Dower House. But this year everything was too uncertain to allow of any gathering of guests. Hugh got leave for the day after Christmas, but Teddy was tied, and Sissy and Letty went off with the small boy to take lodgings near him. The Vonderponts had hoped to see an English Christmas at Matching's Easy, but within 3 weeks of Christmas Day, Mr. Vonderpont found a job that he could do in Nottingham, and carried off his family. The two small boys cheered their hearts with paper decorations, but the Christmas tree was condemned as too German, and it was discovered that Santa Claus had suddenly become Old Father Christmas again. The small boys discovered that the price of lead soldiers had risen, and were unable to buy electric torches on which they had set their hearts. There was to have been a Christmas party at Clavering's, but at the last moment Lady Homerton had to hurry off to an orphan nephew who had been seriously wounded near Ypres, and the light of Clavering's was darkened. Soon after Christmas, there were rumors of an impending descent of the headquarters staff of the Southeastern Army upon Clavering's. Then Mr. Britling found Lady Homerton back from France, and very indignant, because after all, the headquarters were to go to Lady Wensleydale at Ladyholt. It was, she felt, a reflection upon Clavering's. Lady Homerton became still more indignant when presently the new armies, which were gathering now all over England, like floods in a low-lying meadow, came pouring into the parishes about Clavering's to the extent of a battalion and a territorial battery. Mr. Britling heard of their advent only a day or two before they arrived. There came a bright young officer with an orderly, billeting. He was much exercised to get, as he expressed it several times, a quart into a pint bottle. He was greatly pleased with the barn. He asked the size of it and did calculations. He could stick 25 men into it easy. It would go far to solve his problems. He could manage without coming into the house at all. It was a ripping place. No end. "But beds," said Mr. Britling. "Lord, they don't want beds," said the young officer. The whole Britling family, who were lamenting the loss of their Belgians, welcomed the coming of the 25 with great enthusiasm. It made them feel that they were doing something useful once more. For 3 days, Mrs. Britling had to feed her new lodgers. The kitchen motors had as usual gone astray, and she did so in a style that made their boastings about their billet almost insufferable to the rest of their battery. The billeting allowance at that time was 9 pence a head, and Mr. Britling, ashamed of making a profit out of his country, supplied not only generous firing and lighting, but unlimited cigarettes, cards and games, illustrated newspapers, a cocoa supper with such little surprises as sprats and jam roly-poly, and a number of more incidental comforts. The man arrived, fasting under the command of 2 very sage middle-aged corporals, and responded to Mrs. Britling's hospitalities by a number of good resolutions, many of which they kept. They never made noises after 10:30, or at least only now and then when a sing-song broke out with unusual violence. They got up and went out at 5 or 6 in the morning without a sound. They were almost inconveniently helpful, with washing up and tidying round. In quite a little time, Mrs. Britling's mind had adapted itself to the spectacle of 6 young men in khaki breeches and shirts performing their toilets in and about her scullery, or improvising an unsanctioned game of football between the hockey goals. These men were not the miscellaneous men of the new armies. They were the earlier territorial type, with no heroics about them. They came from the Midlands, and their 2 middle-aged corporals kept them well in hand and ruled them like a band of brothers. But they had an illegal side that developed in directions that set Mr. Britling theorizing. They seemed, for example, to poach by nature, as children play and sing. They possessed a promiscuous white dog. They began to add rabbits to their supper menu, unaccountable rabbits. One night there was a mighty smell of frying fish from the kitchen, and the cook reported trout. "Trout?" said Mr. Britling to one of the corporals. "Now where did you chaps get trout?" The fisherman, they said, had got them with a hair noose. They produced the fisherman, of whom they were manifestly proud. It was, he explained, a method of fishing he had learnt when in New York harbor. He had been a stoker. He displayed a confidence in Mr. Britling that made that gentleman an accessory after his offence, his very serious offence against pre-war laws and customs. It was plain that the trout were the trout that Mr. Pumshock, the stockbroker and amateur gentleman, had preserved so carefully in the easy. Hitherto, the countryside had been forced to regard Mr. Pumshock's trout with an almost superstitious respect. A year ago, young Snooker had done a month for one of those very trout. But now things were different. "But I don't really fancy freshwater fish," said the fisherman. "It's just the catching of 'em I like." And a few weeks later, the trumpeter, an angel-faced freckled child with deep blue eyes, brought in a dozen partridge eggs, which he wanted Mary to cook for him. The domesticity of the sacred birds, it was clear, was no longer safe in England. Then again, the big guns would go swinging down the road and into Clavering's Park, and perform various exercises with commendable smartness, and a profound disregard for Lady Homerton's known objection to any departure from the public footpath. And one afternoon, as Mr. Britling took his constitutional walk, a reverie was set going in his mind by the sight of a neglected-looking pheasant with a white collar. The world of Matching Zizi was getting full now of such elderly birds. Would that go on again after the war? He imagined his son Hugh as a grandfather, telling the little ones about parks and preserves and game laws, and footmen and butlers, and the marvelous game of golf, and how, suddenly, Mars came tramping through the land in khaki, and all these things faded and vanished, so that presently it was discovered they were gone. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd, Malignity. 1. And while the countryside of England changed steadily from its lax pacific amenity to the likeness of a rather slovenly armed camp, while long fixed boundaries shifted and dissolved, and a great irreparable wasting of the world's resources gathered way, Mr. Britling did his duty as a special constable, gave his eldest son to the territorials, entertained Belgians, petted his soldiers in the barn, helped Teddy to his commission, contributed to war charities, sold out securities at a loss, and subscribed to the war loan, and thought endlessly about the war. He could think continuously, day by day, of nothing else. His mind was as caught as a galley slave, as unable to escape from tugging at this oar. All his universe was a magnetic field which oriented everything, whether he would have it so or not, to this one polar question. His thoughts grew firmer and clearer. They went deeper and wider. His first superficial judgments were endorsed and deepened or replaced by others. He thought along the lonely lanes at night. He thought at his desk. He thought in bed. He thought in his bath. He tried over his thoughts in essays and leading articles, and reviewed them and corrected them. Now and then came relaxation and lassitude, but never release. The war towered over him like a vigilant teacher, day after day, week after week, regardless of fatigue and impatience, holding a rod in its hand. 2. Certain things had to be forced upon Mr. Britling, because they jarred so greatly with his habits of mind that he would never have accepted them if he could have avoided doing so. Notably, he would not recognize at first the extreme bitterness of this war. He would not believe that the attack upon Britain and Western Europe generally expressed the concentrated emotion of a whole nation. He thought that the Allies were in conflict with a system, and not with a national will. He fought against the persuasion that the whole mass of a great civilized nation could be inspired by a genuine and sustained hatred. Hostility was an uncongenial thing to him. He would not recognize that the greater proportion of human beings are more readily hostile than friendly. He did his best to believe. In his "and now war ends," he did his best to make other people believe that this war was the perverse exploit of a small group of people, of limited but powerful influences, an outrage upon the general geniality of mankind. The cruelty, mischief, and futility of war were so obvious to him that he was almost apologetic in asserting them. He believed that war had but to begin and demonstrate its quality among the Western nations in order to unify them all against its repetition. They would exclaim, "But we can't do things like this to one another." He saw the aggressive imperialism of Germany called to account even by its own people. A struggle, a collapse, a liberal-minded conference of world powers, and a universal resumption of amiability upon a more assured basis of security. He believed, and many people in England believed with him, that a great section of the Germans would welcome triumphant allies as their liberators from intolerable political obsessions. The English, because of their insularity, had been political amateurs for endless generations. It was their supreme vice, it was their supreme virtue, to be easy-going. They had lived in an atmosphere of comedy, and denied in the whole tenor of their lives that life is tragic. Not even the Americans had been more isolated. The Americans had had their Indians, their Negroes, their War of Secession. Until the Great War, the Channel was as broad as the Atlantic for holding off every vital challenge. Even Ireland was away, a 4-hour crossing. And so the English had developed to the fullest extent the virtues and vices of safety and comfort. They had a hatred of science and dramatic behavior. They could see no reason for exactness or intensity. They disliked proceeding to extremes. Ultimately, everything would turn out all right. But they knew what it is to be carried into conflicts by energetic minorities and the trick of circumstances, and they were ready to understand the case of any other country which has suffered that fate. All their habits inclined them to fight good-temperedly and comfortably, to quarrel with a government and not with a people. It took Mr. Britling at least a couple of months of warfare to understand that the Germans were fighting in an altogether different spirit. The first intimations of this that struck upon his mind were the news of the behavior of the Kaiser and the Berlin crowd upon the declaration of war, and the violent treatment of the British subjects seeking to return to their homes. Everywhere such people had been insulted and ill-treated. It was the spontaneous expression of a long-gathered bitterness. While the British ambassador was being howled out of Berlin, the German ambassador to England was taking a farewell stroll quite unmolested in St. James' Park. One item that struck particularly upon Mr. Britling's imagination was the story of the chorus of young women who assembled on the railway platform of the station through which the British ambassador was passing, to sing, to his drawn blinds, "Deutschland, Deutschland über alles." Mr. Britling could imagine those young people, probably dressed more or less uniformly in white, with flushed faces and shining eyes, letting their voices go full-throated in the modern German way. And then came stories of atrocities, stories of the shooting of old men and the butchery of children by the wayside, stories of wounded men bayoneted or burnt alive, of massacres of harmless citizens, of looting and filthy outrages. Mr. Britling did his utmost not to believe these things. They contradicted his habitual world. They produced horrible strains in his mind. They might, he hoped, be misreported so as to seem more violent or less justifiable than they were. They might be the acts of stray criminals and quite disconnected from the normal operations of the war. Here and there some weak-minded officer may have sought to make himself terrible. And as for the bombardment of cathedrals and the crime of Louvain, well, Mr. Britling was prepared to argue that Gothic architecture is not sacrosanct if military necessity cuts through it. It was only after the war had been going on some months that Mr. Britling's fluttering, unwilling mind was pinned down by official reports and a cloud of witnesses to a definite belief in the grim reality of systematic rape and murder, destruction, dirtiness, and abominable compulsions that blackened the first rush of the Prussians into Belgium and Champagne. They came, hating and threatening the lands they outraged. They sought occasion to do frightful deeds. When they could not be frightful in the houses they occupied, then to the best of their ability they were destructive and filthy. The facts took Mr. Britling by the throat. The first thing that really pierced Mr. Britling, with the conviction that there was something essentially different in the English and the German attitude towards the war, was the sight of a bale of German comic papers in the study of a friend in London. They were filled with caricatures of the Allies, and more particularly of the English, and they displayed a force and quality of passion, an incredible force and quality of passion. Their amazing hate and their amazing filthiness alike overwhelmed Mr. Britling. There was no appearance of national pride or national dignity, but a bellowing patriotism, and a limitless desire to hurt and humiliate. They spat. They were red in the face, and they spat. He sat with these violent sheets in his hands, ashamed. "But I say," he said feebly, "it's the sort of thing that might come out of a lunatic asylum." One incredible craving was manifest in every one of them. The German caricaturist seemed unable to represent his enemies except in extremely tight trousers or in none. He was equally unable to represent them without thrusting a sword or bayonet, spluttering blood, into the more indelicate parts of their persons. This was the leitmotif of the war as the German humorists presented it. "But," said Mr. Britling, "these things can't represent anything like the general state of mind in Germany." "They do," said his friend. "But it's blind fury, at the dirt-throwing stage." "The whole of Germany is in that blind fury," said his friend. "While we are going about astonished and rather incredulous about this war, and still rather inclined to laugh, that's the state of mind of Germany. There's a sort of deliberation in it. They think it gives them strength. They want to foam at the mouth. They do their utmost to foam more. They write themselves up. Have you heard of the Hymn of Hate?" Mr. Britling had not. "There was a translation of it in last week's Spectator. This is the sort of thing we are trying to fight in good temper and without extravagance. Listen, Britling. You will we hate with a lasting hate. We will never forego our hate. Hate by water and hate by land. Hate of the head and hate of the hand. Hate of the hammer and hate of the crown. Hate of 70 millions choking down. We love as one, we hate as one. We have one foe and one alone, England." He read on to the end. "Well," he said when he had finished reading, "what do you think of it?" "I want to feel his bumps," said Mr. Britling after a pause. "It's incomprehensible." "They're singing that up and down Germany. Lissauer, I hear, has been decorated." "It's Stark malignity, said Mr. Britling. What have we done? It's colossal. What is to happen to the world if these people prevail? I can't believe it, even with this evidence before me. No, I want to feel their bumps. 3. You see, said Mr. Britling, trying to get it into focus, I have known quite decent Germans. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. I wonder what makes them hate us. There seems to me no reason in it. I think it is just thoroughness, said his friend. They are at war. To be at war is to hate. That isn't at all my idea. We're not a thorough people. When we think of anything, we also think of its opposite. When we adopt an opinion, we also take in a provisional idea that it is probably nearly as wrong as it is right. We are atmospheric. They are concrete. All this filthy, vile, unjust, and cruel stuff is honest, genuine war. We pretend war does not hurt. They know better. The Germans are a simple, honest people. It is their virtue. Possibly it is their only virtue. 4. Mr. Britling was only one of a multitude who wanted to feel the bumps of Germany at that time. The effort to understand a people who had suddenly become incredible was indeed one of the most remarkable facts in English intellectual life during the opening phases of the war. The English state of mind was unlimited astonishment. There was an enormous sale of any German books that seemed likely to illuminate the mystery of this amazing concentration of hostility. The works of Bernhardi, Treitschke, Nietzsche, Houston Stewart Chamberlain became the material of countless articles and interminable discussions. One saw little clerks on the way to the office, and workmen going home after their work, earnestly reading these remarkable writers. They were asking, just as Mr. Britling was asking, what it was the British Empire had struck against. They were trying to account for this wild storm of hostility that was coming at them out of Central Europe. It was a natural next stage to this, when after all it became manifest that instead of there being a liberal and reluctant Germany at the back of imperialism and Junkerdom, there was apparently one solid and enthusiastic people, to suppose that the Germans were in some distinctive way evil, that they were racially more envious, arrogant, and aggressive than the rest of mankind. Upon that supposition, a great number of English people settled. They concluded that the Germans had a peculiar devil of their own, and had to be treated accordingly. That was the second stage in the process of national apprehension, and it was marked by the first beginnings of a spy hunt, by the first denunciation of naturalized aliens, and by some anti-German rioting among the mixed alien population in the East End. Most of the bakers in the East End of London were Germans, and for some months after the war began, they went on with their trade unmolested. Now, many of these shops were wrecked. It was only in October that the British gave these first signs of a sense that they were fighting not merely political Germany, but the Germans. But the idea of a peculiar malignity in the German quality as a key to the broad issue of the war was even less satisfactory and less permanent in Mr. Britling's mind than his first crude opposition of militarism and a peaceful humanity as embodied respectively in the Central Powers and the Russo-Western Alliance. It led logically to the conclusion that the extermination of the German peoples was the only security for the general amiability of the world, a conclusion that appealed but weakly to his essential kindliness. After all, the Germans he had met and seen were neither cruel nor hate-inspired. He came back to that obstinately. From the harshness and vileness of the printed word and the unclean picture, he fell back upon the flesh and blood, the humanity and sterling worth of, as a sample, young Heinrich. who was, moreover, a thoroughly German young German, a thoroughly Prussian young Prussian. At times, young Heinrich alone stood between Mr. Britling and the belief that Germany and the whole German race was essentially wicked, essentially a canting robber nation. Young Heinrich became a sort of advocate for his people before the tribunal of Mr. Britling's mind, and on his shoulder sat an absurdly pampered squirrel. Heinrich's fresh, pink, sedulous face, very earnest, adjusting his glasses, saying, "Please," intervened and insisted upon an arrest of judgment. Since the young man's departure, he had sent 2 postcards of greeting directly to the family Britling, and 1 letter through the friendly intervention of Mr. Britling's American publisher. Once also he sent a message through a friend in Norway. The postcards simply recorded stages in the passage of a distraught pacifist across Holland to his enrollment. The letter by way of America came 2 months later. He had been converted into a combatant with extreme rapidity. He had been trained for 3 weeks, had spent a fortnight in hospital with a severe cold, and had then gone to Belgium as a transport driver. His father had been a horse dealer, and he was familiar with horses. "If anything happens to me," he wrote, "please send my violin, at least, very carefully to my mother." It was characteristic that he reported himself as very comfortably quartered in Courtrai with very nice people. The niceness involved restraints. "Only never," he added, "do we talk about the war. It is better not to do so." He mentioned the violin also in the later communication through Norway. Therein he lamented the lost flesh-pots of Courtrai. He had been in Posen, and now he was in the Carpathians, up to his knees in snow, and very uncomfortable. And then, abruptly, all news from him ceased. Month followed month, and no further letter came. "Something has happened to him. Perhaps he is a prisoner. I hope our little Heinrich hasn't got seriously damaged. He may be wounded. Or perhaps they stop his letters. Very probably they stop his letters." 5. Mr. Britling would sit in his armchair and stare at his fire, and recall conflicting memories of Germany, of a pleasant land, of friendly people. He had spent many a jolly holiday there. So recently as 1911, all the Britling family had gone up the Rhine from Rotterdam, had visited a string of great cities, and stayed for a cheerful month of sunshine at Neunkirchen in the Odenwald. The little village perches high among the hills and woods, and at its very center is the inn and the linden tree and Adam Meyer. Or at least Adam Meyer was there. Whether he is there now, only the spirit of change can tell. If he live to be 100, no friendly English will ever again come tramping along by the track of the Blaue Brücke or the Weisse Strecke to enjoy his hospitality. There are rivers of blood between, and 1,000 memories of hate. It was a village distended with hospitalities. Not only the inn, but all the houses about the place of the linden tree, the shoemakers, the postmistresses, the White House beyond, every house indeed except the pastor's house, were full of Adam Meyer's summer guests. And about it and over it went and soared Adam Meyer, seeing they ate well, seeing they rested well, seeing they had music and did not miss the moonlight. A host who forgot profit in hospitality, an innkeeper with the passion of an artist for his inn. Music, moonlight, the simple German sentiment, the hearty German voices, the great picnic in a Stuhlwagen, the orderly round games the boys played with the German children, and the tramps and confidences Hugh had with Kurt and Karl, and at last a crowning jollification, a dance, with some gypsy musicians whom Mr. Britling discovered, when the Germans taught the English various entertaining sports, with baskets and potatoes and forfeits, and the English introduced the Germans to the license of the two-step. And everybody sang Britannia Rule the Waves and Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. And Adam Meyer got on a chair and made a tremendous speech, more in dialect than ever. And there was much drinking of beer and syrups in the moonlight under the linden. Afterwards there had been a periodic sending of postcards and greetings, which indeed only the war had ended. Right pleasant people those Germans had been, sun and green leaf lovers, for whom frisch auf seemed the most natural of national cries. Mr. Britling thought of the individual Germans who had made up the assembly, of the men's amusingly fierce little hats of green and blue, with an inevitable feather thrust perkily into the hatband behind, of the kindly plumpnesses behind their turned-up moustaches, of the blonde sedentary women, very wise about the comforts of life, and very kind to the children, of their earnest pleasure in landscape and art and great writers, of their general frequent desire to sing, of their plasticity under the directing hands of Adam Meyer. He thought of the mellow South German landscape, rolling away broad and fair, of the little clean red-roofed townships, the old castles, the big prosperous farms, the neatly marked pedestrian routes, the hospitable inns, and the artless, abundant Aussichtsturms. He saw all those memories now through a veil of indescribable sadness, as of a world lost, gone down like the cities of Lyonnesse beneath deep seas. Right pleasant people in a sunny land. Yet here, pressing relentlessly upon his mind, were the murders of Vise, the massacres of Dinant, the massacres of Louvain, murder red-handed and horrible upon an inoffensive people, foully invaded, foully treated, murder done with a sickening cant of righteousness and racial pretension. The two pictures would not stay steadily in his mind together. When he thought of the broken faith that had poured those slaughtering hosts into the decent peace of Belgium, that had smashed her cities, burnt her villages, and filled the pretty gorges of the Ardennes with blood and smoke and terror, he was flooded with self-righteous indignation, a self-righteous indignation that was, indeed, entirely Teutonic in its quality, that for a time drowned out his former friendship and every kindly disposition towards Germany, that inspired him with destructive impulses, and obsessed him with a desire to hear of death and more death and yet death in every German town and home. 6. It will be an incredible thing to the happier reader of a coming age, if ever this poor record of experience reaches a reader in the days to come, to learn how much of the mental life of Mr. Britling was occupied at this time with the mere horror and atrocity of warfare. It is idle and hopeless to speculate now how that future reader will envisage this war. It may take on broad dramatic outlines. It may seem a thing just, logical, necessary, the burning of many barriers, the destruction of many obstacles. Mr. Britling was too near to the dirt and pain and heat for any such broad landscape consolations. Every day some new detail of evil beat into his mind. Now it would be the artless story of some Belgian refugee. There was a girl from Alost in the village, for example, who had heard the fusillade that meant the shooting of citizens, the shooting of people she had known. She had seen the still blood-stained wall against which 2 murdered cousins had died, the streaked sand along which their bodies had been dragged. 3 German soldiers had been quartered in her house with her and her invalid mother, and had talked freely of the massacres in which they had been employed. One of them was, in civil life, a young schoolmaster. and he had, he said, to kill a woman and a baby. The girl had been incredulous. Yes, he had done so. Of course he had done so. His officer had made him do it, had stood over him. He could do nothing but obey. But since then, he had been unable to sleep, unable to forget. "We had to punish the people," he said. "They had fired on us." And besides, his officer had been drunk. It had been impossible to argue. His officer had an unrelenting character at all times. Over and over again, Mr. Britling would try to imagine that young schoolmaster soldier at Alost. He imagined, with a weak, staring face and watery blue eyes behind his glasses, and that memory of murder. Then again it would be some incident of death and mutilation in Antwerp that Mr. Vonderpont described to him. The Germans in Belgium were shooting women frequently, not simply for grave spying, but for trivial offences. Then came the battleship raid on Whitby and Scarborough, and the killing, among other victims, of a number of children on their way to school. This shocked Mr. Britling absurdly, much more than the Belgian crimes had done. They were English children, at home. The drowning of a great number of people on a torpedoed ship full of refugees from Flanders filled his mind with pitiful imaginings for days. The Zeppelin raids, with their slow crescendo of blood-stained futility, began before the end of 1914. It was small consolation for Mr. Britling to reflect that English homes and women and children were, after all, undergoing only the same kind of experience that our ships have inflicted scores of times in the past upon innocent people in the villages of Africa and Polynesia. Each month the war grew bitterer and more cruel. Early in 1915, the Germans began their submarine war, and for a time Mr. Britling's concern was chiefly for the sailors and passengers of the ships destroyed. He noted with horror the increasing indisposition of the German submarines to give any notice to their victims. He did not understand the grim reasons that were turning every submarine attack into a desperate challenge of death. For the Germans under the seas had pitted themselves against a sea power far more resourceful, more steadfast and skillful, sterner and more silent than their own. It was not for many months that Mr. Britling learnt the realities of the submarine blockade. Submarine after submarine went out of the German harbors into the North Sea, never to return. No prisoners were reported, no boasting was published by the British fishers of men. U-boat after U-boat vanished into a chilling mystery. Only later did Mr. Britling begin to hear whispers and form ideas of the noiseless, suffocating grip that sought through the waters for its prey. The Falaba crime, in which the German sailors were reported to have jeered at the drowning victims in the water, was followed by the sinking of the Lusitania. At that, a wave of real anger swept through the Empire. Hate was begetting hate at last. There were violent riots in Great Britain and in South Africa. Wretched little German hairdressers and bakers and so forth fled for their lives, to pay for the momentary satisfaction of the Kaiser and Herr Boleyn. Scores of German homes in England were wrecked and looted, hundreds of Germans maltreated. War is war. Hard upon the Lusitania storm came the publication of the Bryce Report, with its relentless array of witnesses, its particulars of countless acts of cruelty and arrogant unreason and uncleanness in Belgium and the occupied territory of France. Came also the gasping torture of gas, the use of flame jets, and a new exacerbation of the savagery of the actual fighting. For a time, it seemed as though the taking of prisoners along the Western Front would cease. Tales of torture and mutilation, tales of the kind that arise nowhere and out of nothing, and poison men's minds to the most pitiless retaliations, drifted along the opposing fronts. The realities were evil enough without any rumors. Over various dinner tables, Mr. Britling heard this and that first-hand testimony of harshness and spite. One story that stuck in his memory was of British prisoners on the journey into Germany being put apart at a station from their French companions in misfortune and forced to run the gauntlet back to their train between the fists and bayonets of files of German soldiers. And there were convincing stories of the same prisoners, robbed of overcoats in bitter weather, baited with dogs, separated from their countrymen, and thrust among Russians and Poles with whom they could hold no speech. So Lissauer's hate song bore its fruit in 1,000 cruelties to wounded and defenseless men. The English had cheated great Germany of another easy victory like that of 71. They had to be punished. That was all too plainly the psychological process. At one German station, a woman had got out of a train and crossed a platform to spit on the face of a wounded Englishman. And there was no monopoly of such things on either side. At some journalistic gathering, Mr. Britling met a little white-faced, resolute lady who had recently been nursing in the north of France. She told of wounded men lying among the coal of coal-sheds, of a shortage of nurses and every sort of material, of an absolute refusal to permit any share in such things to reach the German swine. Why have they come here? Let our own boys have it first. Why couldn't they stay in their own country? Let the filth die. 2 soldiers impressed to carry a wounded German officer on a stretcher had given him a joyride, pitching him up and down as one tosses a man in a blanket. He was lucky to get off with that. All our men aren't angels, said a cheerful young captain back from the front. If you had heard a little group of our East London boys talking of what they meant to do when they got into Germany, you'd feel anxious. But that was just talk, said Mr. Britling weakly, after a pause. There were times when Mr. Britling's mind was imprisoned beyond any hope of escape amidst such monstrous realities. He was ashamed of his one secret consolation. For nearly 2 years yet, Hugh could not go out to it. There would surely be peace before that. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 7 to 12 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Tormenting the thought of Mr. Britling almost more acutely than this growing tale of stupidly inflicted suffering and waste and sheer destruction was the collapse of the British mind from its first fine phase of braced-up effort into a state of bickering futility. Too long had British life been corrupted by the fictions of loyalty to an uninspiring and alien court, of national piety in an official church, of freedom in a politician-rigged state, of justice in an economic system where the advertiser, the sweater, and usurer had 100 advantages over the producer and artisan, to maintain itself now steadily at any high pitch of heroic endeavor. It had bought its comfort with the demoralization of its servants. It had no completely honest organs. Its spirit was clogged by its accumulated insincerities. brought at last face to face with a bitter hostility and a powerful and unscrupulous enemy, an enemy socialistic, scientific, and efficient to an unexampled degree. It seemed, indeed, to be inspired for a time by an unwanted energy and unanimity. Youth and the common people shone. The sons of every class went out to fight and die, full of a splendid dream of this war. Easy-going vanished from the foreground of the picture, but only to creep back again as the first inspiration passed. Presently, the older men, the seasoned politicians, the owners and hucksters, the charming women, and the habitual consumers began to recover from this blaze of moral exaltation. Old habits of mind and procedure reasserted themselves. The war, which had begun so dramatically, missed its climax. There was neither heroic swift defeat nor heroic swift victory. There was indecision, the most trying test of all for an undisciplined people. Before the Battle of Yser had fully developed, the dramatic quality had gone out of the war. It had ceased to be either a tragedy or a triumph. For both sides, it became a monstrous strain and wasting. It had become a wearisome thrusting against a pressure of evils. Under that strain, the dignity of England broke, and revealed a malignity less focused and intense than the German, but perhaps even more distressing. No paternal government had organized the British spirit for patriotic ends. It became now peevish and impatient, like some ill-trained man who is sick. It directed itself no longer against the enemy alone, but fitfully against imagined traitors and shirkers. It wasted its energies in a deepening and spreading net of internal squabbles and accusations. Now it was the wily indolence of the Prime Minister, now it was the German culture of the Lord Chancellor, now the imaginative enterprise of the First Lord of the Admiralty, that focused a vindictive campaign. There began a hunt for spies and of suspects of German origin in every quarter except the highest. A denunciation now of traitors, now of people with imaginations, now of scientific men, now of the personal friend of the commander-in-chief, now of this group and then of that group. Every day, Mr. Britling read his 3 or 4 newspapers with a deepening disappointment. When he turned from the newspaper to his post, he would find the anonymous letter-writer had been busy. Perhaps Mr. Britling had remarked that Germans were, after all, human beings, or that if England had listened to Matthew Arnold in the 80s, our officers by this time might have added efficiency to their courage and good temper. Perhaps he had himself put a touch of irritant acid into his comment. Back flared the hate. "Who are you, sir? What are you, sir? What right have you, sir? What claim have you, sir?" 8. Life had a wrangling birth. On the head of every one of us rests the ancestral curse of 50 million murders. So Mr. Britling's thoughts shaped themselves in words, as he prowled one night in March, chill and melancholy, across a rushy meadow under an overcast sky. The death squeal of some little beast caught suddenly in a distant copse had set loose this train of thought. Life struggling under a birth curse, he thought. How nearly I come back at times to the Christian theology. And then redemption by the shedding of blood. Life like a rebellious child, struggling out of the control of the hate which made it what it is. But that was Mr. Britling's idea of Gnosticism, not of Orthodox Christianity. He went off for a time into faded reminiscences of theological reading. What had been the Gnostic idea? That the God of the Old Testament was the devil of the New? But that had been the idea of the Manichaeans. Mr. Britling between the black hedges came back presently from his attempts to recall his youthful inquiries into man's ancient speculations, to the enduring riddles that have outlasted 1,000 speculations. Has hate been necessary? And is it still necessary? And will it always be necessary? Is all life a war forever? The rabbit is nimble, lives keenly, is prevented from degenerating into a diseased crawling eater of herbs by the incessant ferret. Without the ferret of war, what would life become? War is murder truly, but is not peace decay? It was during these prowling nights in the first winter of the war that Mr. Britling planned a new writing that was to go whole abysses beneath the facile superficiality of "And Now War Ends." It was to be called The Anatomy of Hate. It was to deal very faithfully with the function of hate as a corrective to inefficiency. So long as men were slack, men must be fierce. This conviction pressed upon him. In spite of his detestation of war, Mr. Britling found it impossible to maintain that any sort of peace state was better than a state of war. If wars produced destructions and cruelties, peace could produce indolence, perversity, greedy accumulation, and selfish indulgences. War is discipline for evil, but peace may be relaxation from good. The poor man may be as wretched in peacetime as in wartime. The gathering forces of an evil peace, the malignity and waste of war, are but obverse and reverse of the metal of ill-adjusted human relationships. Was there no greater peace possible? Not a mere recuperative pause in killing and destruction, but a phase of noble and creative living, a phase of building, of discovery, of beauty and research. He remembered, as one remembers the dead, dreams he had once dreamt of the great cities, the splendid freedoms of a coming age, of marvelous enlargements of human faculty, of a coming science that would be light, and of art that could be power. But would that former peace have ever risen to that? After all, had such visions ever been more than idle dreams? Had the war done more than unmask reality? He came to a gate and leant over it. The darkness drizzled about him. He turned up his collar and watched the dim shapes of trees and hedges gather out of the night to meet the dismal dawn. He was cold and hungry and weary. He may have drowsed. At least he had a vision, very real and plain, a vision very different from any dream of utopia. It seemed to him that suddenly a mine burst under a great ship at sea, that men shouted and women sobbed and cowered, and flares played upon the rain-pitted black waves. And then the picture changed and showed a battle upon land, and searchlights were flickering through the rain, and shells flashed luridly, and men darkly seen in silhouette against red flames ran with fixed bayonets, and slipped and floundered over the mud, and at last, shouting thinly through the wind, leapt down into the enemy trenches. And then he was alone again, staring over a wet, black field, towards a dim crest of shapeless trees. 9. Abruptly and shockingly, this malignity of warfare, which had been so far only a festering cluster of reports and stories and rumors and suspicions, stretched out its arm into Essex, and struck a barb of grotesque cruelty into the very heart of Mr. Britling. Late one afternoon came a telegram from Filmington-on-Sea, where Aunt Wilshire had been recovering her temper in a boarding-house after a round of visits in Yorkshire and the moorlands, and she had been very seriously injured by an overnight German air raid. It was a raid that had not been even mentioned in the morning's papers. She had asked to see him. It was, ran the compressed telegraphic phrase, advisable to come at once. Mrs. Britling helped him pack a bag, and came with him to the station in order to drive the car back to the Dower House. For the gardener's boy, who had hitherto attended to these small duties, had now gone off as an unskilled labourer to some munition works at Chelmsford. Mr. Britling sat in the slow train that carried him across country to the junction for Filmington, and failed altogether to realize what had happened to the old lady. He had an absurd feeling that it was characteristic of her to intervene in affairs in this manner. She had always been so tough and unbent an old lady that until he saw her he could not imagine her as being really seriously and pitifully hurt. But he found her in the hospital, very much hurt indeed. She had been smashed in some complicated manner that left the upper part of her body intact, and lying slantingly upon pillows. Over the horror of bandaged broken limbs and tormented flesh below, sheets and a counterpane were drawn. Morphia had been injected, he understood, to save her from pain, but presently it might be necessary for her to suffer. She lay up in her bed, with an effect of being enthroned, very white and still. Her strong profile, with its big nose and her straggling hair, and a certain dignity, gave her the appearance of some very important, very old man, of an aged pope, for instance, rather than of an old woman. She had made no remark after they had set her and dressed her and put her to bed, except, "Send for Hughie Britling, the Dower House, Matching's easy. He is the best of the bunch." She had repeated the address and this commendation firmly over and over again, in large print as it were, even after they had assured her that a telegram had been dispatched. In the night, they said, she had talked of him. He was not sure at first that she knew of his presence. "Here I am, Aunt Wilshire," he said. She gave no sign. "Your nephew, Hugh." "Mean and preposterous," she said very distinctly. But she was not thinking of Mr. Britling. She was talking of something else. She was saying, "It should not have been known I was here. There are spies everywhere, everywhere. There is a spy now, or a lump very like a spy. They pretend it is a hot water bottle. Pretext. Oh, yes, I admit. Absurd. But I have been pursued by spies, endless spies, endless spies. Their devices are almost incredible. He has never forgiven me. All this on account of a carpet, a palace carpet, over which I had no control. I spoke my mind. He knew I knew of it. I never concealed it. So I was hunted. For years he had meditated revenge. Now he has it. But at what a cost! And they call him Emperor, Emperor! His arm is withered. His son, imbecile. He will die, without dignity." Her voice weakened, but it was evident she wanted to say something more. "I'm here," said Mr. Britling. "Your nephew, Hughie." She listened. "Can you understand me?" he asked. She became suddenly an earnest, tender human being. "My dear," she said, and seemed to search for something in her mind, and failed to find it. "You have always understood me," she tried. "You have always been a good boy to me, Hughie," she said, rather vacantly, and added after some moments of still reflection, "Au fond." After that she was silent for some minutes, and took no notice of his whispers. Then she recollected what had been in her mind. She put out a hand that sought for Mr. Britling's sleeve. "Hughie." "I'm here, Auntie," said Mr. Britling. "I'm here." "Don't let him get at your Hughie. Too good for it, dear. Oh, much, much too good. People let these wars and excitements run away with them. They put too much into them. They aren't worth it. Don't let him get at your Hughie." "No." "You understand me, Hughie?" "Perfectly, Auntie." "Then don't forget it. Ever." She had said what she wanted to say. She had made her testament. She closed her eyes. He was amazed to find this grotesque old creature had suddenly become beautiful, in that silvery vein of beauty one sometimes finds in very old men. She was exalted, as great artists will sometimes exalt the portraits of the aged. He was moved to kiss her forehead. There came a little tug at his sleeve. "I think that is enough," said the nurse, who had stood forgotten at his elbow. "But I can come again." "Perhaps." She indicated departure by a movement of her hand. 10. The next day, Aunt Wilshire was unconscious of her visitor. They had altered her position so that she lay now horizontally, staring inflexibly at the ceiling and muttering queer old disconnected things. The Windsor Castle carpet story was still running through her mind, but mixed up with it now were scraps of the current newspaper controversies about the conduct of the war. And she was still thinking of the dynastic aspects of the war. And of spies. She had something upon her mind about the king's more German aunts. "As a precaution," she said, "as a precaution. Watch them all. The Princess Christian, laying foundation stones, cement, guns. Or else, why should they always be laying foundation stones? Always. Why? Hushed up. None of these things," she said, "in the newspapers. They ought to be." And then, after an interval, very distinctly, "The Duke of Wellington, my ancestor, in reality. Publish and be damned." After that, she lay still. The doctors and nurses could hold out only very faint hopes to Mr. Britling's inquiries. They said, indeed, it was astonishing that she was still alive. And about 7 o'clock that evening, she died. 11. Mr. Britling, after he had looked at his dead cousin for the last time, wandered for an hour or so about the silent little watering place before he returned to his hotel. There was no one to talk to, and nothing else to do but to think of her death. The night was cold and bleak, but full of stars. He had already mastered the local topography, and he knew now exactly where all the bombs that had been showered upon the place had fallen. Here was the corner of blackened walls and roasted beams, where 3 wounded horses had been burnt alive in a barn. Here the row of houses, some smashed, some almost intact, where a mutilated child had screamed for 2 hours before she could be rescued from the debris that had pinned her down and taken to the hospital. Everywhere by the dim light of the shaded street lamps, he could see the black holes and gaps of broken windows, sometimes abundant, sometimes rare and exceptional, among otherwise uninjured dwellings. Many of the victims he had visited in the little cottage hospital where Aunt Wilshire had just died. She was the 11th dead. Altogether, 57 people had been killed or injured in this brilliant German action. They were all civilians, and only 12 were men. 2 Zeppelins had come in from over the sea, and had been fired at by an anti-aircraft gun coming on an automobile from Ipswich. The first intimation the people of the town had had of the raid was the report of this gun. Many had run out to see what was happening. It was doubtful if anyone had really seen the Zeppelins, though everyone testified to the sound of their engines. Then, suddenly, the bombs had come streaming down. Only 6 had made hits upon houses or people. The rest had fallen ruinously and very close together on the local golf links, and at least half had not exploded at all, and did not seem to have been released to explode. A third at least of the injured people had been in bed when destruction came upon them. The story was like a page from some fantastic romance of Jules Verne's. The peace of the little old town, the people going to bed, the quiet streets, the quiet starry sky. And then for 10 minutes an uproar of guns and shells, a clatter of breaking glass, and then a fire here, a fire there, a child's voice, pitched high by pain and terror, scared people going to and fro with lanterns, and the sky empty again, the raiders gone. 5 minutes before, Aunt Wilshire had been sitting in the boarding-house drawing-room, playing a great stern Patience, the Emperor Patience. Napoleon, my dear, not that Potsdam creature. That took hours to do. 5 minutes later, she was a thing of elemental terror and agony, bleeding wounds and shattered bones, plunging about in the darkness amidst a heap of wreckage. And already the German airmen were buzzing away to sea again, proud of themselves, pleased, no doubt, like boys who have thrown a stone through a window, beating their way back to thanks and rewards, to iron crosses and the proud embraces of delighted fraus and fräuleins. For the first time, it seemed to Mr. Britling, he really saw the immediate horror of war, the dense, cruel stupidity of the business, plain and close. It was as if he had never perceived anything of the sort before, as if he had been dealing with stories, pictures, shows and representations that he knew to be shams. But that this dear, absurd old creature, this thing of home, this being of familiar humors and familiar irritations, should be torn to pieces, left in torment like a smashed mouse over which an automobile has passed, brought the whole business to a raw and quivering focus. Not a soul among all those who had been rent and torn and tortured in this agony of millions, but was to any one who understood and had been near to it, in some way lovable, in some way laughable, in some way worthy of respect and care. Poor Aunt Wilshire was but the sample thrust in his face of all this mangled multitude, whose green-white lips had sweated in anguish, whose broken bones had thrust raggedly through red dripping flesh. The detested features of the German Crown Prince jerked into the center of Mr. Britling's picture. The young man stood in his dapper uniform and grinned under his long nose, carrying himself jauntily, proud of his extreme importance to so many lives. And for a while, Mr. Britling could do nothing but rage. "Devils they are!" he cried to the stars. "Devils! Devilish fools, rather! Cruel blockheads! Apes with all science in their hands! My God, but we will teach them a lesson yet!" That was the key of his mood for an hour of aimless wandering that was only checked at last by a sentinel who turned him back towards the town. He wandered, muttering. He found great comfort in scheming vindictive destruction for countless Germans. He dreamt of swift armored aeroplanes swooping down upon the flying airship and sending it reeling earthward, the men screaming. He imagined a shattered Zeppelin staggering earthward in the fields behind the Dower House, and how he would himself run out with a spade and smite the Germans down. "Quarter indeed! Kamerad! Take that, you foul murderer!" In the dim light, the sentinel saw the retreating figure of Mr. Britling make an extravagant gesture, and wondered what it might mean. Signaling? What ought an intelligent sentry to do? Let fly at him? Arrest him? Take no notice? Mr. Britling was at that moment killing Count Zeppelin and beating out his brains. Count Zeppelin was killed that night, and the German Emperor was assassinated. A score of lesser victims were offered up to the Maenies of Aunt Wilshire. There were memorable cruelties before the wrath and bitterness of Mr. Britling was appeased. And then suddenly he had had enough of these thoughts. They were thrust aside. They vanished out of his mind. 12. All the while that Mr. Britling had been indulging in these imaginative slaughterings, and spending the tears and hate that had gathered in his heart, his reason had been sitting apart and above the storm, like the sun waiting above thunder, like a wise nurse watching and patient above the wild passions of a child. And all the time his reason had been maintaining silently and firmly, without shouting, without speech, that the men who had made this hour were indeed not devils, were no more devils than Mr. Britling was a devil, but sinful men of like nature with himself, hard, stupid, caught in the same web of circumstance. "Kill them in your passion if you will," said reason, "but understand, this thing was done neither by devils nor fools, but by a conspiracy of foolish motives, by the weak acquiescences of the clever, by a crime that was no man's crime, but the natural necessary outcome of the ineffectiveness, the blind motives and muddle-headedness of all mankind." So reason maintained her thesis, like a light above the head of Mr. Britling, at which he would not look, while he hewed airmen to quivering rags with a spade that he had sharpened, and stifled German princes with their own poison gas, given slowly and as painfully as possible. "And what of the towns our ships have bombarded?" asked reason unheeded. "What of those Tasmanians our people utterly swept away?" "What of French machine guns in the Atlas?" reason pressed the case. "Of Himalayan villages burning? Of the things we did in China? Especially of the things we did in China?" Mr. Britling gave no heed to that. "The Germans in China were worse than we were," he threw out. He was maddened by the thought of the Zeppelin making off, high and far in the sky, a thing dwindling to nothing among the stars, and the thought of those murderers escaping him. Time after time he stood still and shook his fist at Boötes, slowly sweeping up the sky. And at last, sick and wretched, he sat down on a seat upon the deserted parade under the stars, close to the soughing of the invisible sea below. His mind drifted back once more to those ancient heresies of the Gnostics and the Manichaeans, which saw the God of the world as altogether evil, which sought only to escape by the utmost abstinences and evasions and perversions from the black wickedness of being. For a while his soul sank down into the uncongenial darknesses of these creeds of despair. "I who have loved life," he murmured, and could have believed for a time that he wished he had never had a son. Is the whole scheme of nature evil? Is life in its essence cruel? Is man stretched quivering upon the table of the eternal vivisector for no end, and without pity? These were thoughts that Mr. Britling had never faced before the war. They came to him now, and they came only to be rejected by the inherent quality of his mind. For weeks, consciously and subconsciously, his mind had been grappling with this riddle. He had thought of it during his lonely prowlings as a special constable. It had flung itself in monstrous symbols across the dark canvas of his dreams. Is there, indeed, a devil of pure cruelty? Does any creature, even the very cruelest of creatures, really apprehend the pain it causes, or inflict it for the sake of the infliction? He summoned a score of memories, a score of imaginations, to bear their witness before the tribunal of his mind. He forgot cold and loneliness in the speculation. He sat, trying all being, on this score, under the cold, indifferent stars. He thought of certain instances of boyish cruelty that had horrified him in his own boyhood, and it was clear to him that indeed it was not cruelty. It was curiosity, dense-textured, thick-skinned, so that it could not feel even the anguish of a blinded cat. Those boys who had wrung his childish soul to nigh intolerable misery had not, indeed, been tormenting so much as observing torment, testing life as wantonly as one breaks thin ice in the early days of winter. In very much cruelty, the real motive is surely no worse than that obtuse curiosity. A mere step of understanding, a mere quickening of the nerves and mind, makes it impossible. But that is not true of all or most cruelty. Most cruelty has something else in it, something more than the clumsy plunging into experience of the hobbledehoy. It is vindictive or indignant. It is never tranquil and sensuous. It draws its incentive, however crippled and monstrous the justification may be, from something punitive in man's instinct, something, therefore, that implies a sense, however misguided, of righteousness and vindication. That factor is present even in spite, when some vile or atrocious thing is done out of envy or malice. That envy and malice has in it always. Always? Yes, always. A genuine condemnation of the hated thing, as an unrighteous thing, as an unjust usurpation, as an inexcusable privilege, as a sinful overconfidence. Those men in the airship? He was coming to that. He found himself asking himself whether it was possible for a human being to do any cruel act without an excuse, or at least without the feeling of excusability. And in the case of these Germans and the outrages they had committed and the retaliations they had provoked, he perceived that always there was the element of a perceptible, if inadequate, justification, just as there would be if presently he were to maltreat a fallen German airman. There was anger in their vileness. These Germans were an unsubtle people, a people in the worst and best sense of the words, plain and honest. They were prone to moral indignation, and moral indignation is the mother of most of the cruelty in the world. They perceived the indolence of the English and Russians. They perceived their disregard of science and system. They could not perceive the longer reach of these greater races, and it seemed to them that the mission of Germany was to chastise and correct this laxity. Surely, they had argued, God was not on the side of those who kept an untilled field. So they had butchered these old ladies and slaughtered these children, just to show us the consequences. All along of dirtiness, all along of mess, all along of doing things rather more or less. The very justification our English poet has found for 1,000 overbearing actions in the East. Forget not order and the real. That was the underlying message of bomb and gas and submarine. After all, what right had we English not to have a gun or an aeroplane fit to bring down that Zeppelin ignominiously and conclusively? Had we not undertaken empire? Were we not the leaders of great nations? Had we, indeed, much right to complain if our imperial pose was flouted? There, at least, said Mr. Britling's reason, is one of the lines of thought that brought that unseen cruelty out of the night high over the houses of Filmington-on-Sea. That, in a sense, is the cause of this killing. Cruel it is, and abominable, yes, but is it altogether cruel? Hasn't it, after all, a sort of stupid rightness? Isn't it a stupid reaction to an indolence at least equally stupid? What was this rightness that lurked below cruelty? What was the inspiration of this pressure of spite, this anger that was aroused by ineffective gentleness and kindliness? Was it indeed an altogether evil thing? Was it not rather an impulse, blind as yet, but in its ultimate quality as good as mercy, greater perhaps in its ultimate values than mercy? This idea had been gathering in Mr. Britling's mind for many weeks. It had been growing and taking shape as he wrote, making experimental beginnings for his essay, The Anatomy of Hate. Is there not, he now asked himself plainly, a creative and corrective impulse behind all hate? Is not this malignity indeed only the ape-like precursor of the great disciplines of a creative state? The invincible hopefulness of his sanguine temperament had now got Mr. Britling well out of the pessimistic pit again. Already he had been on the verge of his phrase, while wandering across the rushy fields toward Market Saffron. Now it came to him again, like a legitimate monarch returning from exile. When hate shall have become creative energy, hate which passes into creative power, gentleness which is indolence and the herald of euthanasia. Pity is but a passing grace, for mankind will not always be pitiful. But meanwhile, how long were men so to mingle wrong with right, to be energetic without mercy, and kindly without energy? For a time, Mr. Britling sat on the lonely parade under the stars and in the sound of the sea, brooding upon these ideas. His mind could make no further steps. It had worked for its spell. His rage had ebbed away now altogether. His despair was no longer infinite. But the world was dark and dreadful still. It seemed none the less dark because at the end there was a gleam of light. It was a gleam of light far beyond the limits of his own life, far beyond the life of his son. It had no balm for these sufferings. Between it and himself stretched the weary generations still to come, generations of bickering and accusation, greed and faint-heartedness, and half-truth and the hasty blow. And all those years would be full of pitiful things, such pitiful things as the blackened ruins in the town behind, the little gray-faced corpses, the lives torn and wasted, the hopes extinguished and the gladness gone. He was no longer thinking of the Germans as diabolical. They were human. They had a case. It was a stupid case, but our case, too, was a stupid case. How stupid were all our cases! What was it we missed? Something, he felt, very close to us, and very elusive. Something that would resolve 100 tangled oppositions. His mind hung at that. Back upon his consciousness came crowding the horrors and desolations that had been his daily food now for 3/4 of a year. He groaned aloud. He struggled against that renewed envelopment of his spirit. "Oh, blood-stained fools!" he cried. "Oh, pitiful, tormented fools! Even that vile airship was a ship of fools! We are all fools still, striving apes, irritated beyond measure by our own striving, easily moved to anger." Some train of subconscious suggestion brought a long-forgotten speech back into Mr. Britling's mind, a speech that is full of that light which still seeks so mysteriously and indefatigably to break through the darkness and thickness of the human mind. He whispered the words. No unfamiliar words could have had the same effect of comfort and conviction. He whispered it of those men whom he still imagined flying far away there eastward, through the clear freezing air beneath the stars, those muffled sailors and engineers who had caused so much pain and agony in this little town. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 4th. In the Web of the Ineffective. 1. Hugh's letters were becoming a very important influence upon Mr. Britling's thought. Hugh had always been something of a letter-writer, and now what was perhaps an inherited desire to set things down was manifest. He had been accustomed to decorate his letters from school with absurd little sketches. Sometimes his letters had been all sketches, and now he broke from drawing to writing and back to drawing in a way that pleased his father mightily. The father loved this queer trick of caricature. He did not possess it himself, and so it seemed to him the most wonderful of all Hugh's little equipment of gifts. Mr. Britling used to carry these letters about until their edges got grimy. He would show them to anyone he felt capable of appreciating their youthful freshness. He would quote them as final and conclusive evidence to establish this or that. He did not dream how many thousands of mothers and fathers were treasuring such documents. He thought other sons were dull young men by comparison with you. The earlier letters told much of the charms of discipline and the open air. All the bother about what one has to do with oneself is over, wrote Hugh. One has disposed of oneself. That has the effect of a great relief. Instead of telling oneself that one ought to get up in the morning, a bugle tells you that. And there's no nonsense about it, no chance of lying and arguing about it with oneself. I begin to see the sense of men going into monasteries and putting themselves under rules. One is carried along in a sort of moral automobile instead of trudging the road. And he was also sounding new physical experiences. Never before, he declared, have I known what fatigue is. It's a miraculous thing. One drops down in one's clothes on any hard old thing and sleeps. And in his early letters he was greatly exercised by the elementary science of drill and discipline, and the discussion of whether these things were necessary. He began by assuming that their importance was overrated. He went on to discover that they constituted the very essentials of all good soldiering. In a crisis, he concluded, there is no telling what will get hold of a man, his higher instincts or his lower. He may show courage of a very splendid sort, or a hasty discretion. A habit is much more trustworthy than an instinct. So discipline sets up a habit of steady and courageous bearing. If you keep your head, you are at liberty to be splendid. If you lose it, the habit will carry you through. The young man was also very profound upon the effects of the suggestion of various exercises upon the mind. It is surprising how bloodthirsty one feels in a bayonet charge. We have to shout. We are encouraged to shout. The effect is to paralyze one's higher centers. One ceases to question anything. One becomes a bayoneteer. As I go bounding forward, I imagine fat men, succulent men ahead, and I am filled with the desire to do them in neatly. This sort of thing." A sketch of slaughter followed, with a large and valiant Hugh leaving a train of fallen behind him. "Not like this. This is how I used to draw it in my innocent childhood, but it is incorrect. More than one German on the bayonet at a time is an encumbrance, and it would be swank, a thing we detest in the army." The second sketch showed the same brave hero, with half a dozen of the enemy skewered like cat's meat. "As for the widows and children, I disregard 'em." 2. But presently Hugh began to be bored. "Route marching again," he wrote, "for no earthly reason than that they can do nothing else with us. We are getting no decent musketry training because there are no rifles. We are wasting half our time. If you multiply half a week by the number of men in the army, you will see we waste centuries weekly. If most of these men here had just been enrolled and left to go about their business while we trained officers and instructors and got equipment for them, and if they had then been put through their paces as rapidly as possible, it would have been infinitely better for the country. In a sort of way, we are keeping raw. In a sort of way, we are getting stale. I get irritated by this. I feel we are not being properly done by. Half our men are educated men, reasonably educated, but we are always being treated as though we were too stupid for words. No good grousing, I suppose, but after Statesminster and a glimpse of old Cardinal's way of doing things, one gets a kind of toothache in the mind at the sight of everything being done twice as slowly and half as well as it needs to be." He went off at a tangent to describe the men in his platoon. "The best man in our lot is an ex-grocer's assistant, but in order to save us from vain generalizations, it happens that the worst man, a moon-faced creature, almost incapable of lacing up his boots without help and objurgation, is also an ex-grocer's assistant. Our most offensive member is a little cad with a snubbed nose, who has read Kipling and imagines he is the nearest thing that ever has been to Private Ortheris. He goes about looking for the other two of the soldiers' three. It is rather like an unpopular politician trying to form a ministry. And he is conscientiously foul-mouthed. He feels losing a chance of saying bloody as acutely as a snob feels dropping an H. He goes back sometimes and says the sentence over again and puts the bloody in. I used to swear a little out of the range of your parental ear, but Ortheris has cured me. When he is about, I am mincing in my speech. I perceive now that cursing is a way of chewing one's own dirt. In a platoon, there is no elbow room for indifference. You must either love or hate. I have a feeling that my first taste of battle will not be with Germans, but with Private Ortheris." And one letter was just a picture, a parody of the well-known picture of the bivouac below and the soldier's dream of return to his beloved above. But Master Hugh in the dream was embracing an enormous retort, while a convenient galvanometer registered his emotion and little tripods danced around him. 3. Then came a letter which plunged abruptly into criticism. "My dear parent, this is a swearing letter. I must let go to somebody. And somehow none of the other chaps are convenient. I don't know if I ought to be put against a wall and shot for it, but I hereby declare that all the officers of this battalion, over and above the rank of captain, are a constellation of incapables, and several of the captains are herewith included. Some of them are men of a pleasant disposition and carefully aborted mental powers, and some are men of an unpleasant disposition and no mental powers at all. And I believe, a little enlightened by your recent letter to the Times, that they are a fair sample of the entire army class which has got to win this war. Usually they are indolent, but when they are thoroughly roused they are fussy. the time they should spend in enlarging their minds and increasing their military efficiency, they devote to keeping fit. They are, roughly speaking, fit for nothing. They cannot move us 30 miles without getting half of us left about, without losing touch with food and shelter, and starving us for 36 hours or so in the process. And they cannot count beyond the fingers of one hand, not having learnt to use the nose for arithmetical operations. I conclude this war is going to be a sort of battle of Inkerman on a large scale. We chaps in the ranks will have to do the job. Leading is off. All of this, my dear parent, is just a blow-off. I have been needlessly starved, and fagged to death, and exasperated. We have moved 25 miles across country, in 57 hours, and without food for about 18 hours. I have been with my captain, who has been billeting us here in Cheesingold. Oh, he is a muff! Oh, God of heaven, what a muff! He is afraid of printed matter, but he controls himself heroically. He prides himself upon having no sense of locality, confound it! Prides himself! He went about this village, which is a little dispersed, at a slight trot, and wouldn't avail himself of the 1-inch map I happened to have. He judged the capacity of each room with his eye, and wouldn't let me measure, even with God's own paces. Not with the legs I inherit. "We'll put 5 fellas here," he said. "What do you want to measure the room for? We haven't come to lay down carpets." Then, having assigned men by coup d'oeil so as to congest half the village miserably, he found the other half unoccupied, and had to begin all over again. "If you measured the floor space first, sir," I said, "and made a list of the houses—" "That isn't the way I'm going to do it," he said, fixing me with a pitiless eye. "That isn't the way they are going to do it, Daddy. The sort of thing that is done over here in the Green Army will be done over there in the Dry. They won't be in time. They'll lose their guns where now they lose our kitchens. I'm a mute soldier. I've got to do what I'm told. Still, I begin to understand the Battle of Neuve Chapelle. They say the relations of men and officers in the new army are beautiful. Some day I may learn to love my officer, but not just yet. Not till I've forgotten the operations leading up to the occupation of Cheesingold. He muffs his real job without a blush, and yet he would rather be shot than do his bootlaces up crisscross. What I say about officers applies only and solely to him, really. How well I understand now the shooting of officers by their men. But, indeed, fatigue and exasperation apart, this shift has been done atrociously." The young man returned to these criticisms in a later letter. "You will think I am always carping, but it does seem to me that nearly everything is being done here in the most wasteful way possible. We waste time, we waste labor, we waste material. Oh, Lord, how we waste our country's money! These aren't, I can assure you, the opinions of a conceited young man. It's nothing to be conceited about. We're bored to death by standing about this infernal little village. There is nothing to do, except trail after a small number of slatternly young women we despise and hate. I don't, Daddy, and I don't drink. Why have I inherited no vices? We had a fight here yesterday. Sheer boredom. Ortheris has a swollen lip, and another private has a bad black eye. There is to be a return match. I perceive the chief horror of warfare is boredom. Our feeding here is typical of the whole system. It is a system invented not with any idea of getting the best results. That does not enter into the War Office philosophy, but to have a rule for everything and avoid arguments. There is rather too generous an allowance of bread and stuff per man, and there is a very fierce but not very efficient system of weighing and checking. A rather too generous allowance is, of course, a direct incentive to waste or stealing. as anyone but our silly old duffer of a war office would know. The checking is for quantity, which any fool can understand, rather than for quality. The test for the quality of army meat is the smell. If it doesn't smell bad, it is good. Then the raw material is handed over to a cook. He is a common soldier who has been made into a cook by a simple ceremony. He is told, "You are a cook." He does his best to be. Usually he roasts or bakes to begin with, guessing when the joint is done. Afterwards he hacks up what is left of his joints and makes a stew for next day. A stew is hacked meat boiled up in a big pot. It has much fat floating on the top. After you have eaten your fill, you want to sit about quiet. The men are fed usually in a large tent or barn. We have a barn. It is not a clean barn, and just to make it more like a picnic, there are insufficient plates, knives, and forks. I tell you, no army people can count beyond 8 or 10. The corporals, after their morning's work, have to carve. When they have done carving, they tell me they feel they have had enough dinner. They sit about looking pale, and wander off afterwards to the village pub. I shall probably become a corporal soon. In these islands, before the war began, there was a surplus of women over men of about 1 million. See the publications of the Fabian Society, now so popular among the young. None of these women have been trusted by the government with the difficult task of cooking and giving out food to our soldiers. No man of the ordinary soldier class ever cooks anything until he is a soldier. All food left over after the stew, or otherwise rendered uneatable by the cook, is thrown away. We throw away pail loads. We bury meat. Also, we get 3 pairs of socks. We work pretty hard. We don't know how to darn socks. When the heels wear through, come blisters. Bad blisters disable a man. Of the 1 million of surplus women, see above, the government has not had the intelligence to get any to darn our socks. So a certain percentage of us go lame, and so on and so on. You will think all this is awful grousing, but the point I want to make, I hereby, to ease my feelings, make it now in a fair round hand, is that all this business could be done far better and far cheaper if it wasn't left to these absolutely inexperienced and extremely exclusive military gentlemen. They think they are leading England and showing us all how, instead of which they are just keeping us back. Why in thunder are they doing everything? Not one of them, when he is at home, is allowed to order the dinner, or poke his nose into his own kitchen, or check the household books. The ordinary British colonel is a helpless old gentleman. He ought to have a nurse. This is not merely the trivial grievance of my insulted stomach. It is a serious matter for the country. Sooner or later, the country may want the food that has been wasted in all these capers. In the aggregate, it must amount to a daily destruction of tons of stuff of all sorts. Tons! Suppose the war lasts longer than we reckon. From this point, Hugh's letter jumped to a general discussion of the military mind. Our officers are beastly good chaps, nearly all of them. That's where the perplexity of the whole thing comes in. If only they weren't such good chaps! If only they were like the Prussian officers to their men, then we'd just take on a revolution as well as the war, and make everything tidy at once. But they are decent, they are charming. Only they do not think hard, and they do not understand that doing a job properly means doing it as directly and thought-outly as you possibly can. They won't worry about things. If their tempers were worse, perhaps their work might be better. They won't use maps or timetables or books of reference. When we move to a new place, they pick up what they can about it by hearsay. Not one of our lot has the gumption to possess a contoured map or a Michelin guide. They have hearsay minds. They are fussy and petty and wasteful, and in the way of getting things done, pretentious. By their code, they're paragons of honor. Courage, they're all right about that, no end of it. Honesty, truthfulness, and so on, high. They have a kind of horsey standard of smartness and pluck, too, that isn't bad, and they have a fine horror of whiskers and being unbuttoned. But the mistake they make is to class thinking with whiskers as a sort of fussy side growth, instead of classing it with unbuttoned-upness. They hate economy and preparation. They won't see that inefficiency is a sort of dishonesty. If a man doesn't steal sixpence, they think it a light matter if he wastes half a crown. Here follows wisdom. From the point of view of a nation at war, sixpence is just a fifth part of half a crown. When I began this letter, I was boiling with indignation, complicated, I suspect, by this morning's stew. Now I have written thus far, I feel I'm an ungenerous grumbler. It is remarkable, my dear parent, that I let off these things to you. I like writing to you. I couldn't possibly say the things I can write. Heinrich had a confidential friend at Breslau to whom he used to write about his soul. I never had one of those Teutonic friendships, and I haven't got a soul. But I have to write. One must write to someone. And in this place there is nothing else to do. And now the old lady downstairs is turning down the gas. She always does at 10:30. She didn't ought. She gets 9 pence each. Excuse the pencil. That letter ended abruptly. The next two were brief and cheerful. Then suddenly came a new note. We've got rifles! We're real armed soldiers at last! Every blessed man has got a rifle! And they come from Japan! They are of a sort of light wood that is like new oak and art furniture, and makes one feel that one belongs to the 1st Garden Suburb Regiment. But I believe much can be done with linseed oil. And they are real rifles. They go bang. We are a little light-headed about them. Only our training and discipline prevent our letting fly at incautious spectators on the skyline. I saw a man yesterday about half a mile off. I was possessed by the idea that I could get him, right in the middle. Ortheris, the little beast, has got a motor bicycle, which he calls his B-blank-Y auto. No one knows why. And only death or dishonorable conduct will save me, I gather, from becoming a corporal in the course of the next month. 4. A subsequent letter threw fresh light on the career of the young man with the auto. Before the rifle and the auto, and in spite of his fights with some person or persons unknown, Ortheris found trouble. Hugh told the story with the unblushing savoir-faire of the very young. By the by, Ortheris, following the indications of his creator and succumbing to the universal boredom before the rifles came, forgot Lord Kitchener's advice and attempted seduction, with painful results, which he insists upon confiding to the entire platoon. He has been severely smacked and scratched by the proposed victim, and warned off the premises, licensed premises, by her father and mother, both formidable persons. They did more than warn him off the premises. They had displayed neither a proper horror of Don Juan, nor a proper respect for the king's uniform. Mother, we realize, got hold of him and cuffed him severely. "What the 'ell's a chap to do?" cried Ortheris. "You can't go 'itting a woman back." Father had set a dog on him. A less ingenuous character would be silent about such passages. I should be too egotistical and humiliated altogether, but that is not his quality. He tells us in tones of naive wonder. He talks about it and talks about it. "I don't care what the old woman did," he says. "Not really. What hurts me about it is that I just made a sort of mistake how she'd take it. You see, I sort of feel I've hurt and insulted her. And really I didn't mean to. Swap me, I didn't mean to. God help me. I wouldn't have had it happened as it has happened, not for worlds. And now I can't get round to her, or anything, not to explain. You chaps may laugh, but you don't know what there is in it. I tell you it worries me something frightful. You think I'm just a little cad who took liberties he didn't ought to. Note of anger drowning uncharitable grunts of assent. How the hell is he to know when he didn't ought to? I swear she liked me. This sort of thing goes on for hours, in the darkness. I got regular sort of fond of her. And the extraordinary thing is, it makes me begin to get regular fond of Ortheris. I think it is because the affair has surprised him right out of acting Ortheris and Tommy Atkins for a bit, into his proper self. He's frightfully like some sort of mongrel, with a lot of wiry-haired terrier and a touch of Airedale in it. A mongrel you like in spite of the flavor of all the horrid things he's been nosing into. And he's as hard as nails, and, my dear Daddy, he can't box for nuts. 5. Mr. Britling, with an understanding much quickened by Hugh's letters, went about Essex in his automobile, and on 1 or 2 journeys into Berkshire and Buckinghamshire, and marked the steady conversion of the old Pacific countryside into an armed camp. He was disposed to minimize Hugh's criticisms. He found in them something of the harshness of youth, which is far too keen-edged to be tolerant with half-performance, and our poor human evasion of perfection's overstrain. Our poor human evasion of perfection's overstrain. This phrase was Mr. Britling's. To Mr. Britling, looking less closely and more broadly, the new army was a pride and a marvel. He liked to come into some quiet village and note the clusters of sturdy, khaki-clad youngsters going about their business, the tethered horses, the air of subdued bustle, the occasional glimpses of guns and ammunition trains. Wherever one went now, there were soldiers and still more soldiers. There was a steady flow of men into Flanders, and presently to Gallipoli, but it seemed to have no effect upon the multitude in training at home. He was pleasantly excited by the evident increase in the proportion of military material upon the railways. He liked the promise and mystery of the long lines of trucks bearing tarpaulin-covered wagons and carts and guns that he would pass on his way to Liverpool Street Station. He could apprehend defeat in the silence of the night, but when he saw the men, when he went about the land, then it was impossible to believe in any end but victory. But through the spring and summer there was no victory. The great offensive of May was checked and abandoned after a series of ineffective and very costly attacks between Ypres and Soissons. The Germans had developed a highly scientific defensive, in which machine guns replaced rifles, and a maximum of punishment was inflicted upon an assaulting force with a minimum of human loss. The War Office had never thought much of machine guns before, but now it thought a good deal. Moreover, the energies of Britain were being turned more and more towards the Dardanelles. The idea of an attack upon the Dardanelles had a traditional attractiveness for the British mind. Old men had been brought up from childhood with "forcing the Dardanelles" as a familiar phrase. It had none of the flighty novelty and vulgarity about it that made an aerial offensive seem so unwarrantable a proceeding. Forcing the Dardanelles was historically British. It made no break with tradition. Soon after Turkey entered the war, British submarines appeared in the Sea of Marmara, and in February a systematic bombardment of the Dardanelles began. This was continued intermittently for a month, the defenders profiting by their experiences and by spells of bad weather to strengthen their works. This first phase of the attack culminated in the loss of the Irresistible, Ocean, and Bouvet, when on the 17th of March the attacking fleet closed in upon the Narrows. After an interlude of 6 weeks to allow of further preparations on the part of the defenders, who were now thoroughly alive to what was coming, the Allied armies gathered upon the scene, and a difficult and costly landing was achieved at 2 points upon the peninsula of Gallipoli. With that began a slow and bloody siege of the defences of the Dardanelles, clambering up to the surprise landing of a fresh British army in Suvla Bay in August, and its failure in the Battle of Anafarta, through incompetent commanders and a general sloppiness of leading, to cut off and capture Maidos and the Narrows' defences. Meanwhile, the Russian hosts, which had reached their high-water mark in the capture of Przemysl, were being forced back, first in the south and then in the north. The Germans recaptured Lemberg, entered Warsaw, and pressed on to take Brest-Litovsk. The Russian lines rolled back with an impressive effect of defeat, and the Germans thrust towards Riga and Petrograd, reaching Vilna about the middle of September. Day after day, Mr. Britling traced the swaying fortunes of the conflict, with impatience, with perplexity, but with no loss of confidence in the ultimate success of Britain. The country was still swarming with troops, and still under summer sunshine. A second hay harvest redeemed the scantiness of the first. The wheat crops were wonderful, and the great fig tree at the corner of the dower house had never borne so bountifully nor such excellent juicy figs. And one day in early June, while those figs were still only a hope, Teddy appeared at the dower house with Letty, to say good-bye before going to the front. He was going out in a draft to fill up various gaps and losses. He did not know where. Essex was doing well but bloodily over there. Mrs. Britling had tea set out upon the lawn under the blue cedar, and Mr. Britling found himself at a loss for appropriate sayings, and talked in his confusion almost as though Teddy's departure was of no significance at all. He was still haunted by that odd sense of responsibility for Teddy. Teddy was not nearly so animated as he had been in his pre-cocky days. There was a quiet exaltation in his manner rather than a lively excitement. He knew now what he was in for. He knew now that war was not a lark, that for him it was to be the gravest experience he had ever had or was likely to have. There were no more jokes about Letty's pension, and a general avoidance of the topics of high explosives and asphyxiating gas. Mr. and Mrs. Britling took the young people to the gate. "Good luck!" cried Mr. Britling as they receded. Teddy replied with a wave of the hand. Mr. Britling stood watching them for some moments as they walked towards the little cottage which was to be the scene of their private parting. "I don't like his going," he said. "I hope it will be all right with him. Teddy's so grave nowadays. It's a mean thing, I know. It has none of the Roman touch, but I am glad that this can't happen with you," he computed. "Not for a year and 3 months, even if they march him into it upon his very birthday. It may all be over by then." 6. In that computation, he reckoned without Hugh. Within a month, Hugh was also saying good-bye. "But how's this?" protested Mr. Britling, who had already guessed the answer. "You're not 19. "I'm 19 enough for this job," said Hugh. "In fact, I enlisted as 19. Mr. Britling said nothing for a little while. Then he spoke with a catch in his breath. "I don't blame you," he said. "It was the right spirit." Drill and responsibilities of non-commissioned rank had imposed a novel manliness upon the bearing of Corporal Britling. "I always classified a little above my age at Statesminster, he said, as though that cleared up everything. He looked at a rosebud as though it interested him. Then he remarked rather casually, "I thought," he said, "that if I was to go to war, I'd better do the thing properly. It seemed sort of half and half, not to be eligible for the trenches. I ought to have told you." "Yes," Mr. Britling decided. "I was shy about it at first. I thought perhaps the war would be over before it was necessary to discuss anything. Didn't want to go into it." "Exactly," said Mr. Britling, as though that was a complete explanation. "It's been a good year for your roses," said Hugh. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 7 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Hugh was to stop the night. He spent what seemed to him and everyone a long, shy, inexpressive evening. Only the small boys were really natural and animated. They were much impressed and excited by his departure, and wanted to ask 100 questions about the life in the trenches. Many of them Hugh had to promise to answer when he got there. Then he would see just exactly how things were. Mrs. Britling was motherly and intelligent about his outfit. "Will you want winter things?" she asked. But when he was alone with his father after everyone had gone to bed, they found themselves able to talk. "This sort of thing seems more to us than it would be to a French family," Hugh remarked, standing on the hearthrug. "Yes," agreed Mr. Britling, "their minds would be better prepared. They'd have their appropriate things to say. They have been educated by the tradition of service. And 71. Then he spoke, almost resentfully. "The older men ought to go before you boys. Who is to carry on if a lot of you get killed?" Hugh reflected. "In the stiffest battle that ever can be, the odds are against getting killed," he said. "I suppose they are. 1 in 3 or 4 in the very hottest corners." Mr. Britling expressed no satisfaction. "Everyone is going through something of this sort." "All the decent people, at any rate," said Mr. Britling. "It will be an extraordinary experience. Somehow it seems out of proportion." "With what?" "With life generally, as one has known it." "It isn't in proportion," Mr. Britling admitted. "Incommensurables," said Hugh. He considered his phrasing. "It's not," he said, "as though one was going into another part of the same world, or turning up another side of the world one was used to. It is just as if one had been living in a room, and one had been asked to step outside. It makes me think of a queer little thing that happened when I was in London last winter. I got into queer company. I don't think I told you. I went to have supper with some students in Chelsea. I hadn't been to the place before, but they seemed all right, just people like me, and everybody. And after supper they took me on to some people they didn't know very well, people who had to do with some school of dramatic art. There were 2 or 3 young actresses there, and a singer, and people of that sort, sitting about smoking cigarettes, and we began talking plays and books and picture shows and all that stuff. And suddenly there was a knocking at the door, and someone went out and found a policeman with a warrant on the landing. They took off our host's son. It had to do with a murder." Hugh paused. "It was the Bedford Mansions mystery. I don't suppose you remember about it, or read about it at the time. He'd killed a man. It doesn't matter about the particulars anyhow, but what I mean is the effect. The effect of a comfortable, well-lit, orderly room, and the sense of harmless people, and then the door opening, and the policeman, and the cold draft flowing in. Murder! A girl who seemed to know the people well explained to me in whispers what was happening. It was like the opening of a trap door, going down into some pit you have always known was there, but never really believed in. "I know," said Mr. Britling. "I know. That's just how I feel about this war business. There's no real death over here. It's laid out and boxed up, and accidents are all padded about. If one got a toss from a horse here, you'd be in bed and comfortable in no time. And there, it's like another planet. It's outside. I'm going outside. Instead of there being no death anywhere, it is death everywhere outside there. We shall be using our utmost wits to kill each other, a kind of reverse to this world." Mr. Britling nodded. "I've never seen a dead body yet. In Dower House Land there aren't dead bodies." "We've kept things from you, horrid things of that sort." "I'm not complaining," said Hugh, "but Master Hugh, the Master Hugh you kept things from, will never come back." He went on quickly as his father raised distressed eyes to him. "I mean that anyhow this Hugh will never come back. Another one may, but I shall have been outside, and it will all be different." He paused. Never had Mr. Britling been so little disposed to take up the discourse. "Like a man," he said, seeking an image, and doing no more than imitate his son's, "who goes out of a busy lighted room through a trap-door into a blizzard to mend the roof." For some moments neither father nor son said anything more. They had a queer sense of insurmountable insufficiency. Neither was saying what he had wanted to say to the other, but it was not clear to them now what they had to say to one another. "It's wonderful," said Mr. Britling. Hugh could only manage, "The world has turned right over." "The job has to be done," said Mr. Britling. "The job has to be done," said Hugh. The pause lengthened. "You'll be getting up early tomorrow," said Mr. Britling. 8. When Mr. Britling was alone in his own room, all the thoughts and feelings that had been held up downstairs began to run more and more rapidly and abundantly through his mind. He had a feeling. Every now and again in the last few years he had had the same feeling, as though he was only just beginning to discover Hugh. This perpetual rediscovery of one's children is the experience of every observant parent. He had always considered Hugh as a youth, and now a man stood over him and talked as one man to another. And this man, this very new man, mint new and clean and clear, filled Mr. Britling with surprise and admiration. It was as if he perceived the beauty of youth for the first time in Hugh's slender, well-balanced, khaki-clad body. There was infinite delicacy in his clear complexion, his clear eyes. The delicately penciled eyebrow that was so exactly like his mother's. And this thing of brightness and bravery talked as gravely and as wisely as any weather-worn, shop-soiled old fellow. The boy was wise. Hugh thought for himself. He thought round and through his position, not egotistically, but with a quality of responsibility. He wasn't just hero-worshipping and imitating, just spinning some self-centered romance. If he was a fair sample of his generation, then it was a better generation than Mr. Britling's had been. At that, Mr. Britling's mind went off at a tangent to the grievance of the rejected volunteer. It was acutely shameful to him that all these fine lads should be going off to death and wounds, while the men of 40 and over lay snug at home. How stupid it was to fix things like that! Here were the fathers who had done their work, shot their bolts, returned some value for the costs of their education, unable to get training, unable to be of any service, shamefully safe, doing April Fool work as special constables, while their young innocents, untried, all their gathering possibilities of service unbroached, went down into the deadly trenches. The war would leave the world a world of cripples and old men and children. He felt himself as a cowardly brute, fat, wheezy, out of training, sheltering behind this dear one branch of Mary's life. He writhed with impotent humiliation. How stupidly the world is managed! He began to fret and rage. He could not lie in peace in his bed. He got up and prowled about his room, blundering against chairs and tables in the darkness. We were too stupid to do the most obvious things. We were sending all these boys into hardship and pitiless danger. We were sending them ill-equipped, insufficiently supported. We were sending our children through the fires to Moloch, because, essentially, we English were a world of indolent, pampered, sham-good-humored, old and middle-aged men. So he distributed the intolerable load of self-accusation. Why was he doing nothing to change things, to get them better? What was the good of an assumed modesty, an effort at tolerance for, and confidence in, these boozy old lawyers, these ranting platform men, these stiff-witted officers and hidebound officials? They were butchering the youth of England. Old men sat out of danger, contriving death for the lads in the trenches. That was the reality of the thing. "My son!" he cried sharply in the darkness. His sense of our national deficiencies became tormentingly, fantastically acute. It was as if all his cherished delusions had fallen from the scheme of things. What was the good of making believe that up there they were planning some great counterstroke that would end in victory? It was as plain as daylight that they had neither the power of imagination nor the collective intelligence even to conceive of a counterstroke. Any dull mass may resist, but only imagination can strike. Imagination! To the end, we should not strike. We might strike through the air. We might strike across the sea. We might strike hard at Gallipoli, instead of dribbling inadequate armies thither, as our fathers dribbled men at the Redan. But the old men would sit at their tables, replete and sleepy, and shake their cunning old heads. The press would chatter and make odd, ambiguous sounds like a shipload of monkeys in a storm. The political harridans would get the wrong men appointed, would attack every possible leader with scandal and abuse and falsehood. The spirit and honor and drama had gone out of this war. Our only hope now was exhaustion. Our only strategy was to barter blood for blood, trusting that our tank would prove the deeper. While into this tank stepped Hugh, young and smiling. The war became a nightmare vision. 9. In the morning, Mr. Britling's face was white from his overnight brainstorm, and Hugh's was fresh from wholesome sleep. They walked about the lawn, and Mr. Britling talked hopefully of the general outlook, until it was time for them to start to the station. The little old station-master grasped the situation at once, and presided over their last hand-clasp. "Good luck, Hugh!" cried Mr. Britling. "Good luck!" cried the little old station-master. "It's not easy a parting," he said to Mr. Britling, as the train slipped down the line. "There's been many a parting here since this here old war began. Many. And some as won't come back again, neither." 10. For some days, Mr. Britling could think of nothing but Hugh, and always with a dull pain at his heart. He felt as he had felt long ago, while he had waited downstairs, and Hugh upstairs had been under the knife of a surgeon. But this time the operation went on, and still went on. At the worst his boy had but 1 chance in 5 of death or serious injury, but for a time he could think of nothing but that 1 chance. He felt it pressing upon his mind, pressing him down. Then, instead of breaking under that pressure, he was released by the trick of the sanguine temperament. His mind turned over, abruptly, to the 4 chances out of 5. It was like a dislocated joint slipping back into place. It was as sudden as that. He found he had adapted himself to the prospect of Hugh in mortal danger. It had become a fact established, a usual thing. He could bear with it, and go about his affairs. He went up to London, and met other men at the club in the same emotional predicament. He realized that it was neither very wonderful nor exceptionally tragic now to have a son at the front. "My boy is in Gallipoli," said one. "It's tough work there." "My lad's in Flanders," said Mr. Britling. "Nothing would satisfy him but the front. He's 3 months short of 18. He misstated his age." And they went on to talk newspaper, just as if the world was where it had always been. But until a postcard came from Hugh, Mr. Britling watched the postman like a lovesick girl. Hugh wrote more frequently than his father had dared to hope, penciled letters for the most part. It was as if he was beginning to feel an inherited need for talk, and was a little at a loss for a sympathetic ear. Park, his schoolmate, who had enlisted with him, wasn't, it seemed, a theorizer. "Park becomes a martinet," Hugh wrote. "Also, he is a sergeant now, and this makes rather a gulf between us." Mr. Britling had the greatest difficulty in writing back. There were many grave, deep things he wanted to say, and never did. Instead, he gave elaborate details of the small affairs of the Dower House. Once or twice, with a half-unconscious imitation of his boy's style, he took a shot at the theological and philosophical hares that Hugh had started. But the exemplary letters that he composed of nights from a father to a son at war were never written down. It was just as well, for there are many things of that sort that are good to think and bad to say. Hugh was not very explicit about his position or daily duties. What he wrote now had to pass through the hands of a censor, and any sort of definite information might cause the suppression of his letter. Mr. Britling conceived of him, for the most part, as quartered some way behind the front, but in a flat, desolated country, and within hearing of great guns. He assisted his imagination with the illustrated papers. Sometimes he put him farther back, into pleasant old towns, after the fashion of Beauvais, and imagined loitering groups in the front of cafes. Sometimes he filled in the obvious suggestions of the phrase that all the Pas-de-Calais was now one vast British camp. Then he crowded the picture with tethered horses and tents and grey-painted wagons, and Hugh in the foreground, bare-armed with a bucket. Hugh's letters divided themselves pretty fairly between 2 main topics. The first was the interest of the art of war. The second, the reaction against warfare. "After one has got over the emotion of it," he wrote, "and when one's mind has just accepted and forgotten, as it does, the horrors and waste of it all, then I begin to perceive that war is absolutely the best game in the world. That is the real strength of war, I submit. Not as you put it in that early pamphlet of yours, ambition, cruelty, and all those things. Those things give an excuse for war. They rush timid and base people into war. But the essential matter is the hold of the thing itself upon an active imagination. It's such a big game. Instead of being fenced into a field and tied down to one set of tools as you are in almost every other game, you have all the world to play, and you may use whatever you can use. You can use every scrap of imagination and invention that is in you, and it's wonderful. But real soldiers aren't cruel. And war isn't cruel in its essence, only in its consequences. Over here, one gets hold of scraps of talk that light up things. Most of the barbarities were done, it is quite clear, by an excited civilian sort of men in a kind of inflamed state. The great part of the German army in the early stage of the war was really an army of demented civilians. Trained civilians, no doubt, but civilians in soul. They were nice, orderly, clean, law-abiding men, suddenly torn up by the roots and flung into quite shocking conditions. They felt they were rushing at death, and that decency was at an end. They thought every Belgian had a gun behind the hedge and a knife in his trouser leg. They saw villages burning and dead people and men smashed to bits. They lived in a kind of nightmare. They didn't know what they were doing. They did horrible things, just as one does them sometimes in dreams. He flung out his conclusion with just his mother's leaping consecutiveness. Conscript soldiers are the ruin of war. Half the Germans and a lot of the French ought never to have been brought within 10 miles of a battlefield. What makes all this so plain are the diaries the French and English have been finding on the dead. You know, at the early stage of the war, every German soldier was expected to keep a diary. He was ordered to do it. The idea was to keep him interested in the war. Consequently, from the dead and wounded, our people have got thousands. It helps one to realize that the Germans aren't really soldiers at all, not as our men are. They are obedient, law-abiding, intelligent people who have been shoved into this. They have to see the war as something romantic and melodramatic, or as something moral, or as tragic fate. They have to bellow songs about Deutschland or drag in Gott. They don't take to the game as our men take to the game. I confess I'm taking to the game. I wish at times I had gone into the OTC with Teddy and got a better hold of it. I was too high-browed about this war business. I dream now of getting a commission. That diary hunting strategy is just the sort of thing that makes this war intellectually fascinating. Everything is being thought out and then tried over that can possibly make victory. The Germans go in for psychology much more than we do, just as they go in for war more than we do, but they don't seem to be really clever about it. So they set out to make all their men understand the war, while our chaps are singing Tipperary. But what the men put down aren't the beautiful things they ought to put down. Most of them shove down lists of their meals. Some of the diaries are all just lists of things eaten. And a lot of them have written the most damning stuff about outrages and looting, which the French are translating and publishing. The Germans would give anything now to get back these silly diaries. And now they have made an order that no one shall go into battle with any written papers at all. Our people got so keen on documenting and the value of chance writings that one of the principal things to do after a German attack had failed had been to hook in the documentary dead and find out what they had on them. It's a curious sport, this body fishing. You have a sort of triple hook on a rope, and you throw it and drag. They do the same. The other day, one body near Hoge was hooked by both sides, and they had a tug-of-war, with a sharpshooter or so cutting in whenever our men got too excited. Several men were hit. The Irish, it was an Irish regiment, got him, or at least they got the better part of him. Now that I am a sergeant, Park talks to me again about all these things, and we have a first lieutenant too keen to resist such technical details. They are purely technical details. You must take them as that. One does not think of the dead body as a man recently deceased, who had perhaps a wife and business connections and a weakness for oysters or pale brandy, or as something that laughed and cried and didn't like getting hurt. That would spoil everything. One thinks of him merely as a uniform with marks upon it that will tell us what kind of stuff we have against us, and possibly with papers that will give us a hint of how far he and his lot are getting sick of the whole affair. There's a kind of hardening, not only of the body, but of the mind through all this life out here. One is living on a different level. You know, just before I came away, you talked of Dower House land, and outside. This is outside. It's different. Our men here are kind enough still to little things, kittens or birds or flowers. Behind the front, for example, everywhere there are Tommy gardens. Some are quite bright little patches. But it's just nonsense to suppose we are tender to the wounded up here, and, putting it plainly, there isn't a scrap of pity left for the enemy. Not a scrap, not a trace of such feeling. They were tender about the wounded in the early days, men tell me, and reverent about the dead. It's all gone now. There have been atrocities, gas, unforgettable things. Everything is harder. Our people are inclined now to laugh at a man who gets hit, and to be annoyed at a man with a troublesome wound. The other day, they say, there was a big dead German outside the Essex trenches. He became a nuisance, and he was dragged in and taken behind the line and buried. After he was buried, a kindly soul was putting a board over him with "Somebody's Fritz" on it, when a shell burst close by. It blew the man with the board a dozen yards and wounded him, and it restored Fritz to the open air. He was lifted clean out. He flew head over heels like a windmill. This was regarded as a tremendous joke against the men who had been at the pains of burying him. For a time, nobody else would touch Fritz, who was now some yards behind his original grave. Then, as he got worse and worse, he was buried again by some devoted sanitarians, and this time the inscription was "Somebody's Fritz, R.I.P." And as luck would have it, he was spun up again, in pieces. The trench howled with laughter and cries of, "Good old Fritz! This isn't the resurrection, Fritz!" Another thing that appeals to the sunny humor of the trenches as a really delicious practical joke is the trick of the fuses. We have two kinds of fuse. A slow-burning fuse, such as is used for hand grenades and such-like things, a sort of yard-a-minute fuse, and a rapid fuse that goes 100 yards a second, for firing mines and so on. The latter is carefully distinguished from the former by a conspicuous red thread. Also, as you know, it is the habit of the enemy and ourselves, when the trenches are near enough, to enliven each other by the casting of homely but effective hand grenades made out of tins. When a grenade drops in a British trench, somebody seizes it instantly and throws it back. To hoist the German with his own petard is particularly sweet to the British mind. When a grenade drops into a German trench, everybody runs. At least, that is what I am told happens by the men from our trenches, though possibly each side has its exceptions. If the bomb explodes, it explodes. If it doesn't, Hans and Fritz presently come creeping back to see what has happened. Sometimes the fuse hasn't caught properly. It has been thrown by a nervous man. Or it hasn't burnt properly. Then Hans or Fritz puts in a new fuse and sends it back with loving care. To hoist the Briton with his own petard is particularly sweet to the German mind. But here it is that military genius comes in. Some gifted spirit on our side procured, probably by larceny, a length of mine fuse, the rapid sort, and spent a laborious day removing the red thread and making it into the likeness of its slow brother. Then bits of it were attached to tin bombs and shied, unlit of course, into the German trenches. A long but happy pause followed. I can see the chaps holding themselves in. Hans and Fritz were understood to be creeping back, to be examining the unlit fuse, to be applying a light thereunto, in order to restore it to its maker after their custom. A loud bang in the German trenches indicated the moment of lighting, and the exit of Hans and Fritz to worlds less humorous. The genius in the British trenches went on with the preparation of the next surprise bomb, against the arrival of Kurt and Karl. Hans, Fritz, Kurt, Karl, Michael, and Wilhelm. It went for quite a long time before they grew suspicious. You once wrote that all fighting ought to be done nowadays by metal soldiers. I perceive, my dear Daddy, that all real fighting is. 11. Not all Hugh's letters were concerned with these grim technicalities. It was not always that news and gossip came along. It was rare that a young man with a commission would condescend to talk shop to two young men without one. There were few newspapers and fewer maps, and even in France and within sound of guns, Hugh could presently find warfare almost as much a bore as it had been at times in England. But his criticism of military methods died away. "Things are done better out here," he remarked, and "we're nearer reality here. I begin to respect my captain, who is developing a sense of locality, happily for our prospects." And in another place he speculated in an oddly characteristic manner whether he was getting used to the army way, whether he was beginning to see the sense of the army way, or whether it really was that the army way raced up nearer and nearer to efficiency as it got nearer to the enemy. "And here one hasn't the haunting feeling that war is after all an hallucination. It's already common sense and the business of life. In England, I always had a sneaking idea that I had dressed up in my uniform. I never dreamt before I came here how much war is a business of waiting about and going through duties and exercises that were only too obviously a means of preventing or discovering just how much waiting about we were doing. I suppose there is no great harm in describing the place I am in here. It's a kind of scenery that is somehow all of a piece with the life we lead day by day. It is a village that has been only partly smashed up. It has never been fought through. Indeed, the Germans were never within 2 miles of it. But it was shelled intermittently for months before we made our advance. Almost all the houses are still standing, but there is not a window left with a square foot of glass in the place. 1 or 2 houses have been burned out, and 1 or 2 are just as though they had been kicked to pieces by a lunatic giant. We sleep in batches of 4 or 5 on the floors of the rooms. There are very few inhabitants about, but the village inn still goes on. It has one poor, weary billiard table, very small, with very big balls, and the cues are without tops. It is the amusement of the place. Ortheris does miracles at it. When he leaves the army, he says he's going to be a marker. A B-Y marker. The country about us is flat, featureless, desolate. How I long for hills, even for Essex mud hills. Then the road runs on towards the front, a brick road frightfully worn, lined with poplars. Just at the end of the village, mechanical transport ends, and there is a kind of depot, from which all the stuff goes up by mules or men or bicycles to the trenches. It is the only movement in the place, and I have spent hours watching men shift grub or ammunition or lending them a hand. All day one hears guns, a kind of thud at the stomach, and now and then one sees an aeroplane, very high and small. Just beyond this point there is a group of poplars which have been punished by a German shell. They are broken off and splintered in the most astonishing way, all split and ravelled out, like the end of a cane that has been broken and twisted to get the ends apart. The choice of one's leisure is to watch the ASC, or play football, 20 aside, or sit about indoors, or stand in the doorway, or walk down to the estaminet and wait 5 or 6 deep for the billiard table. Ultimately, one sits, and so you get these unconscionable letters. Unconscionable, said Mr. Britling. Of course, he will grow out of that sort of thing. And he'll write some day, sure enough. He'll write. He went on reading the letter. We read, of course, but there never could be a library here big enough to keep us going. We can do with all sorts of books, but I don't think the ordinary sensational novel is quite the catch it was for a lot of them in peacetime. Some break towards serious reading in the oddest fashion. Old Park, for example, says he wants books you can chew. He is reading a cheap edition of The Origin of Species. He used to regard Florence Warden and William Le Queux as the supreme delights of print. I wish you could send him Metchnikoff's Nature of Man, or Pearson's Ethics of Free Thought. I feel I am building up his tender mind. Not for me, though, Daddy. Nothing of that sort for me. These things take people differently. What I want here is literary opium. I want something about fauns and nymphs in broad low glades. I would like to read Spenser's Faerie Queen. I don't think I have read it, and yet I have a very distinct impression of knights and dragons and sorcerers and wicked magic ladies moving through a sort of pre-Raphaelite tapestry scenery, only with a light on them. I could do with some Hewlett of the Forest Lovers kind, or with Joseph Conrad in his Kew Palmhouse mood. And there is a book, I once looked into it at a man's room in London. I don't know the title, but it was by Richard Garnett, and it was all about gods who were in reduced circumstances, but amidst sunny picturesque scenery. Scenery without steel or poles or wire. A thing after the manner of Heine's Florentine Nights. Any book about Greek gods would be welcome. Anything about temples of ivory-colored stone and purple seas, red caps, chests of jewels, and lizards in the sun. I wish there was another Thais. The men here are getting a kind of newspaper sheet of literature scraps called the Times Broadsheets. Snippets, but mostly from good stuff. They're small enough to stir the appetite, but not to satisfy it. Rather an irritant, and one wants no irritant. I used to imagine reading was meant to be a stimulant. Out here, it has to be an anodyne. Have you heard of a book called Tom Cringle's Log? War is an exciting game that I never wanted to play. It excites once in a couple of months, and the rest of it is dirt and muddle and boredom, and smashed houses and spoilt roads, and muddy scenery and boredom, and the lumbering along of supplies, and the lumbering back of the wounded and weary, and boredom and continual vague guessing of how it will end, and boredom and boredom and boredom, and thinking of the work you are going to do, and the travel you are going to have, and the waste of life, and the waste of days, and boredom, and splintered poplars and stink, everywhere stink and dirt and boredom. And all because these accursed Prussians were too stupid to understand what a boredom they were getting ready when they pranced and stuck their chests out and earned the praises of Mr. Thomas Carlyle. Gott strafe Deutschland! So send me some books, books of dreams, books about China, and the willow pattern plate, and the Golden Age, and Fairyland. And send them soon, and address them very carefully. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 7 to 11. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 12 to 14 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 12. Teddy's misadventure happened while figs were still ripening on Mr. Britling's big tree. It was Sissy brought the news to Mr. Britling. She came up to the dower house with a white, scared face. "I've come up for the letters," she said. "There's bad news of Teddy, and Letty's rather in a state." "He's not—" Mr. Britling left the word unsaid. "He's wounded and missing," said Sissy. "A prisoner," said Mr. Britling. "And wounded. How, we don't know." She added, "Letty has gone to telegraph." "Telegraph to whom?" "To the War Office, to know what sort of wound he has. They tell nothing. It's disgraceful." "It doesn't say severely." "It says just nothing. Wounded and missing. Surely they ought to give us particulars." Mr. Britling thought. His first thought was that now news might come at any time that Hugh was wounded and missing. Then he set himself to persuade Sissy that the absence of seriously meant that Teddy was only quite bearably wounded, and that if he was also missing, it might be difficult for the War Office to ascertain at once just exactly what she wanted to know. But Sissy said merely that Letty was in an awful state, and after Mr. Britling had given her a few instructions for his typing, he went down to the cottage to repeat these mitigatory considerations to Letty. He found her much whiter than her sister, and in a state of cold indignation with the War Office. It was clear she thought that organization ought to have taken better care of Teddy. She had a curious effect of feeling that something was being kept back from her. It was manifest, too, that she was disposed to regard Mr. Britling as biased in favor of the authorities. "At any rate," she said, "they could have answered my telegram promptly. I sent it at 8. 2 hours of scornful silence." This fierce, strained, unjust Letty was a new aspect to Mr. Britling. Her treatment of his proffered consolations made him feel slightly henpecked. "And just fancy," she said, "they have no means of knowing if he has arrived safely on the German side. How can they know he is a prisoner without knowing that? But the word is missing. That means a prisoner," said Letty uncivilly. 13. Mr. Britling returned to the dower house, perplexed and profoundly disturbed. He had a distressful sense that things were far more serious with Teddy than he had tried to persuade Letty they were, that wounded and missing meant indeed a man abandoned to very sinister probabilities. He was distressed for Teddy, and still more acutely distressed for Mrs. Teddy, whose every note and gesture betrayed suppositions even more sinister than his own. And that preposterous sense of liability, because he had helped Teddy to get his commission, was more distressful than it had ever been. He was surprised that Letty had not assailed him with railing accusations. And this event had wiped off at one sweep all the protective scab of habituation that had gathered over the wound of Hugh's departure. He was back face to face with the one evil chance in 5. In the hall there was lying a letter from Hugh that had come by the second post. It was a relief even to see it. Hugh had had his first spell in the trenches. Before his departure he had promised his half-brothers a long and circumstantial account of what the trenches were really like. Here he redeemed his promise. He had evidently ridden with the idea that the letter would be handed over to them. "Tell the Bruddykinses I'm glad they're going to Brinsmead School. Later on, I suppose, they will go on to Statesminster. I suppose that you don't care to send them so far in these troubled times. And now, about those trenches, as I promised. The great thing to grasp is that they are narrow. They are a sort of negative wall. They are more like giant cracks in the ground than anything else. But perhaps I had better begin by telling how we got there. We started about 1 a.m, laden up with everything you can possibly imagine on a soldier, and in addition I had a kettle, filled with water. Most of the chaps had bundles of firewood, and some had extra bread. We marched out of our quarters along the road for a mile or more, and then we took the fields, and presently came to a crest, and dropped into a sort of maze of zigzag trenches going up to the front trench. These trenches, you know, are much deeper than one's height. You don't see anything. It's like walking along a mud-walled passage. You just trudge along them in single file. Every now and then someone stumbles into a soakaway for rainwater, or swears at a soft place, or somebody blunders into the man in front of him. This seems to go on for hours and hours. It certainly went on for an hour, so I suppose we did 2 or 3 miles of it. At one place we crossed a dip in the ground and a ditch, and the trench was built up with sandbags up to the ditch, and there was a plank. Overhead there were stars, and now and then a sort of blaze thing they send up lit up the edges of the trench and gave one a glimpse of a treetop or a factory roof far away. Then for a time it was more difficult to go on because you were blinded. Suddenly, just when you were believing that this sort of trudge was going on forever, we were in the support trenches behind the firing line, and found the men we were relieving ready to come back. And the firing line itself? Just the same sort of ditch, with a parapet of sandbags, but with dugouts, queer big holes helped out with sleepers from a nearby railway track, opening into it from behind. Dugouts vary a good deal. Many are rather like the cubby house we made at the end of the orchard last summer, only the walls are thick enough to stand a high explosive shell. The best dugout in our company's bit of front was quite a dressy affair, with some woodwork and a door got from the ruins of a house 20 or 30 yards behind us. It had a stove in it, too, and a chimney, and pans to keep water in. It was the best dugout for miles. This house had a well, and there was a special trench ran back to that, and all day long there was a coming and going for water. There had once been a pump over the well, but a shell had smashed that. And now you expect me to tell of Germans and the fight and shelling and all sorts of things. I haven't seen a live German. I haven't been within 200 yards of a shell burst. There has been no attack, and I haven't got the VC. I have made myself muddy beyond describing. I've been working all the time, but I've not fired a shot or fought a hapworth. We were busy all the time, just at work, repairing the parapet, which had to be done gingerly because of snipers, bringing our food in from the rear in big carriers, getting water, pushing our trench out from an angle slanting ways forward. Getting meals, clearing up, and so on takes a lot of time. We make tea in big kettles in the big dugout, which 2 whole companies use for their cooking, and carry them with a pole through the handles to our platoons. We wash up and wash and shave. Dinner preparation and consumption takes 2 or 3 hours. Tea, too, uses up time. It's like camping out and picnicking in the park. The first time, and next too, we have been mixed with some Sussex men who have been here longer and know the business. It works out that we do most of the fatigue. Afterwards we shall go up alone to a pitch of our own. But all the time you want to know about the Germans. They are 1/4 of a mile away at this part, or nearly 1/4 of a mile. When you snatch a peep at them, it is like a low party-colored stone wall, only the stones are sandbags. The Germans have them black and white, so that you cannot tell which are loopholes and which are black bags. Our people haven't been so clever, and the War Office love of uniformity has given us only white bags. No doubt it looks neater, but it makes our loopholes plain. For a time, black sandbags were refused. The Germans sniped at us, but not very much. Only one of our lot was hit by a chance shot that came through the sandbag at the top of the parapet. He just had a cut in the neck which didn't prevent his walking back. They shelled the trenches half a mile to the left of us, though, and it looked pretty hot. The sandbags flew about. But the men lie low, and it looks worse than it is. The weather was fine and pleasant, as General French always says. And after 3 days and nights of cramped existence and petty chores, 1 in the foremost trench and 2 a little way back, and then 2 days in support, we came back. And here we are again, waiting for our second go. The night time is perhaps a little more nervy than the day. You get your head up and look about, and see the flat, dim country with its ruined houses and its lumps of stuff that are dead bodies, and its long, vague lines of sandbags, and the searchlights going like white windmill arms, and an occasional flare or star shell. And you have a nasty feeling of people creeping and creeping all night between the trenches. Some of us went out to strengthen a place in the parapet that was only 1 sandbag thick, where a man had been hit during the day. We made it 4 bags thick, right up to the top. All the while you were doing it, you dreaded to find yourself in the white glare of a searchlight, and you had a feeling that something would hit you suddenly from behind. I had to make up my mind not to look round, or I should have kept on looking round. Also, our chaps kept shooting over us, within a foot of one's head, just to persuade the Germans that we were not out of the trench. Nothing happened to us. We got back all right. It was silly to have left that parapet only 1 bag thick. There's the truth, and all of my first time in the trenches. And the Germans? I tell you, there was no actual fighting at all. I never saw the head of one. But now, see what a good Bruddykins I am. I have seen a fight, a real exciting fight, and I have kept it to the last to tell you about. It was a fight in the air, and the British won. It began with a German machine appearing, very minute and high, sailing towards our lines a long way to the left. We could tell it was a German because of the black cross. They decorate every aeroplane with a black iron cross on its wings and tail. That our officer could see with his glasses. He let me look. Suddenly, whack, 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 came a line of little puffs of smoke behind it, and then one in front of it, which meant that our anti-aircraft guns were having a go at it. Then, suddenly, Archibald stopped, and we could see the British machine buzzing across the path of the German. It was just like 2 birds circling in the air. Or wasps. They buzzed like wasps. There was a little crackling, like brushing your hair in frosty weather. They were shooting at each other. Then our lieutenant called out, "Hit, by Jove!" and handed the glasses to Park, and instantly wanted them back. He says he saw bits of the machine flying off. When he said that, you could fancy you saw it too, up there in the blue. Anyhow, the little machine cocked itself up on end, rather slowly. Then down it came, like dropping a knife. It made you say, "Ooh," to see that dive. It came down, seemed to get a little bit under control, and then dive down again. You could hear the engine roar louder and louder as it came down. I never saw anything fall so fast. We saw it hit the ground among a lot of smashed-up buildings on the crest behind us. It went right over and flew to pieces, all to smithereens. It hurt your nose to see it hit the ground. Somehow, I was sort of overcome by the thought of the men in that dive. I was trying to imagine how they felt it, from the moment when they realized they were going. What on earth must it have seemed like at last? They fell 7,000 feet, the men say. Some say 9,000 feet. 1.5 miles. But all the chaps were cheering. And there was our machine hanging in the sky. You wanted to reach up and pat it on the back. It went up higher and away towards the German lines, as though it was looking for another German. It seemed to go now quite slowly. It was an English machine, though for a time we weren't sure. Our machines are done in tricolor just as though they were French. But everybody says it was English. It was one of our crack fighting machines, and from first to last it has put down 7 Germans. And that's really all the fighting there was. There has been fighting here a month ago. There are perhaps a dozen dead Germans lying out still in front of the lines. Little twisted figures, like overthrown scarecrows, about 100 yards away. But that is all. No, the trenches have disappointed me. They are a scene of tiresome domesticity. They aren't a patch on our quarters in the rear. There isn't the traffic. I've not found a single excuse for firing my rifle. I don't believe I shall ever fire my rifle at an enemy, ever. You've seen Rendezvous's fresh promotion, I suppose. He's one of the men the young officers talk about. Everybody believes in him. Do you remember how Manning used to hide from him? 14. Mr. Britling read this through, and then his thoughts went back to Teddy's disappearance, and then returned to Hugh. The youngster was right in the front now, and one had to steel oneself to the possibilities of the case. Somehow Mr. Britling had not expected to find Hugh so speedily in the firing line, though he would have been puzzled to find a reason why this should not have happened. But he found he had to begin the lesson of stoicism all over again. He read the letter twice, and then he searched for some indication of its date. He suspected that letters were sometimes held back. 4 days later, this suspicion was confirmed by the arrival of another letter from Hugh, in which he told of his second spell in the trenches. This time things had been much more lively. They had been heavily shelled, and there had been a German attack. And this time he was writing to his father, and wrote more freely. He had scribbled in pencil. Things are much livelier here than they were. Our guns are getting to work. They are firing in spells of an hour or so, 3 or 4 times a day, and just when they seem to be leaving off, they begin again. The Germans suddenly got the range of our trenches the day before yesterday, and begun to pound us with high explosive. Well, it's trying. You never seem quite to know when the next bang is coming, and that keeps your nerves hung up. It seems to tighten your muscles and tire you. We've done nothing but lie low all day, and I feel as weary as if I had marched 20 miles. Then, whop, one's near you, and there is a flash and everything flies. It's a mad sort of smash-about. One came much too close to be pleasant, as near as the old oil jars are from the barn court door. It bowled me clean over and sent a lot of gravel over me. When I got up, there was 20 yards of trench smashed into a mere hole, and men lying about, and some of them groaning, and one 3/4 buried. We had to turn to and get them out as well as we could. I felt stunned and insensitive. It was well to have something to do. Our guns behind felt for the German guns. It was the damnedest racket. Like giant lunatics smashing about amidst colossal pots and pans. They fired different sorts of shells, stink shells as well as Jack Johnsons, and though we didn't get much of that at our corner, there was a sting of chlorine in the air all through the afternoon. Most of the stink shells fell short. We hadn't masks, but we rigged up a sort of protection with our handkerchiefs, and it didn't amount to very much. It was rather like the chemistry room, after Heinrich and the kids had been mixing things. Most of the time, I was busy helping with the men who had got hurt. Suddenly there came a lull. Then someone said the Germans were coming, and I had a glimpse of them. You don't look at anything steadily while the guns are going. When a big gun goes off, or a shell bursts anywhere near you, you seem neither to see nor hear for a moment. You keep on being intermittently stunned. One sees in a kind of flicker in between the impacts. Well, there they were. This time I saw them. They were coming out and running a little way and dropping, and our shell was bursting among them and behind them. A lot of it was going too far. I watched what our men were doing, and poured out a lot of cartridges ready to my hand, and began to blaze away. Half the German attack never came out of their trench. If they really intended business against us, which I doubt, they were half-hearted in carrying it out. They didn't show for 5 minutes, and they left 2 or 3 score men on the ground. Whenever we saw a man wriggle, we were told to fire at him. It might be an unwounded man trying to crawl back. For a time our guns gave them beans. Then it was practically over, but about sunset their guns got back at us again, and the artillery fight went on until it was moonlight. The chaps in our 3rd company caught it rather badly, and then our guns seemed to find something and get the upper hand. In the night, some of our men went out to repair the wire entanglements, and one man crawled halfway to the enemy trenches to listen. But I had done my bit for the day, and I was supposed to sleep in the dugout. I was far too excited to sleep. All my nerves were jumping about, and my mind was like a lot of flying fragments, flying about very fast. They shelled us again next day, and our tea dixie was hit, so that we didn't get any tea. I slept 30 hours after I got back here, and now I am slowly digesting these experiences. Most of our fellows are. My mind and nerves have been rather bumped and bruised by the shelling, but not so much as you might think. I feel as though I'd presently not think very much of it. Some of our men have got the stun of it a lot more than I have. It gets at the older men more. Everybody says that. The men of over 35 don't recover from a shelling for weeks. They go about sort of hesitatingly. Life is very primitive here, which doesn't mean that one is getting down to anything fundamental, but only going back to something immediate and simple. It's fetching and carrying and getting water and getting food and going up to the firing line and coming back. One goes on for weeks, and then one day one finds oneself crying out, "What is all this for? When is it to end?" I seemed to have something ahead of me before this war began. Education, science, work, discoveries, all sorts of things. But it is hard to feel that there is anything ahead of us here. Somehow, the last spell in the fire trench has shaken up my mind a lot. I was getting used to the war before, but now I've got back to my original amazement at the whole business. I find myself wondering what we are really up to, why the war began, why we were caught into this amazing routine. It feels orderly, methodical, purposeful. Our officers give us orders and get their orders, and the men back there get their orders. Everybody is getting orders. Back, I suppose, to Lord Kitchener. It goes on for weeks, with the effect of being quite sane and intended and the right thing. And then suddenly, it comes whacking into one's head. But this is utterly mad. This going to and fro and to and fro and to and fro. This monotony which breaks ever and again into violence. Violence that never gets anywhere. Is exactly the life that a lunatic leads. Melancholia and mania. It's just a collective obsession. By war. The world is really quite mad. I happen to be having just one gleam of sanity that won't last after I have finished this letter. I suppose when an individual man goes mad and gets out of the window because he imagines the door is magically impossible, and dances about in the street without his trousers, jabbing at passers-by with a toasting fork, he has just the same somber sense of unavoidable necessity that we have, all of us, when we go off with our packs into the trenches. It's only by an effort that I can recall how life felt in the spring of 1914. Do you remember Heinrich and his attempt to make a table chart of the roses, so that we could sit outside the barn and read the names of all the roses in the barn court? Like the mountain charts they have on tables in Switzerland. What an inconceivable thing that is now! For all I know, I shot Heinrich the other night. For all I know, he is one of the lumps that we counted after the attack went back. It's a queer thing, Daddy, but I have a sort of seditious feeling in writing things like this. One gets to feel that it is wrong to think. It's the effect of discipline, of being part of a machine. Still, I doubt if I ought to think. If one really looks into things in this spirit, where is it going to take us? Ortheris, his real name by the by is Arthur Jewell, hasn't any of these troubles. The B-blank-Y Germans butted into Belgium, he says. We've got to oof 'em out again. That's all about it. Leastways, it's all I know. I don't know nothing about Serbia. I don't know nothing about anything, except that the Germans got to stop this sort of gime for everlasting. Amen. Sometimes I think he's righter than I am. Sometimes I think he is only madder. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 12 to 14. Book 2, Chapter 4, Section 15 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 15. These letters weighed heavily upon Mr. Britling's mind. He perceived that this precociously wise, subtle youngster of his was now close up to the line of injury and death, going to and fro from it in a perpetual fluctuating danger. At any time now, in the day or night, the evil thing might wing its way to him. If Mr. Britling could have prayed, he would have prayed for Hugh. He began and never finished some ineffectual prayers. He tried to persuade himself of a Roman stoicism, that he would be sternly proud, sternly satisfied, if this last sacrifice for his country was demanded from him. He perceived he was merely humbugging himself. This war had no longer the simple greatness that would make any such stern happiness possible. The disaster to Teddy and Mrs. Teddy hit him hard. He winced at the thought of Mrs. Teddy's white face, the unspoken accusation in her eyes. He felt he could never bring himself to say his one excuse to her. I did not keep Hugh back. If I had done that, then you might have the right to blame. If he had overcome every other difficulty in the way to an heroic pose, there was still Hugh's unconquerable lucidity of outlook. War was a madness. But what else was to be done? What else could be done? We could not give in to Germany. If a lunatic struggles, sane men must struggle too. Mr. Britling had ceased to write about the war at all. All his later writings about it had been abandoned unfinished. He could not imagine them counting, affecting anyone, producing any effect. Indeed, he was writing now very intermittently. His contributions to the Times had fallen away. He was perpetually thinking now about the war, about life and death, about the religious problems that had seemed so remote in the days of the peace. But none of his thinking would become clear and definite enough for writing. All the clear stars of his mind were hidden by the stormy clouds of excitement that the daily newspaper perpetually renewed, and by the daily developments of life. And just as his professional income shrank before his mental confusion and impotence, the private income that came from his and his wife's investments became uncertain. She had had £2,000 in the Constantinople loan, 700 in debentures of the Ottoman Railway. He had held similar sums in 2 Hungarian and 1 Bulgarian loan, in a linoleum factory at Rouen, and in a Swiss hotel company. All these stopped payments, and the dividends from their other investments shrank. There seemed no limit set to the possibilities of shrinkage of capital and income. Income tax had leapt to colossal dimensions. The cost of most things had risen, and the tangle of life was now increased by the need for retrenchments and economies. He decided that Gladys, the facetiously named automobile, was a luxury, and sold her for a couple of £100. He lost his gardener, who had gone to higher-priced work with the miller, and he had great trouble to replace him, so that the garden became disagreeably unkempt and unsatisfactory. He had to give up his frequent trips to London. He was obliged to defer Statesminster for the boys. For a time, at any rate, they must go as day-boys to Brinsmead. At every point he met this uncongenial consideration of ways and means. For years now he had gone easy, lived with a certain self-indulgence. It was extraordinarily vexatious to have one's greater troubles for one's country and one's son and one's faith crossed and complicated by these little troubles of the extra 6pence and the untimely bill. What worried his mind perhaps more than anything else was his gradual loss of touch with the essential issues of the war. At first, the militarism, the aggression of Germany, had seemed so bad that he could not see the action of Britain and her allies as anything but entirely righteous. He had seen the war plainly and simply in the phrase, "Now this militarism must end." He had seen Germany as a system, as imperialism and Junkerism, as a callous materialist aggression, as the spirit that makes war, and the Allies as the protest of humanity against all these evil things. Insensibly, in spite of himself, this first version of the war was giving place to another. The tawdry, rhetorical German emperor, who had been the great antagonist at the outset, the last upholder of Caesarism, God's anointed, with the withered arm and the mailed fist, had receded from the foreground of the picture. That truer Germany, which is thought and system, which is the will to do things thoroughly, the Germany of Ostwald and the once rejected Hindenburg, was coming to the fore. It made no apology for the errors and crimes that had been imposed upon it by its Hohenzollern leadership, but it fought now to save itself from the destruction and division that would be its inevitable lot if it accepted defeat too easily. Fought to hold out, fought for a second chance, with discipline, with skill and patience, with a steadfast will. It fought with science, it fought with economy, with machines and thought against all too human antagonists. It necessitated an implacable resistance, but also it commanded respect. Against it fought 3 great peoples with as fine a will, but they had neither the unity, the habitual discipline, nor the science of Germany, and it was the latter defect that became more and more the distressful matter of Mr. Britling's thoughts. France, after her initial experiences, after her first reeling month, had risen from the very verge of defeat to a steely splendor of resolution. But England and Russia, those twin slack giants, still wasted force, were careless, negligent, uncertain. Everywhere up and down the scale, from the stupidity of the uniform sandbags and Hugh's young officer who would not use a map, to the general conception and direction of the war, Mr. Britling's inflamed and oversensitized intelligence perceived the same bad qualities for which he had so often railed upon his countrymen in the days of the peace, that impatience, that indolence, that wastefulness and inconclusiveness, that failure to grip issues and do obviously necessary things. The same lax qualities that had brought England so close to the supreme imbecility of a civil war in Ireland in July 1914 were now muddling and prolonging the war, and postponing, it might be forever, the victory that had seemed so certain only a year ago. The politician still intrigued, the ineffectives still directed. Against brains used to the utmost, their fight was a stupid thrusting forth of men and yet more men. Men badly trained, under-equipped, stupidly led. A press clamor for invention and scientific initiative was stifled under a committee of elderly celebrities and eminent dufferdom. From the outset, the Ministry of Munitions seemed under the influence of the businessman. It is true that righteousness should triumph over the tyrant and the robber, but have carelessness and incapacity any right to triumph over capacity and foresight? Men were coming now to dark questionings between this intricate choice. And indeed, was our cause all righteousness? There, surely, is the worst doubt of all, for a man whose son is facing death. Were we, indeed, standing against tyranny for freedom? There came drifting to Mr. Britling's ears a confusion of voices that told of reaction, of the schemes of employers to best the trade unions, of greedy shippers and greedy house landlords reaping their harvest, of waste and treason in the very households of the ministry, of religious cant and intolerance at large, of self-advertisement written in letters of blood, of forestalling and jobbery, of irrational and exasperating oppressions in India and Egypt. It came with a shock to him, too, that Hugh should see so little else than madness in the war, and have so pitiless a realization of its essential futility. The boy forced his father to see, what indeed all along he had been seeing more and more clearly. The war, even by the standards of adventure and conquest, had long since become a monstrous absurdity. Some way there must be out of this bloody entanglement that was yielding victory to neither side, that was yielding nothing but waste and death beyond all precedent. The vast majority of people everywhere must be desiring peace, willing to buy peace at any reasonable price. And in all the world, it seemed there was insufficient capacity to end the daily butchery and achieve the peace that was so universally desired, the peace that would be anything better than a breathing space for further warfare. Every day came the papers with the balanced story of battles, losses, destructions, ships sunk, towns smashed, and never a decision, never a sign of decision. One Saturday afternoon, Mr. Britling found himself with Mrs. Britling at Clavering's. Lady Homerton was in mourning for her two nephews, the Glassington boys, who had both been killed, one in Flanders, the other in Gallipoli. Raeburn was there too, despondent and tired-looking. There were 3 young men in khaki, one with the red of a staff officer. There were 2 or 3 women whom Mr. Britling had not met before, and Mrs. Sharpspur, the novelist, fresh from nursing experience among the convalescents in the south of France. But he was disgusted to find that the gathering was dominated by his old antagonist, Lady Frensham, unsubdued, unaltered, rampant over them all, arrogant, impudent, insulting. She was in mourning. She had the most splendid black furs Mr. Britling had ever seen. Her large triumphant profile came out of them like the head of a vulture out of its ruff. Her elder brother was a wounded prisoner in Germany. Her second was dead. It would seem that hers were the only sacrifices the war had yet extorted from anyone. She spoke as though it gave her the sole right to criticize the war or claim compensation for the war. Her incurable propensity to split the country, to make mischievous accusations against classes and districts and public servants, was having full play. She did her best to provoke Mr. Britling into a dispute, and throw some sort of imputation upon his patriotism, as distinguished from her own noisy and intolerant conceptions of loyalty. She tried him first with conscription. She threw out insults at the shirkers and the funk classes. All the middle-class people clung on to their wretched little businesses, made any sort of excuse. Mr. Britling was stung to defend them. "A business," he said acidly, "isn't like land, which waits and grows rich for its owner. And these people can't leave ferrety little agents behind them when they go off to serve. Tens of thousands of middle-class men have ruined themselves and flung away every prospect they had in the world to go to this war." "And scores of thousands haven't," said Lady Frensham. "They are the men I'm thinking of." Mr. Britling ran through a little list of aristocratic stay-at-homes that began with the Duke. "And not a soul speaks to them in consequence," she said. She shifted her attack to the Labour people. They would rather see the country defeated than submit to a little discipline. "Because they have no faith in the House of Lawyers or the House of Landlords," said Mr. Britling. "Who can blame them?" She proceeded to tell everybody what she would do with strikers. She would give them short shrift. She would give them a taste of the Prussian way, homeopathic treatment. "But of course old vote-catching Asquith daren't. He daren't." Mr. Britling opened his mouth and said nothing. He was silenced. The man in khaki listened respectfully but ambiguously. One of the younger ladies, it seemed, was entirely of Lady Frensham's way of thinking, and anxious to show it. The good lady, having now got her hands upon the cabinet, proceeded to deal faithfully with its 22 members. Winston Churchill had overridden Lord Fisher upon the question of Gallipoli, and incurred terrible responsibilities. Lord Haldane, she called him Tubby Haldane, was a convicted traitor. "The man's a German out and out. Oh, what if he hasn't a drop of German blood in his veins? He's a German by choice, which is worse." "I thought he had a certain capacity for organization," said Mr. Britling. "We don't want his organization, and we don't want him," said Lady Frensham. Mr. Britling pleaded for particulars of the late Lord Chancellor's treasons. There were no particulars. It was just an idea the good lady had got into her head, that had got into a number of accessible heads. There was only one strong man in all the country now, Lady Frensham insisted. That was Sir Edward Carson. Mr. Britling jumped in his chair. "But has he ever done anything," he cried, "except embitter Ireland?" Lady Frensham did not hear that question. She pursued her glorious theme. Lloyd George, who had once been worthy only of the gallows, was now the sole minister fit to put beside her hero. He had won her heart by his condemnation of the working man. He was the one man who was not afraid to speak out, to tell them they drank, to tell them they shirked and loafed, to tell them plainly that if defeat came to this country, the blame would fall upon them. "No!" cried Mr. Britling. "Yes," said Lady Frensham, "upon them and those who have flattered and misled them." And so on. It presently became necessary for Lady Homerton to rescue Mr. Britling from the great lady's patriotic tramplings. He found himself drifting into the autumnal garden. The show of dahlias had never been so wonderful. in the company of Rayburn and the staff officer, and a small woman who was presently discovered to be remarkably well informed. They were all despondent. "I think all this promiscuous blaming of people is quite the worst, and most ominous, thing about us just now," said Mr. Britling, after the restful pause that followed the departure from the presence of Lady Frensham. "It goes on everywhere," said the staff officer. "Is it really honest?" said Mr. Britling. Rayburn, after reflection, decided to answer. "As far as it is stupid, yes. There's a lot of blame coming. There's bound to be a day of reckoning, and I suppose we've all got an instinctive disposition to find a scapegoat for our common sins. The Tory press is pretty rotten, and there's a strong element of mere personal spite. In the Churchill attacks, for example. Personal jealousy, probably. Our old families seem to have got vulgar-spirited imperceptibly, in a generation or so. They quarrel and shirk and lay blame, exactly as bad servants do, and things are still far too much in their hands. Things are getting muffed, there can be no doubt about that. Not fatally, but still rather seriously. And the government. It was human before the war, and we've added no archangels. There's muddle, there's mutual suspicion. You never know what newspaper office Lloyd George won't be in touch with next. He's honest and patriotic and energetic, but he's mortally afraid of old women and class intrigues. He doesn't know where to get his backing. He's got all a Labour member's terror of the dagger at his back. There's a lack of nerve, too, in getting rid of prominent officers who have friends." The staff officer nodded. "Northcliffe seems to me to have a case," said Mr. Britling. "Everyone abuses him." "I'd stop his Daily Mail," said Rayburn. "I'd leave the Times, but I'd stop the Daily Mail on the score of its placards alone. It overdoes Northcliffe. It translates him into the shrieks and yells of underlings. The plain fact is that Northcliffe is scared out of his wits by German efficiency. And in wartime, when a man is scared out of his wits, whether he is honest or not, you put his head in a bag, or hold a pistol to it to calm him. What is the good of all this clamoring for a change of government? We haven't a change of government. It's like telling a tramp to get a change of linen. Our men, all our public men, are second-rate men, with the habits of advocates. There is nothing masterful in their minds. How can you expect the system to produce anything else? But they are doing as well as they can, and there is no way of putting in anyone else now, and there you are." "Meanwhile," said Mr. Britling, "our boys get killed." "They'd get killed all the more if you had, let us say, Carson and Lloyd George and Northcliffe and Lady Frensham, with, I suppose, Austin Harrison and Horatio Bottomley thrown in, as a strong, silent government. I'd rather have Northcliffe as dictator than that. We can't suddenly go back on the past and alter our type. We didn't listen to Matthew Arnold. We've never thoroughly turned out and cleaned up our higher schools. We've resisted instruction. We've preferred to maintain our national luxuries of a bench of bishops and party politics, and compulsory Greek and the university sneer, and Lady Frensham, and all that sort of thing. And here we are. Well, damn it, we're in for it now. We've got to plow through with it, with what we have, as what we are." The young staff officer nodded. He thought that was about it. "You've got no sons," said Mr. Britling. "I'm not even married," said Rayburn, as though he thanked God. The little well-informed lady remarked abruptly that she had 2 sons. One was just home wounded from Souffle Bay. What her son told her made her feel very grave. She said that the public was still quite in the dark about the Battle of Anafarta. It had been a hideous muddle, and we had been badly beaten. The staff work had been awful. Nothing joined up, nothing was on the spot and in time. The water supply, for example, had gone wrong. The men had been mad with thirst. One regiment which she named had not been supported by another. When at last the first came back, the 2 battalions fought in the trenches, regardless of the enemy. There had been no leading, no correlation, no plan. Some of the guns, she declared, had been left behind in Egypt. Some of the train was untraceable to this day. It was mislaid somewhere in the Levant. At the beginning, Sir Ian Hamilton had not even been present. He had failed to get there in time. It had been the reckless throwing away of an army. And so hopeful an army. Her son declared it meant the complete failure of the Dardanelles project. "And when one hears how near we came to victory," she cried, and left it at that. "3 times this year," said Raeburn, "we have missed victories because of the badness of our staff work. It's no good picking out scapegoats. It's a question of national habit. It's because the sort of man we turn out from our public schools has never learned how to catch trains, get to an office on the minute, pack a knapsack properly, or do anything smartly and quickly. Anything whatever that he can possibly get done for him. You can't expect men who are habitually easygoing to keep bucked up to a high pitch of efficiency for any length of time. All their training is against it. All their tradition. They hate being prigs. An Englishman will be any sort of stupid failure rather than appear a prig. That's why we've lost 3 good fights that we ought to have won. And thousands of men. And material and time, precious beyond reckoning. We've lost a year. We've dashed the spirit of our people." "My boy in Flanders," said Mr. Britling, "says about the same thing. He says our officers have never learned to count beyond 10, and that they are scared at the sight of a map." "And the war goes on," said the little woman. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" cried Mr. Britling. "I'd give them another year," said the staff officer, "just going as we are going. Then something must give way. There will be no money anywhere. There will be no more men. I suppose they'll feel that shortage first, anyhow. Russia alone has over 20 millions. "That's about the size of it," said Raeburn. "Do you think, sir, there'll be civil war?" asked the young staff officer abruptly after a pause. There was a little interval before anyone answered this surprising question. "After the peace, I mean," said the young officer. "There'll be just the devil to pay," said Raeburn. "One thing after another in the country is being pulled up by its roots," reflected Mr. Britling. "We've never produced a plan for the war, and it isn't likely we shall have one for the peace," said Raeburn, and added, "and Lady Frensham''s little lot will be doing their level best to sit on the safety valve. They'll rake up Ireland and Ulster from the very start. But I doubt if Ulster will save 'em." "We shall squabble. What else do we ever do?" No one seemed able to see more than that. A silence fell on the little party. "Well, thank heaven for these dahlias," said Raeburn, affecting the philosopher. The young staff officer regarded the dahlias without enthusiasm. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Section 15. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 16 to 20 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 16. Mr. Britling sat one September afternoon with Captain Lawrence Carmine in the sunshine of the barn court, and smoked with him, and sometimes talked and sometimes sat still. "When it began, I did not believe that this war could be like other wars," he said. I did not dream it. I thought that we had grown wiser at last. It seemed to me like the dawn of a great clearing up. I thought the common sense of mankind would break out like a flame, an indignant flame, and consume all this obsolete foolery of empires and banners and militarism directly it made its attack upon human happiness. A score of things that I see now were preposterous I thought must happen, naturally. I thought America would declare herself against the Belgian outrage, that she would not tolerate the smashing of the great sister republic, if only for the memory of Lafayette. Well, I gather America is chiefly concerned about our making cotton contraband. I thought the Balkan states were capable of a reasonable give and take, of a common care for their common freedom. I see now 3 German royalties trading in peasants, and no men in their lands to gainsay them. I saw this war, as so many Frenchmen have seen it, as something that might legitimately command a splendid enthusiasm of indignation. It was all a dream, the dream of a prosperous, comfortable man who had never come to the cutting edge of life. Everywhere cunning, everywhere small feuds and hatreds, distrusts, dishonesties, timidities, feebleness of purpose, dwarfish imaginations, swarm over the great and simple issues. It is a war now like any other, of the mobbing, many-aimed cataclysms that have shattered empires and devastated the world. It is a war without point, a war that has lost its soul. It has become mere incoherent fighting and destruction, a demonstration in vast and tragic forms of the stupidity and ineffectiveness of our species. He stopped, and there was a little interval of silence. Captain Carmine tossed the fag end of his cigar very neatly into a tub of hydrangeas. 3,000 years ago in China, he said, there were men as sad as we are, for the same cause. 3,000 years ahead, perhaps, said Mr. Britling, there will still be men with the same sadness. And yet, no, just now I have no elasticity. It is not in my nature to despair, but things are pressing me down. I don't recover as I used to recover. I tell myself still that though the way is long and hard, the spirit of hope, the spirit of creation, the generosities and gallantries in the heart of man must end in victory. But I say that over as one repeats a worn-out prayer. The light is out of the sky for me. Sometimes I doubt if it will ever come back. Let younger men take heart and go on with the world. If I could die for the right thing now, instead of just having to live on in this world of ineffective struggle, I would be glad to die now, Carmine. 17. In these days also, Mr. Durrock was very unhappy. For Sissy, at any rate, had not lost touch with the essential issues of the war. She was as clear as ever that German militarism and the German attack on Belgium and France was the primary subject of the war, and she dismissed all secondary issues. She continued to demand why America did not fight. "We fight for Belgium. Won't you fight for the Dutch and Norwegian ships? Won't you even fight for your own ships that the Germans are sinking?" Mr. Durrock attempted explanations that were ill-received. "You were ready enough to fight the Spaniards when they blew up the Maine, but the Germans can sink the Lusitania. That's, as you say, a different proposition." His mind was shot by an extraordinary suspicion that she thought the Lusitania an American vessel. But Mr. Durrock was learning his Sissy, and he did not dare to challenge her on this score. "You haven't got hold of the American proposition," he said. "We're thinking beyond wars." "That's what we have been trying to do," said Sissy. "Do you think we came into it for the fun of the thing?" "Haven't I shown in 100 ways that I sympathize?" "Oh, sympathy!" He fared a little better at Mr. Britling's hands. Mr. Britling talked darkly, but pointed all the time only too plainly at America. "There's two sorts of liberalism," said Mr. Britling, "that pretend to be the same thing. There's the liberalism of great aims, and the liberalism of defective moral energy." 18. It was not until Teddy had been missing for 3 weeks that Hugh wrote about him. The 2 Essex battalions on the Flanders front were apparently wide apart, and it was only from home that Hugh learnt what had happened. "You can't imagine how things narrow down when one is close up against them. One does not know what is happening even within a few miles of us until we get the newspapers. Then, with a little reading between the lines and some bold guessing, we fit our little bit of experience with a general shape. Of course, I've wondered at times about Teddy, but oddly enough, I've never thought of him very much as being out here. It's queer, I know, but I haven't. I can't imagine why." "I don't know about missing. We've had nothing going on here that has led to any missing. All our men have been accounted for. But every few miles along the front, conditions alter. His lot may have been closer up to the enemy, and there may have been a rush and a fight for a bit of trench either way. In some parts, the German trenches are not 30 yards away, and there is mining, bomb-throwing, and perpetual creeping up and give and take. Here we've been getting a bit forward, but I'll tell you about that presently. And anyhow, I don't understand about missing. There's very few prisoners taken now. But don't tell Letty that. I try to imagine old Teddy in it." Missing's a queer thing. It isn't tragic, or pitiful, or partly reassuring like prisoner. It just sends one speculating and speculating. I can't find anyone who knows where the 14th Essex are. Things move about here so mysteriously that, for all I know, we may find them in the next trench next time we go up. But there is a chance for Teddy. It's worthwhile bucking Letty all you can. And at the same time, there's odds against him. There, plainly and unfeelingly, is how things stand in my mind. I think chiefly of Letty. I'm glad Sissy is with her, and I'm glad she's got the boy. Keep her busy. She was frightfully fond of him. I've seen all sorts of things between them, and I know that. I'll try and write to her soon, and I'll find something hopeful to tell her. Meanwhile, I've got something to tell you. I've been through a big fight, and I haven't got a scratch. I've taken 2 prisoners with my lily hand. Men were shot close to me. I didn't mind that a bit. It was as exciting as one of those bitter fights we used to have round the hockey goal. I didn't mind anything till afterwards. Then, when I was in the trench in the evening, I trod on something slippery. Pah! And after it was all over, one of my chums got it, sort of unfairly. And I keep on thinking of those 2 things so much that all the early part is just dreamlike. It's more like something I've read in a book or seen in the Illustrated London News than actually been through. One had been thinking so often, how will it feel? How shall I behave? That when it came, it had an effect of being flat and ordinary. They say we hadn't got enough guns in the spring, or enough ammunition. That's all right now, anyhow. They started in plastering the Germans overnight, and right on until it was just daylight. I never heard such a row, and their trenches, we could stand up and look at them without getting a single shot at us, were flying about like the crater of a volcano. We were not in our firing trench. We had gone back into some new trenches at the rear, I think to get out of the way of the counter-fire. But this morning they weren't doing very much. For once, our guns were on top. There was a feeling of anticipation, very like waiting for an examination paper to be given out. Then we were at it. Getting out of a trench to attack gives you an odd feeling of being just hatched. Suddenly, the world is big. I don't remember our gunfire stopping. And then you rush. Come on, say the officers. Everybody gives a sort of howl and rushes. When you see men dropping, you rush the faster. The only thing that checks you at all is the wire twisted about everywhere. You don't want to trip over that. The frightening thing is the exposure. After being in the trenches so long, you feel naked. You run like a scared child for the German trench ahead. I can't understand the iron nerve of a man who can expose his back by turning to run away. And there's a thirsty feeling with one's bayonet. But they didn't wait. They dropped rifles and ran. But we ran so fast after them that we caught one or two in the second trench. I got down into that, heard a voice behind me, and found my 2 prisoners lying artful in a dugout. They held up their hands as I turned. If they hadn't, I doubt if I should have done anything to them. I didn't feel like it. I felt friendly. Not all the Germans ran. 3 or 4 stuck to their machine guns until they got bayoneted. Both the trenches were frightfully smashed about, and in the first one there were little knots and groups of dead. We got to work at once, shying the sandbags over from the old front of the trench to the parados. Our guns had never stopped all the time. They were now plastering the third-line trenches. And almost at once, the German shells began dropping into us. Of course, they had the range to an inch. One didn't have any time to feel and think. One just set oneself with all one's energy to turn the trench over. I don't remember that I helped or cared for a wounded man all the time, or felt anything about the dead, except to step over them and not on them. I was just possessed by the idea that we had to get the trench into a sheltering state before they tried to come back, and then stick there. I just wanted to win, and there was nothing else in my mind. They did try to come back, but not very much. Then, when I began to feel sure of having got hold of the trench for good, I began to realize just how tired I was, and how high the sun had got. I began to look about me, and found most of the other men working just as hard as I had been doing. "We've done it," I said, and that was the first word I'd spoken since I told my 2 Germans to come out of it, and stuck a man with a wounded leg to watch them. "It's a bit of all right," said Ortheris, knocking off also, and lighting a half-consumed cigarette. He had been wearing it behind his ear, I believe, ever since the charge. Against this occasion. He'd kept close up to me all the time, I realized. And then old Park turned up, very cheerful, with a weak bayonet jab in his forearm that he wanted me to rebandage. It was good to see him practically all right, too. "I took 2 prisoners," I said, and everybody I spoke to I told that. I was fearfully proud of it. I thought that if I could take 2 prisoners in my first charge, I was going to be some soldier. I had stood it all admirably. I didn't feel a bit shaken. I was as tough as anything. I'd seen death and killing, and it was all just hockey. And then that confounded Ortheris must needs go and get killed. The shell knocked me over and didn't hurt me a bit. I was a little stunned, and some dirt was thrown over me, and when I got up on my knees, I saw Jewel lying about 6 yards off, and his legs were all smashed about. Ugh! Pulped. He looked amazed. "Bloody," he said. "Bloody." He fixed his eyes on me, and suddenly grinned. You know, we'd once had 2 fights about his saying bloody. I think I told you at the time. A fight and a return match. He couldn't box for nuts. But he stood up like a Briton, and it appealed now to his sense of humor that I should be standing there, too dazed to protest at the old offense. "I thought you was done in," he said. "I'm in a mess, a bloody mess, ain't I? Like a stuck pig. Bloody. Right enough. Bloody. I didn't know I 'ad it in me." He looked at me and grinned with a sort of pale satisfaction in keeping up to the last, dying good Ortheris to the finish. I just stood up, helpless in front of him, still rather dazed. He said something about having a thundering thirst on him. I really don't believe he felt any pain. He would have done if he had lived. And then, while I was fumbling with my water bottle, he collapsed. He forgot all about Ortheris. Suddenly, he said something that cut me all to ribbons. His face puckered up, just like the face of a fretful child which refuses to go to bed. "I didn't want to be out of it," he said petulantly, "and I'm done." And then he just looked discontented and miserable, and died, right off, turned his head a little way over, as if he was impatient at everything, fainted, and fluttered out. For a time I kept trying to get him to drink. I couldn't believe he was dead. And suddenly it was all different. I began to cry, like a baby. I kept on with the water bottle at his teeth long after I was convinced he was dead. I didn't want him to be out of it. God knows I didn't. I wanted my dear little Cockney cat back. Oh, most frightfully I wanted him back. I shook him. I was like a scared child. I blubbered and howled things. It's all different since he died. My dear, dear father, I am grieving and grieving, and it's altogether nonsense. And it's all mixed up in my mind with the mess I trod on, and it gets worse and worse, so that I don't seem to feel anything really, even for Teddy. It's been just the last straw of all this hellish foolery. If ever there was a bigger lie, my dear Daddy, than any other, it is that man is a reasonable creature. War is just foolery, lunatic foolery, hell's foolery. But anyhow, your son is sound and well, if sorrowful and angry. We were relieved that night, and there are rumors that very soon we are to have a holiday and a refit. We lost rather heavily. We have been praised. But all along, Essex has done well. I can't reckon to get back yet, but there are such things as leave for 48 hours or so in England. I shall be glad of that sort of turning round. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. I wanted to write all about Jewel to his mother or his sweetheart or someone. I wanted to wallow in his praises, to say all the things I really find now that I thought about him. But I haven't even had that satisfaction. He was a poor law child. He was raised in one of those awful places between Sutton and Banstead in Surrey. I've told you of all the sweethearting he had. Soldiers 3 was his Bible. He was always singing Tipperary, and he never got the tune right, nor learnt more than 3 lines of it. He laced all his talk with B-blank-Y. It was his jewel, his ruby. But he had the pluck of a robin or a squirrel. I never knew him scared or anything but cheerful. Misfortunes, humiliations, only made him chatty, and he'd starve to have something to give away. Well, well, this is the way of war, Daddy. This is what war is. Damn the Kaiser! Damn all fools! Give my love to the mother and the Bruddykins and everyone. 19. It was just a day or so over 3 weeks after this last letter from Hugh that Mr. Durrock reappeared at Matching's Easy. He had had a trip to Holland, a trip that was as much a flight from Sissy's reproaches as a mission of inquiry. He had intended to go on into Belgium, where he had already been doing useful relief work under Mr. Hoover, but the confusion of his own feelings had checked him and brought him back. Mr. Durrock's mind was in a perplexity only too common during the stresses of that tragic year. He was entangled in a paradox. Like a large majority of Americans at that time, his feelings were quite definitely pro-Ally, and like so many in that majority, he had a very clear conviction that it would be wrong and impossible for the United States to take part in the war. His sympathies were intensely with the Dower House and its dependent cottage. He would have wept with generous emotion to see the Stars and Stripes interwoven with the 3 other great banners of red, white, and blue that led the world against German imperialism and militarism. But for all that, his mind would not march to that tune. Against all these impulses fought something very fundamental in Mr. Durrock's composition, a preconception of America that had grown almost insensibly in his mind. The idea of America as a polity aloof from the old world system, as a fresh start for humanity, as something altogether too fine and precious to be dragged into even the noblest of European conflicts. America was to be the beginning of the fusion of mankind, neither German nor British nor French, nor in any way national. She was to be the great experiment in peace and reasonableness. She had to hold civilization and social order out of this fray, to be a refuge for all those finer things that die under stress and turmoil. It was her task to maintain the standards of life and the claims of humanitarianism in the conquered province and the prisoner's compound. She had to be the healer and arbitrator, the remonstrance and not the smiting hand. Surely there were enough smiting hands. But this idea of an America judicial, remonstrating, and aloof led him to a conclusion that scandalized him. If America will not and should not use force in the ends of justice, he argued, then America has no right to make and export munitions of war. She must not trade in what she disavows. He had a quite exaggerated idea of the amount of munitions that America was sending to the Allies. He was inclined to believe that they were entirely dependent upon their transatlantic supplies, and so he found himself persuaded that the victory of the Allies and the honor of America were incompatible things. And, in spite of his ethical aloofness, he loved the Allies. He wanted them to win, and he wanted America to abandon a course that he believed was vitally necessary to their victory. It was an intellectual dilemma. He hid this self-contradiction from Matching Zizi with much the same feelings that a curate might hide a poisoned dagger at a tea-party. It was entirely against his habits of mind to hide anything, more particularly an entanglement with a difficult proposition, but he perceived quite clearly that neither Cecily nor Mr. Britling were really to be trusted to listen calmly to what, under happier circumstances, might be a profoundly interesting moral complication. Yet it was not in his nature to conceal. It was in his nature to state. And Cecily made things much more difficult. She was pitiless with him. She kept him aloof. "How can I let you make love to me," she said, "when our English men are all going to the war, when Teddy is a prisoner and Hugh is in the trenches? If I were a man—" She couldn't be induced to see any case for America. England was fighting for freedom, and America ought to be beside her. "All the world ought to unite against this German wickedness," she said. "I'm doing all I can to help in Belgium," he protested. "Aren't I working? We've fed 4 million people." He had backbone, and he would not let her, he was resolved, bully him into a falsehood about his country. America was aloof. She was right to be aloof. At the same time, Cecily's reproaches were unendurable, and he could feel he was drifting apart from her. He couldn't make America go to war. In the quiet of his London hotel, he thought it all out. He sat at a writing table, making notes of a perfectly lucid statement of the reasonable, balanced, liberal American opinion. An instinct of caution determined him to test it first on Mr. Britling. But Mr. Britling realized his worst expectations. He was beyond listening. "I've not heard from my boy for more than 3 weeks," said Mr. Britling in the place of any salutation. "This morning makes 23 days without a letter." It seemed to Mr. Durrock that Mr. Britling had suddenly grown 10 years older. His face was more deeply lined. The color and texture of his complexion had gone gray. He moved restlessly and badly. His nerves were manifestly unstrung. "It's intolerable that one should be subjected to this ghastly suspense. The boy isn't 300 miles away." Mr. Durrock made obvious inquiries. "Always before he's written, generally once a fortnight." They talked of Hugh for a time, but Mr. Britling was fitful and irritable, and quite prepared to hold Mr. Durrock accountable for the laxity of the War Office, the treachery of Bulgaria, the ambiguity of Romania, or any other barb that chanced to be sticking into his sensibilities. They lunched precariously. Then they went into the study to smoke. There Mr. Durrock was unfortunate enough to notice a copy of that innocent American publication, The New Republic, lying close to 2 or 3 numbers of The Fatherland, a pro-German periodical, which at that time inflicted itself upon English writers with the utmost determination. Mr. Durrock remarked that The New Republic was an interesting effort on the part of la jeunesse américaine. Mr. Britling regarded the interesting effort with a jaded, unloving eye. "You Americans," he said, "are the most extraordinary people in the world." "Our conditions are exceptional," said Mr. Durrock. "You think they are," said Mr. Britling, and paused, and then began to deliver his soul about America in a discourse of accumulating bitterness. At first he reasoned and explained, but as he went on he lost self-control. He became dogmatic, he became denunciatory, he became abusive. He identified Mr. Durrock more and more with his subject. He thrust the uncivil "you" more and more directly at him. He let his cigar go out and flung it impatiently into the fire, as though America was responsible for its going out. Like many Britons, Mr. Britling had that touch of patriotic feeling towards America which takes the form of impatient criticism. No one in Britain ever calls an American a foreigner. To see faults in Germany or Spain is to tap boundless fountains of charity. But the faults of America rankle in an English mind almost as much as the faults of England. Mr. Britling could explain away the faults of England readily enough. Our Hanoverian monarchy, our established church and its deadening effect on education, our imperial obligations and the strain they made upon our supplies of administrative talent were all very serviceable for that purpose. But there in America was the old race, without crown or church or international embarrassment, and it was still falling short of splendid. His speech to Mr. Durrock had the rancor of a family quarrel. Let me only give a few sentences that were to stick in Mr. Durrock's memory. "You think you are out of it for good and all. So did we think. We were as smug as you are when France went down in '71. Yours is only one further degree of insularity. You think this vacuous aloofness of yours is some sort of moral superiority. So did we. So did we. It won't last you 10 years if we go down. Do you think that our disaster will leave the Atlantic for you? Do you fancy there is any freedom of the seas possible beyond such freedom as we maintain, except the freedom to attack you? For 40 years, the British fleet has guarded all America from European attack. Your Monroe Doctrine skulks behind it now. I'm sick of this high-thin talk of yours about the war. You are a nation of ungenerous onlookers, watching us throttle or be throttled. You gamble on our winning. And we shall win, and you will profit. And when we have won a victory only one shade less terrible than defeat, then you think you will come in and tinker with our peace. Bleed us a little more to please your hyphenated patriots. He came to his last shaft. You talk of your new ideals of peace. You say that you are too proud to fight. But your businessmen in New York give the show away. There's a little printed card now in half the offices in New York that tells of the real pacifism of America. They're busy, you know, trade's real good. And so as not to interrupt it, they stick up this card. Nix on the war. Think of it, nix on the war. Here is the whole fate of mankind at stake, and America's contribution is a little grumbling when the Germans sank the Lusitania, and no end of grumbling when we hold up a ship or two, or some fool of a harbor master makes an overcharge. Otherwise, nix on the war. Well, let it be nix on the war. Don't come here and talk to me. You, who were searching registers a year ago to find your Essex kin. Let it be nix. Explanations. What do I want with explanations? And he mocked his guest's accent and his guest's mode of thought. Difficult propositions. He got up and stood irresolute. He knew he was being preposterously unfair to America and outrageously uncivil to a trusting guest. He knew he had no business now to end the talk in this violent fashion. But it was an enormous relief. And to mend matters, no, he was glad he'd said these things. He swung a shoulder to Mr. Durrock and walked out of the room. Mr. Durrock heard him cross the hall and slam the door of the little parlor. Mr. Durrock had been stirred deeply by the tragic indignation of this explosion, and the ring of torment in Mr. Britling's voice. He had stood up also, but he did not follow his host. "It's his boy," said Mr. Durrock at last, confidentially to the writing desk. "How can one argue with him? It's just hell for him." 20. Mr. Durrock took his leave of Mrs. Britling, and went very slowly towards the little cottage. But he did not go to the cottage. He felt he would only find another soul in torment there. "What's the good of hanging round talking?" said Mr. Durrock. He stopped at the stile in the lane, and sat thinking deeply. "Only one thing will convince her," he said. He held out his fingers. "First this," he whispered, "and then that. Yes." He went on as far as the bend from which one sees the cottage, and stood for a little time regarding it. He returned still more sorrowfully to the junction, and with every step he took, it seemed to him that he would rather see Cecily angry and insulting than not see her at all. At the post office he stopped and wrote a letter card. "Dear Sissy," he wrote, "I came down today to see you, and thought better of it. I'm going right off to find out about Teddy. Somehow I'll get that settled. I'll fly around and do that somehow if I have to go up to the German front to do it. And when I've got that settled, I've got something else in my mind. Well, it will wipe out all this little trouble that's got so big between us about neutrality. And I love you dearly, Sissy." That was all the card would hold. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 16 to 20.